Whoops. Meant to turn down the volume there. What's up, everybody? We're going to be chilling a little bit here pre-show. We're in the pre-show mode. We'll talk about some shit. We're going to just kind of bullshit back and forth. For you guys that don't know, I was going to have a really bitchin' special show for you guys tonight. I decided to postpone that at least a week. Just because, honestly. Just because. And it's going to be rad. It's going to be rad. You guys aren't, you're just not going to be able to, you won't believe it, how rad it is. But in the meantime, we got some stuff to kind of jabber about, talk about. Especially about next week's, this time next week, we're going to have a really cool show about some medical conditions that aren't being talked about, and they aren't being talked about because they're often misdiagnosed and just all kinds of things like that. What is up, Vibe? Good to see you. Good to see you. Now, the way this night's going to go is I'm early. I'm like real early. I'm probably an hour early. So I'm just going to hang here. We're going to chill. We're going to cool out for a little while. Then I got to jump in over at Admiral Gibbs's stream. We're debating water commodification, water rights, and what's going on down in Texas right now, which is it's heating up down there over this subject. And regardless of whether or not you like Texas, whether or not you think that Texas has any right to be pissy about Texans have a right to be pissy over their water rights. That's pretty irrelevant, right? So you're in San Antonio? Damn, son, you get around. That's awesome. So there's some laws that have been passed recently, or maybe not recently, but they've come to the forefront here lately in Texas that have to do with water rights, and we're going to be debating those tonight. And then that I don't know how long that's going to take. That's usually like Gibbs likes to do like a 2-hour debate. So that starts at 7. It's supposed to start at 7:30. Probably not going to start till 8. In the meantime, we'll talk a little bit. We're gonna jabber, and then we're going to. And then after the debate, we'll talk. Maybe have an open panel. We'll see what happens. We'll figure it out. Seriously, Shelby, good to see, man, that you killing it out there in the military. I saw that you're going to be a mod for a month. That is awesome. That just kicks butt. I had a hell of a day today. A lot of cool stuff, a lot of weird stuff. I had someone call me today, and they represented themselves as someone from my bank. Now, my bank never calls me, right? They'll email me, they'll text me, but they never fucking call me. So right away, I'm like, what the fuck is this shit, We'll play along. Right. Says, hey, got a device that's been added in the last day or so. It's not recognized. It's called Jennifer's iPhone. Do you know anything about that? I'm like, nah, I don't know no Jennifer. What's up? Guy's like, you didn't add this person. And I'm like, well, I am early, smoking space, man. I am early. Thank you. Yeah, so they're asking, they're just like, this person's just like already hitting the radar, like my bank never calls me, man. Just never. And so this guy's like, what do you would you recognize this? No, I don't recognize this iPhone. Can you give me the last 3 transactions just to confirm who you are, what Now, see, that's one of the ways that my bank actually authorizes me. So I look over there and I don't actually give him the last 3 transactions, right? I gave him just 3 random transactions. Because when my bank does it, I've done this before. When my bank asks me about the transactions, they want them in order, right? And I just kind of skipped around. And the guy's like, "Hey, okay, that's good. What's the balance after those transactions? Does it look right?" And I said, "Yeah, here's the balance." Well, he didn't hear it right because he wasn't expecting it to be what it was. So and he says, "What about your savings? What's the balance on a savings account?" And I told him, and he fucked up there too. And I said, he said, "Hey, can you repeat that balance for the checking account?" And I said, "No, I can't. Matter of fact, I'm hanging up with you right now, and I'm going to call the bank, and they'll put me back in touch with you." You know. When I did call my bank, I called my bank up and said, "Hey, we got some guy out there fishing, and here's the number, and if you need to flag my account or anything, that's fine. I don't really need it for a few days. Just go right on ahead, and shut it down, lock her down, boys. Nothing in, nothing out." So they, I was on the phone with the bank a long time because they were like really kind of freaked out about it, and I was like, "Yeah, whatever, it doesn't matter." And so the fraud prevention lady at the bank was like, "Do you got that? Do you still have that number?" And I'm like, "Hell yeah, I still got that number." So I gave her the number, and she called the number, and the guy actually answered the phone as U.S. Bank Fraud Prevention. And then the lady said, "Well, hey, I'm USA Fraud Prevention too." And he hung up. That's funny. Yeah, that's cool, man. Vibe, if you want to come up, I can pull you up for a few minutes. I got to get into that debate here shortly. I'm going to throw this over to you in the Discord, my friend. I figure I got about 45 minutes to an hour. So let me find you here. Feel like got you right there. There we go. There you go, brother. It's in your Discordian. But yeah, it was really funny. I had so it was really funny. The problem was that it was just such an obvious phishing attempt, right? Like it's just so obvious, So whatever. But do better. Be a better criminal, Don't be a weak ass criminal. You gotta be a good criminal. You're gonna be a criminal, be a good criminal. You know what I'm saying? Right. I am playing the background music right now just because it's cool and I'm just chilling. So yeah. I need Emmett. Rather be a funny criminal. You should. I mean, that's a real thing too. You should, if you're gonna be a criminal, be a funny criminal. That way, when I laugh at you, you don't feel so bad. How you doing, Vibe? How are you, brother?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm great, man. I'm great.
Oh wait, one second. Let me mute the other channel here. There we go.
I do have the background music on just because I'm chilling. So.
I've got a fan, but I had the YouTube channel on, so I was getting.
Yeah, you were getting echo then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I watched you on Rob's channel the other day, and I love how Rob's actually opening it up to people talking with him. I mean, it's freaking awesome.
Hell yeah, man, that is cool, right?
And I was going to jump in.
Right Rob. I would argue with Rob just for the fuck of it.
He's fun. I mean, I really like Rob. I do. I mean, sometimes I feel like he's a beaten Ayn Rand novel. She likes to write something, and in 2 pages, you're like, I get it. And then she writes another 100 pages about it. And sometimes I feel like when listening to Rob, I'm like, I got it. Just stop. Let me talk. You know.
Yeah.
But I mean, overall, I mean, he's a wealth of knowledge.
Sure.
I line up with pretty much all his views. I think he's a great guy. He's got a few YouTube videos out there about me doing this to him once, but I think he's good. But I really did like the discussion you guys were talking about on immigration, and I haven't actually put this all together yet in my head, but it's something that like I was thinking about way before Trump on immigration. And I always looked at it as the dirty little secret that America has, right? So I have cheap avocados because of immigration. And now that Trump's like cutting off all the borders, there's a bunch of complaints like, what's going to happen to our economy? And when listening to like Soy Pill and Ryan, the radical coder, and Wick and things like that about how we should treat people, I'm like trying to do a mind thought of like, okay, let's do the mind thought of what happens if we just say, okay, we have all these illegals here. Now we're going to assimilate them. Do we grant them minimum wage? And then what happens to our avocado price? Can we build a border wall by just getting rid of minimum wage so that now American workers, because I've talked to many people, like I work in my church, and they're like, I would work anywhere for any wage if somebody would give me a job. And you could say the immigrants are taking those jobs away from them because the only reason that guy can't get hired over them is because there's a minimum wage.
I don't know any immigrants that work for less than minimum wage. Not one.
No?
In my area. I just don't.
I hire them all the time.
I don't see any of them like that, right? Like, because like even my concrete guys, right? Like, and the best concrete guys out there, by the way, are some form of immigrant, right? Ukrainian.
Yeah, but would you not say that's because you found your guys that work, and when they work for you, they always do well, and you want them to continue working well?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's
right?
Well, it's what they can get that money elsewhere, right? It's not like I have to pay somebody $15 an hour because I'm just a good guy and I just want to pay them fairly. No, if I could get them for $10 an hour, by God, I would. But the reality is that's what the market is. The market is, $12, $15 an hour for a reasonable guy, and so I disagree. I actually disagree with the premise that the immigrants are doing this because they make so much less than normal Americans. I don't agree with that. I think that's a cope. I think that's a cope by people in the U.S. because in their mind, that's the only thing it can possibly be, is they're just willing to work for less. When I don't think that's true. I think what actually is true is that, and I talked to my son about this today. I said, when I grew up, I was never inside. We didn't have air conditioning, so there's no point in being inside. And I was always outside, and I hauled hay, I staked tobacco, I worked in a family garden. I was outside 24/7. Well, not 24, but I was outside more than I was inside during the summer and more or less in the winter as well. But modern Americans just won't. We're just not built that way. We like our air conditioning. We want, and we've convinced and listen. Society has convinced Americans that they're so fucking smart that they have to work as a computer guy. And this is what, do you know what the most fucked up thing, Vibe? I know a guy here locally, and he does, he's an artist. He's a fucking great artist too, by the way. But he does, because you can't make a lot of, art's like up and down, like you make a little, you don't make much, and then you make a lot, and then you don't make anything. And so what he does in between is he does all kinds of graphic design and stuff like that. He makes less than my concrete guys. Undocumented, and he is a professional.
Yeah,
he makes less than the undocumented employees.
That I'm going to agree with as well, in that I have seen that one of the best exports that the United States has is intellectual property, right? We're the ones that, for the most part, have been the ones that created Facebook before TikTok came out, and we have been the innovators of technology. However, as you just said, and to point out very clearly what you just said, only 1% of us are actually producing that outcome.
Right.
And the 99% of the United States cannot produce that outcome. However, that is our number one export, which is intellectual property, or the number one non-export that we're trying to keep the Chinese from stealing, which is the whole AI war, right? So that's a whole nother like discussion. And it is a shame that because that's our number one export, if we push that even harder, can we get 1% to go to 50%? No, we might be able to get 1% to go to 2%. But what do we do with the other 98% of the United States?
Right. Well, because again, and this is the way it always works. I don't care which country you're talking about. You have at best 5% creative leadership dudes. 5%. You can look all throughout history. Mozart stood alone. Why? Why did he stand alone? Because until Beethoven came along, there wasn't anybody else.
I mean, ultimately, we're all just a bunch of idiots living on the inventions.
And by the way, both of those guys starved
in
their lifetimes, right? Both of those guys starved in their lifetimes because they couldn't monetize. There was no way for them to make money. Leonardo da Vinci, is an amazing human being, obviously a massive intellect, probably psychotic, probably had horrible habits. I'm guessing that dude did some drugs of some kind, but
might have been the paints.
But he lived off of the kindness of rich people. Like he could not, if he tried to sell his art to most people, he would starve.
Yeah, this is true, right? I mean, they were his early investors, and his work is continued on. But back to the migration.
Sure.
We've got so many different things here.
There's so many angles on this, right? Like, and I believe that most people take the most simplistic answer possible, and it's biased, right? And I admit my biases, right? Like I am a biased human being. I'm 100% biased. I'm willing to listen to anything, but I know that I'm biased, and I claim all my biases, right? But the one thing I'm not biased, and one of the things I'm strongly biased about is America, especially the youth of America, and I'm saying anybody, basically anyone under 30 in this country, their work ethic, by and large, sucks. And you will not find one that will get you play hell. You play hell finding people that will get up at 5:30 in the morning and show up. You know, you play hell.
I can't disagree with you on that. I have no argument on that part.
Yeah. You don't. A guy could go out and this is not Mike Jones, whatever his name was, the guy, Dirtiest Jobs, right? He went around and he showed everybody how much money you could make as a pig farmer, as a guy who cleaned a guy who took porta-johns out and brought them back, and all of this. And he showed people how much money they can make, and people still won't do it. They won't do it, and they'll claim the whole time, well, those dirty immigrants out there doing it for less money. And the dirty immigrants aren't doing it for less money. They know what it costs to do that job. And worse, when an employer as an employer, if I hire someone, and I'm going to be honest, I could have hired people from all over the world. When I was in California, obviously there's no lack of benefit. There's nothing to prevent you from doing whatever you want, right? And I remember I had this guy from El Salvador, right? And he had some immigration problems because his wife divorced him, and then she just like railed on this poor bastard. I mean, she just like all of the things that the evil that women do, she did it all. And this poor bastard. And so we actually ended up paying him under the table, not because of his immigration status, but because his wife literally was suing him for so much money that he's like, if you pay me, she gets all of it. I'll have nothing. I'm like, all right, man, whatever, I don't care. So, but he was one of the greatest employees I've ever had. And he we paid him the same as we paid somebody else with a higher risk. And if I'd been in Colorado, I wouldn't have done it, because the risk of somebody coming in and filing a complaint, hey, this guy's got illegals working there, and then I've got all of the legal ramifications, the amount of money that costs me. And I hear these guys say, well, Tyson Chicken doesn't care, right? If ICE comes in and starts fining them, they make plenty of money. I promise you, they do fucking care. They do care. So I find this, it's just a lot of coke to me. The reality is that immigrants don't come here for cheap, for low wages. They come here because we make massive benefits available to them for nothing. They come here and they get free everything. In some cases,
I definitely don't think they come here for cheap wages.
Right.
And I think there might have been a time where maybe I was a little bit more right, but now listening to you as well, I'm like thinking about this generation, about how hard it is to wake them up at 10 o'clock after being on social media all night, right?
Right.
And the generation
playing Call of Duty all night. What are you talking about?
Call of Duty, the generation that we're raising, right? And I mean, they're coming here for an opportunity because they've been deprived of it, right? And they want it so bad. Earlier generations also wanted it so bad and didn't have all the assets at the fingertips of their phone. But I still kind of want to go through like the whole thought experiment of, if we were to go with the leftist view and just say, let's just legalize them all. Let's grant them all the rights. We are hearing in the news outlets right now that would increase costs. And I don't fully agree with you. I think there are immigrants that are illegal that are making better wages than some Americans. In California here where I'm at, my son started at McDonald's when he was 16 at $22 an hour, which to me is just amazing. I think I started off at $2.25 an hour.
So he was still below poverty level.
Yeah. At $22?
I think you live in Southern California, but in where I was in Northern California in 2014, the poverty level for a family of three was $110,000 a year. Okay,
that sounds like
I don't ever want to hear anybody complain about any of this bullshit, because I'm just like, this is nuts. This is the craziest thing I've ever heard in my life. The poverty level, the mean income in Tennessee at that point in time, the mean income, like median, was $50,000 a year.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it was amazing. I actually visited a professor up at Stanford, and he was one of the main professors that's running the linear accelerator. And he took me down there. I smelled the oil of the linear accelerator, and it was so cool. And then he's like, "Come to my apartment, and I want to have dinner with you so we can talk." And I go to his apartment, and it was like 900 square feet. And he was a professor at Stanford, running a linear accelerator in Stanford. And I could not believe, and that was all he could afford. And when it comes to like exporting, and I think this was 1998, so we're in 2025, so that's about 28 years ago. But even back then, right, like it's just amazing, like what the costs are in California. This is why there's a mass migration happening from California.
People are in denial of that, by the way. Say it isn't happening. It's interesting.
Only in California. The rest of the country is like, we hate all these Californians coming to our states.
New York has lost more billionaires than any other state has.
Really?
Yeah. Their tax base has just been, their tax base is hurt. But New York has some really fucked up laws too. Like every day that you do, like if you are a billionaire and you live in Florida, right? But if you make over a given amount of money, every day that you work in New York City, you not only pay New York state taxes, you pay New York City income tax for every day that you work in the city. And it used to be called the athletic star tax, because that's what they were taxed. The law was originally written because basketball players, entertainers, football players, they'd all come into like Madison Square Garden or go play out at the Wrigley Field or whatever, or not Wrigley Field, whatever the fuck it is. Yankee Stadium. and I'm not a sports fan. And they go play there, and they make $100,000 for the day, and would not pay any taxes on it. And New York said, no, brother, we got to get our cut.
Bring in the revenue.
Yeah. And so, yeah. The In-N-Out Burger CEO is moving to Tennessee. Legit. That's a legit thing. I mean, this is just crazy, man. Like, and the one thing that nobody ever wants to face is when I point out the fact that rather than face actual deportation and not be able to come back, when Trump gave them the chance to just leave, right? Just go back across the border. I think he even offered them like $1,000 or something for if they just went back. A lot of them did, because they don't want to get wrapped up in all this legal stuff. They don't want the ICE raids and all that. So, but it's an interesting. I mean, it's just interesting to me. But I do think that there's a lot of mythology around immigration right now, and the biggest mythology is that they're not coming here for the free shit that we give them.
No, I don't think so. I think they are looking for opportunity. They're looking for growing their families. I think they're humans. I don't think they.
I disagree.
Free ride
as a matter of fact, I know that that's not the case. I know that that's not the case. And you can look at all you need to look at is at the Roosevelt Hotel in New York City.
Okay, I'll look that up.
So they had they had all of these people come here. Now, very few of them were, because I think that you think, like most people, they think of immigration as Mexican, Venezuelan, El Salvador, and all that. But most of the illegal immigration currently is actually from Somalia, Tunisia, and all of these other African countries. Actually, they come over somehow, and they come up, especially Somalia and Haiti, obviously.
I agree with that, because I actually did some research on that yesterday, just in prepare for the debate that I had, the disaster debate I had on Sarah's channel.
How bad was that? I didn't get to watch that.
Oh my God, it was the dumpster panel from the beginning.
From the beginning.
Teriak.
You teamed up with Teriak?
Yeah, no, I wasn't teamed up. I was with Flow State.
Okay.
I was against Teriak and Cleaner, and it was basically a debate between me and Cleaner trying to have a debate, and Flow State and Teriak just going off.
Yeah, something's been up with Teriak. He used to actually debate, and I actually told him, I'm like, I mean, it just seems like all you do now is just rage.
Yeah, no, it was just fairy tales and unicorns. I even talked to Cleaner, because I love Cleaner. Him and I are friends. I'm like, I'm sorry. He's like, I'm sorry you had that. He's like, I had the debate until Teriak brought up like the CIA and deep state, and they even were talking over each other and disagreeing with each other, and they were on the same team. So yeah, it was a disaster. Not because of Cleaner.
No, Cleaner is in general very, very good faith.
Yeah, no, he was trying to be as good faith as he could, and I know it's not his debate side either. I know he was taking the devil's advocate on that, and he was doing great on that. So really appreciate that. And I kept on trying to bring it back to point. I'm like, okay, let's go point by point, and you give me your point, and I'll disprove it, and then both of our friends on both sides of our side would just go off, and it just kept on getting derailed.
Okay, so you were making a point about the number of people from Mexico moving across the border.
Oh yeah. So I looked that up because one of the things I thought we would be talking about would be immigration in that debate, and I was looking up the stats of illegal immigrants from particular countries, right? Because I know Australians come here all the time and overstay their visas, so they come legally and then they stay illegally.
Yeah, so do Chinese. The Chinese do it as well.
Oh, Chinese actually, they were up there above, but I found that Latin America, so I'm not going to say Mexico, I'm going to say Latin America actually comprised, and maybe I got the wrong stats. I checked like a few different sources and just kind of summarized this, but Latin America for illegal immigrants is 70%. And then it was Chinese, I think, at like
When
7%.
was that? What was that? Was that from like 2013 or 2012? When was the data?
Yeah, I'll have to go back and look at it.
So what I know is happening now, right, is they have this super corridor where they come in through Texas, and they literally get on buses and go straight to New York City, and they actually had I forget how many thousands of them, but they had they were putting them in hotels and in Central Park, and it was something like 3 million, and none of them were Latin American. They were all Somali, Venezuela. I mean, Central American, Venezuelan, that kind of thing.
I think that would make sense because we don't typically put the ones that are illegally coming over the border into hotels unless we're doing some type of program, which is kind of like an asylum program.
Well, New York's
saying,
laws
these people,
working again.
This country is actually going through turmoil. We're going to take those people in turmoil without checks. Maybe we're checking slightly. We're going to put them in this hotel while we sort all that stuff out, right?
Yeah, but I mean, I think that New York City's laws were working against them. And New York City has, they don't have a vagrancy law. What they have is if you are in New York City and you are homeless, you have no money, the city is required to house you and feed you for up to 30 days. And then they extended that to 60 days because they ran out of shelters, they ran out of everything. So they took over the Roosevelt Hotel, then they took over another hotel. And I think that at one point in time, there were 3 or 4 high-rise luxury hotels that had been, that had gone out of business because of COVID, right?
Yeah.
And we're sitting basically empty, and the city took them over, and it was horrible. People were literally shitting in the streets. They were standing in line outside. Women were getting their iPhones stolen. And this was there was this, and I actually thought that this was like made up until I actually read the police reports. And what happened is these, and I assume that they were Venezuelan gangs, but they could have been Somali. I don't know. They would see women walking on the street. They would ride by on a scooter and grab their phone or their purse and take the phone. Within hours, it had been dropped off at one place and and from there it went to another person who boxed it and shipped it to Venezuela.
Well, it kind of makes sense though, right? So
and the police chief came out and was like, just don't have your phone out where people can see it. Because if they see it, they're going to
take a bunch of immigrants, right, and you shove them in a hotel in New York. They have no job, they have no source of income. They probably don't.
No, they were getting paid. They were getting paid. They were getting paid. They were getting fed.
By New York?
By New York.
How much?
I have no idea. It was more than I thought necessary, but whatever. Kel's like, not her iPhone. Kel, I sent you the link if you want to pop up. You're probably in an Uber though. But yeah, it was interesting to read about. I didn't believe it. I thought that this was one of those times where the press was gaslighting us and sending us off on a mission, right? But no, it was. There's a if you look for it, there's actually a presser with the chief of police from New York City warning people about these gangs robbing women.
Yeah.
So.
And it was mostly because the left was concerned about the refugees, right? And we're not fully vetting. We're just like, let's save these people. Let's be kind-hearted, which I love being kind-hearted. And
I can tell.
Bring them
You're
in,
a kind man. You're a kind
right?
man.
But and then look at the end results, right? So we have to have some sort of restrictions and things like that. But I think it is different than illegal immigration over the border versus. We have multiple versions of this, right? So we have the first version, which is people illegally breaking into your house, the house being our United States of America. We have the version where I invite a friend over for a party, and then I said, yeah, you're too drunk to sleep on the couch, and he stays after that. and starts
Right.
eating my food. And then we've got the ones where like, oh my God, I'm so sorry you're going through this divorce, or I'm so sorry you lost your job. Come stay with me for a little bit. I haven't vetted you, but I'm a good human, so I'm just going to give you an opportunity. Right? Those are the three types of immigration that we're having. And like I said, from my numbers, the majority of them were breaking into the house. So we were looking at like 70% of the population is breaking into the house. The other 30% of the population is overstaying their welcome or misrepresentation of them coming into this country for refuge. And I mean, the sad part is the refugees, some of them really have a good reason to be here. And I want to welcome them with open arms and get them out of that scenario.
Do they though?
The bad actors, right?
Do they though? Do Somalis have a good reason to be here?
I don't know. I have to look at the Somalian, but we've had a few past scenarios where we have brought in refugees where I was like, yeah, they need to get out of there, right? I am more social than I am political, so I haven't like I'm
yeah, no, I get it.
I'm gonna play dumb on the Somali thing. I do know some of the stuff going on over there, but I'm definitely not an expert in that area.
That's funny. That's very funny. Believe in yourself. Be out why that's funny. Maybe they got tired of being pirates. That's true. They were.
All right, hey, Grid, I have to jump off because I have a.
No, it's no worries, man. At some point, I'm going to get on this panel, but maybe Kel will come up now and keep me company. Otherwise, I'm just going to monologue about how people tried to steal money from me today.
But we're going to take this further. I think this is a good conversation.
I mean, I think it's a good conversation to have. I don't know that I don't know where you're going with it really. So.
I'm just trying to go through the whole thought experiment on the left side and figure out like if we were to follow what they want, what would be the end result, and how do we accommodate that, and what would that look like for the United States?
I think the simplest and most accurate way that I can look at the way the left looks at it is, I really truly believe that if the immigrants could not vote and could never vote, if you said we're going to grant them all asylum but they can never vote in any election, if that happened, the left would absolutely abandon they would just quit caring overnight. I 100% believe that.
True.
I used to not believe that, but it makes more and more sense. You know what I mean? So
just trying to import voters.
Import produce. That's true. That's true. So.
All right. Hey, Grid. Thank you.
All right. See you, man.
Bye.
Bye. Stand by, everybody. Sorry, guys. My son was there. Kel, are you driving? Are you typing and driving? Define good reason to be here. Like, if you were born in Somalia, would you want to immigrate here? Maybe. I don't know. Probably not. If I was born there, I would, I'd be there. I'm not saying illegally or illegally. But when you say they don't have a good reason to be here, I'm something. I'm something. Something random will be super off. Yeah, that's probably true. All right. So anyway, yeah, Kel. So the problem with Somali refugees coming here is that there are a ton of other countries they go to first for um, um, asylum, and so if you're going to try and claim asylum, then it doesn't. If you're going to claim asylum, you have to claim asylum, right? In the next country, not half a world away. Yeah, it's fine. Cool. That's fine. So, um, yeah, I don't know, Kel. I don't think that, I don't think you're, I mean, it's not like I think you're like super far off or anything. I don't agree with that premise because, again, um, if you are, from Haiti, Haiti might be. I don't think there's another country here closer than us than Haiti. So, I could see that. I could see that if you have a sponsor, a close relative, something like that. I could see that. I mean, I can get behind that. Stuck in gridlock. Also, Duck, the music's here because I like it. It's got a delivery of delicious beef jerky, needed snacks. I haven't actually had dinner. I actually don't even think I had lunch. So, I don't know when we're going to actually start this nonsense about water rights, but we'll get there, I'm sure. We'll have some nice, delicious beef jerky and go from there. So, the show tonight was supposed to be about how a medical condition can go undiagnosed, untreated for a very long time. And then when it's treated, may or may not be taken seriously. So that's going to be an interesting discussion. We'll have that discussion actually next week. What's up, Chuck? How are you? That will be great. That's right. Yum. Delicious beef jerky. Dead cow. Yummy. Unfortunately, I didn't know this cow, but next year. Life is good. That's right. It seems like I missed a super chat or something. Let me scroll up here. I was distracted. My son came in. K2, keep on trucking, says, I am the captain now. It's true. Could be the captain now. So.
Disconnected and reconnected. It's not showing. You got me feeling like fireballs. Please. High in the sky. Looking like a thunderstorm, boy. Here we go.
Make sure you close that door. Close the door.
Okay, cool, fine.
Kids, you gotta love them. Meat is murder. I accept your terms. Do I have arms? Yes. I also have arms. Oh, whoops. My suppressor is showing. Okay, I accept that. It's background music because I'm chilling like a villain until this debate thing starts. You guys like it? Not like it? I like it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Subpoena? Whoa. Shots fired. You're not a fan of background music? I can turn it down to a tick, make it more background. There we go. Yeah, Emmett, I need a few minutes of your time. I know that you're debating tomorrow night, and I want to just run some things by you about that debate. Now we got a TTS coming in. We're gonna have to mute this.
Seriously, Shelby donated $20. Super chat. More chill streams with chill music. Good time for me.
Chill stream with chill music. Damn straight. Thank you. Seriously, Shelby. It is chill music. I'm trying not to be like trying really hard not to, be all crazy. Yeah, you know what, Emmett? I am going to shoot you the link. Give me 1 sec. Got you right here. Boom. So also, while we're waiting on Emmett to come up, so, we had that issue last week. Oh, there's Emmett.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Did you make a creepy video about Kel?
I made a creepy video about Kel?
Huh? That's not what I want to talk to you about, but it was Duck is like casting aspersions upon your name, sir.
Oh. I don't remember. I remember making fun of her and then being like, this is not the best way to conduct myself on the internet. Yeah. It was a very funny stream, nonetheless.
Sure. So, Emmett, I've spent the last couple of days observing your opposition for tomorrow night in modern day debate. Music's a tad loud. I got you, bro. We'll kick it. We'll kick it back a little bit. Show me a thumbs up when we hit it. So anyway, Emmett, your opposition for tomorrow. I've been paying attention, watching their performances in modern day debates, VC, and they've had basically the same discussion. They're basically pre-gaming your debate. So,
okay.
And I think you're going to be okay on this one. If you just stick to clean rhetoric and just the fact that, morals come from Kel, I already sent you the link. Women. Anyway,
I did a stream yesterday, very fine, like going through the way she debates, and I review our own debate. here in the Signal Syndicate. The debate is on Friday though, so it's not going to be tomorrow. It's 2 days from now.
Yeah, that's right.
And
Yeah, debate.
yeah, I think I'm going to be
You're gonna be okay, man.
okay.
You are. But you can watch. I think that they haven't done anything with the videos. I don't think they've privated the bot or whatever. But I think you can watch it back. But basically, they're the biggest claim I see them actually making is that it's unreasonable to expect young men to, or men in general, to behave, to deny themselves until marriage. And also they make they make the case that even if you were to say, hey, women are women are denying themselves, men are denying. You linked to that. I didn't make a video about you. Oh, you're talking about Emmett. I got you.
I made a video about. I don't even have videos posted on my channel. It's confusing.
So
he's confused.
It's always confusing. Yeah. So basically, it comes down to that even if you want to accept that young men can deny themselves and young women can deny themselves, women are still getting what they want out of the relationship, which is the feeling of love and security and all of the emotional rewards, whereas men are not getting the physical rewards, which they're obviously they're equating with basically the only thing that men want. And I think that it's a pretty easy thing to just kind of deal with, because you can simply say, well, sure, it is the case that men will get
men will not get the same rewards, but
not get the same reward that women get, but women also, just because they're getting the physical, are getting the emotional needs met. Women still have physical needs, and women, a large number of women are, especially now they're being more honest with themselves, when they do get divorced later in life, it's because they feel like that the man is not willing to be intimate with them anymore, and intimacy is given as a basis of why a marriage fails many times. And before I forget about it, Plumpy, I saw that you sent in a membership, and I want to thank you so much for that. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. We're going to talk about that, K2. We're gonna talk about that.
Yeah, I I saw that. Not necessarily that. I was just looking at her rhetoric. I saw a little bit about them talking about the debate. I'm gonna tell you this. I said it yesterday. We're gonna go into a very. I need to try to clarify the terms at the beginning. This is gonna be a debate of a niece versus a not, and I do have ways of why we should aim towards the odd instead of sticking to the ease, which is what's gonna be mostly my argumentation in broad terms. Right.
Well, I think that you can. I think that you should be able to make a very strong case that even if you were to, even if they're to make the case that men are denying themselves and they should not, you should be able to easily make the case that, well, they're only denying themselves if they are dating the wrong woman. Yeah, we are called to celibacy, until we meet the one, right?
Well, we're called for celibacy if we cannot control ourselves, and then it says that if we can control ourselves, we need to get married so that we don't sin against ourselves.
Yeah, Paul says that.
Yeah, so, and I think it's the whole point of it is. Most of the time when we see these kind of things, they're talking about how society has delay this way too much, in my opinion. It's just getting delayed and delayed and delayed.
Mhm.
And we're coming to a point in which we're seeing the problems of that delay and the way that it's affecting society and people in general, right? One of the things that I realized when I was checking is we had like a 7% people who never got married in the United States about 100 years ago, and we're back to 23, 24. And if we go back in time, it's about a 50% of men that never got married. So what that's telling me is Christianity, in a sense, had a way of fighting against not polygyny, hypergamy, and the way that they did it was try to contain society and the sexual idea and make the family like an actual block of the social structure. So if you were a man, even if you were super successful, you still were like,
yeah,
you still need to have one wife and stuff like that. So I there's a lot of different arguments that I'm trying to work out. I'll be working.
Well, I think I would just be prepared. I would be prepared for, obviously you're very, obviously bombastic comments are no big deal to you anymore. So I think you're going to be fine. I just wanted, since I've been watching their arguments, and they're refining these over and over again through chatting with people over at Modern Day Debate. So they're kind of refining their argument, but I feel like that you're pretty close. Now the only and really the point that you could the point I think that you can kill them on is, if you want to be a degenerate, if you just cannot control yourself and you just have to have that sexual gratification, there's nothing wrong with admitting that you're a heathen and that you can only exist in a secular world, but you can't claim any form of morality there. And I think that that's where you win the debate.
Yeah, this is the same thing. This is this is gonna be the difference between the is and the ought, and this is where we're gonna go into the definition at the beginning and where are we getting like our moral ideas. And I went through some of the debates. Grace hasn't debated in a long time, so I went through the old debates. She's kind of good. She's really good faith, at least on those debates. So I'm preparing for that. I'm not trying to. I don't think she's gonna go full bombastic, at least not at the beginning. So it's gonna be I'm preparing and trying to get it right. If you have any of the videos or where you see these happening, you can.
I just wanted to let you know what I had seen and just kind of talk to you about it. I don't like people getting blindsided. I actually was there the other morning, and I was talking about what Paul says and how people misinterpret Paul quite a bit, and they obviously, in their opinion, what Paul says is I mean, they acknowledge that he said it, but they don't agree that it assigns a moral value to it. Well,
there's other areas when they talk specifically about morality, and when it comes to pretty much sexual sin, they were extremely precise. And one of the things that I know from the changes when it comes to the Old to the New Testament is precisely sexual sin. They're way more harsher in the New Testament when it comes to sexual sin than than in the Old Testament even, which is not usually what you hear. You usually hear that the Old Testament is like way harsher on the punishments and stuff like that. But it's gonna be interesting. I do have a little bit more to prepare for. There are some quotes I need to check that she said during our debate that I need to be ready when she goes on and says, especially if she's a Catholic. The thing in Mother Dane, it said Protestant, so I'm not entirely sure which one. I think it's Catholic though. But yeah, it's just I need to I am preparing. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. No, I just, I didn't want you to be blindsided. I was on the panel with them the other day and talked to them for a few minutes, and I listened today. I was busy in my garage for the most part playing with my airplane. But I think that I think you pretty much have this, man. I think you have,
Thank you, Greg. Thank you for the heads up too. I hope.
I think you got it, man. I think now, obviously, I think that the uphill battle you have is Grace has a lot of charisma. She can be very. She's a great actress, so she can be very
bombastic,
convincing, bombastic. She can play very innocent, and then very slutty, and basically just a flip of her hair. So I think that you are, you're more of just a dogged, factual individual. So I think you're gonna have to play to your strength there, and just and maybe, kind of work on an expression of dismay if she decides to go to general.
I don't know what's gonna happen. When I'm thinking, one of the things I put on my head is if I had like a daughter and she was around her age, she was asking me about these kind of things and why she should get or not get married, what would I say? And that's what I'm basing like some of the argumentation that I'm trying to get through. So there's like there's some logical paths that I'm trying to figure out completely. I'm usually I usually go and make argument. When I make arguments, I make formal arguments. I'm staying away. I'm trying to get away from the formal argument to do a more holistic argument in the opening statement instead of going with the full formal. But yeah, that's the idea. My idea is if I had a daughter, was about her age, she's asking me, hey, well,
I would think also that
married. Why shouldn't I do this?
Well, I think also that I would harp on that they're spending an awful lot of time trying to not call a sin, when the reality is that as far if you actually want to live a moral and biblical life, acknowledging the sin is a very critical step. And so if it actually is backwards, what they're trying to say. Well, the new and basically what they're saying is the new morality is that it's a new morality is what they're saying is that we've evolved now. You just can't have dudes getting blue balled and all of that. And I think that's a really interesting kind of take on it.
It is it is a very new age way of looking at it, and I think it kind of has to do with the feminist idea that forming a family has to be delayed as well. So there's a lot going on with their argument, and
it's cope. They don't want to admit the sin. It's cope. They don't want to admit the sin. They don't want to admit what the behavior that they're doing is a sin, and they shouldn't do it. And if they do it, then they must beg forgiveness, and they don't want to admit that. They want to say, no, it's okay, because today it's okay. Back then it was bad. Today it's okay.
Yeah. Well, it is a little bit of cope, but I don't think they also know. Well, I would say I cannot only go ahead and tell you, no, it is sin. I need to give them like a multiple of reasons of why it would be considered as sin. Yeah. And I'm not gonna directly try to do it from an authoritative position, but from a logical position. So
I think when they make the claim, and they will, they'll either make it as a claim, or they'll assert it as an answer, as a defense. And when they do that, I think that you need to prepare a response, that basically acknowledges that, okay, yeah, I understand that you're saying that you believe that because we live in modernity that things have changed and we need this new standard, but that is simply cope. It's not true. A sin is a sin is a sin. The Bible is unchanging. We know that. And we're talking about morality here. So if it was immoral yesterday, if it was immoral 1,000 years ago, it's immoral today. And simply trying to shift the narrative and the metric doesn't do anything except, it's just code. So
what I'm going to try to do is tie that to like actual problems that we're facing as a society due to that at the same time. So yes, you can say that we have evolved, but in reality, what we're looking is not an evolution, but a devolution of our society in general.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at all of the warlords, look at all of the murder that's being committed in the name of war throughout the world, right? Like most wars, if you will, in say Kenya, not Kenya, but Africa, are not they're not a war as as this thing that is in a biblical sense of war. It's just bands of murdering rogues driven by warlords that are just killing people randomly, which is murder, not war. So anyway, I just kind of wanted to help you out. To help you out. I've been watching them really prepare for the last couple of days, and I figured that you were preparing, but I didn't want you to get sideswiped with anything.
I'll be working.
Is Duck blocked you?
Yes, I can see his messages in your stream, but I can't see them on YouTube.
Duck.
So I'm just don't block me. I don't even do anything.
That I gotta be honest, Emmett is so easy to get along with, right? Like you're not. I mean, seriously, who would block Emmett? That's weird.
Not even Ryan has blocked me, which is weird because I actually have like.
Oh yeah, you've gone after him pretty hard. You've gone after Ryan pretty hard. I will give you that. So yeah,
that's gonna be a good one. In reality, the first person that gave me a cheer up when I was feeling a little bit nervous was Ryan. He came into stream, and since he's always wrong when he told me Grace was going to destroy me, that really helped a lot. It was great. But yeah, I'll probably stream tomorrow. I'll continue preparing, and I'll just be ready for Friday. I'll probably do more preparation on Friday morning. But in reality, I'm pretty much done. Yesterday, I went through how things kind of go. I do need to listen to more of her, especially because when she was debating in really good faith. So I didn't really see anything.
Yeah, I think that I don't think she'll debate in bad faith. I think that she will. I think and let me make sure that you understand. I don't think that she's going to debate in bad faith like a lot of people do, but I would 100. I fully expect her to be bombastic and she'll come at you with some things to embarrass you, so be prepared for that. Have a defense or at least a workaround for those bombastic comments.
I'll send you a picture. This is gonna be my defense face when I get the bombastic. When I get the bombastic things, yeah, you can see it on Discord. That was actually my face during the debate.
What did you think about the other night with Steelman when I demanded satisfaction and proof, and then again with EB3? What did you think about that the other night? Speaking of combat,
Steelman is you weren't there, but I went back to Steelman, and it got to a point where I was just trying to figure out what he believes, because he's my argument against Steelman is this. At this point, I just ate a mushroom, and my mushroom told me the Orthodox Church was completely right about everything. So he has to convince me that my mushroom is not better than his mushroom. At this point, that is it. But I went with him, and he was talking about the Gnostics and about, all of that heresy. And I asked him, like, do you know the heart of man? And he said yes. And I asked him again, well, can you judge the heart of man? And he said yes. So he believes he's God at this point, and there's absolutely nothing to debate with him. Because we all know that the judgment and the knowledge of the heart of man is reserved to God. This is probably basic theology. And so I don't have anything else to say for that. When it comes to his problems with the American government, it's he comes from a position that I don't really understand 100%. Obviously, his claims were outrageous, especially without any proof, and saying that kind of stuff without proof should be absolutely be seen as in the worst light possible. And the reason why I would say that is because even if, let's pretend that the whole thing is bad at the top, the top are just wrong. I don't think the veterans and the people working in the military are bad, right? My brother is a Navy. He has been in the Navy for a while. He will tell you, I am trained to kill. I will go to war if I'm needed. This is what I do. This is who I am. But he's a great person in every other metric, right? And he will not go ahead and just start attacking people just because they have a job. They're trying to protect the borders. They're doing what they can, and it's I don't understand him.
Well, he's just a weirdo. So I mean, it is what it is.
EB3 got very mad at me for some reason, and I was just trying to get what are the duties and what is the problem if you don't do your rights. Because he says that you have a right, you have a duty in order to have a right, and I was asking him about, well, if you don't vote, what happens? Do you have any consequences or anything? He's like, no, you're just they're electing your duty. You're right. You don't get a right anymore, or you're not using your right.
He wouldn't define a debate with on Abe's channel, but the next day on Glenn's he did, and we actually did have a reasonable debate on Glenn's channel. But on Abe's channel, he's just so, I don't know, weird. But hopefully we got it sorted out. He seems okay. He seems to have calmed down. But I did talk to Mr. E, and I did actually ask, because when people say things to me, right, like, oh, Mr. E and Andrew wanted me to come over and be part of the Crucible, and I was like, really? No, they don't ask people to be part of. They don't hunt people down. People come to the Crucible because they want to be there. So I asked Mr. E about it, and it was a totally different story, like totally different. So yeah, whatever. I was just curious. I just wanted your. I was more interested in your thoughts, right? Like, you're pretty interested. You pay attention. You're pretty studious.
I would like to say that EB3 is smart, and he makes arguments most of the time, at least in his own videos, right? They're usually skewed arguments or unsound arguments. Like, you follow the logic and it's correct in the logical form, but the premises are wrong, pretty much. That's usually what I see when he's doing argumentation. And he has like this strange sense of ego, like, I'm giving you a chance. I am giving you a chance to get me date with Sarah and Andrew. But
he was like, oh, dude, he was like, I tell you what, I'll come back if you do this. I'm like, why do I give a fuck? Like, why do I care?
I don't know. That is wild.
Pretty crazy. I got to jump over here, and I think the debate may finally start, but we'll see. And I'm going to talk to the chat just 1 second. Emmett, do well Friday, man. I'm counting on you, man.
Yeah, I will. I'll give you my my channel real quick. If you can shout it out, that will be
shout it out, man.
It's not a debate channel. This is for I usually go into the gaming industry a little bit. Especially from the other side, because there's a lot of people that go from they go from the programming side, but I'm going from the design side of the industry. I will go ahead and do a little bit of we do a little bit of design, we do a little bit of news, and we go a little bit over the whole industry. Like, this game is good because of this game did good because of that. So yeah, I'll be going live probably tomorrow. This week is debate prep, so we'll be debate prepping most of it. But yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much for having me on, Grit. Thank you so much for the
no worries,
heads up.
Man. No worries.
Have a great one.
All right, man. We'll catch you later. I got to get over here and do this thing. I actually had another. We'll try that one. All right, I got to jump over here into the give me a break room, and while I'm waiting for them to pop up, wow, they've already got me in there. Am I muted? Yeah, I'm still muted. Good deal. All right, cool. All right, so listen, guys, a couple of things here before I forget about it. It's a panel debate cleaner. I'll get into that. So last week, obviously, Friday night, we had all kinds of weirdness about people getting muted and people not getting muted, and blah blah blah, all this kind of stuff. So, I had to figure out something to do about it, and this is what I've come up with. So if you're going to, I am going to have we're going to keep the mute, but you can only mute for 5 minutes and only once per round, and it can't interfere with the debating. So and so it's only going to be a 5 minute mute maximum. It's one, and that's it. Just 5 minutes. You can't stack them, anything like that. I haven't decided how much yet, but we'll get there. Now, the second thing is we are going to have a kick function. Now, I wasn't going to do a kick function, but I talked to some people that are smarter than me. Maybe. We'll see. We're going to have a kick option, and that kick option is going to be high. It's going to be so high that you're going to really, 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 really have to want to kick someone, or pardon me, it's going to be so high that you're going to just have to really dislike the person and really want to get rid of them. And the person getting kicked is going to be like, yeah, okay, so if they're going to pay that much, I'll go. And I'm thinking right now it's going to be $275 to kick somebody. Like I said, it's going to be high. It's going to be, you're going to have to really, really dislike that person and want to kick them off the panel. But the option's there. But I think that's the only thing. So and that way, that's the fairest way I can get to it, right? So, if anybody has any input, I'm open to input. I'm putting the new sign together and everything tomorrow for Friday night show, and hopefully nobody gets too upset about it, but that's what it's going to be. So now let's talk about this show tonight. So tonight I am last minute once again. I was going to do a completely different show, but the kissy cat's out there killing you guys. So I was going to do a whole different show. No big deal. Not debating. Then this came up. What we're going to be debating is commodification and water and water rights. So basically turning water from something that's free for everyone or managed by organizations to something that is bought and sold in units, and as a commodity. It can be traded on the stock market to some degree, and it's just going to be very, it's going to be a really good show. What's up, Glenn Lawrence? How are you? So that's going to be the topic. Now we have Kinetic Kel, we have Non-Fon, we have Fabian Liberty, we have myself, and I believe we have Admiral Gibbs. Admiral Gibbs, I believe, might be moderating. So we'll see. We'll see how this panel. This is going to be a debate panel, and it's going to be interesting. I don't know who was supposed to be there, but I literally was asked at like 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock this afternoon if I'd do it. And I said, okay, I'll do it. Why not? So, yeah. So. Grid 1 security. That's funny. That's hilarious. That's awesome. All right, got in the room now. Yeah. Who, me? I had music on. My chat was all mad about it. They were like, "What's with the background music?" I'm like, I like it.
I have enough to talk about this to fill in. I can play any side on this bullshit. So we're going to get going with this. I'm excited. I didn't realize how contentious this issue was before I started researching it this last week after seeing some stuff. So I'm excited to get into it. Welcome to our second episode of the day for Give Me a Break. We're going to be... Oh, I'm unmuted. All right, welcome, everybody, to another episode of Give Me a Break. We're going to do our second one today. We're doing Texas Water War and the water commodification issues we're going to be talking about. I'm pretty excited. I'm going to let everybody introduce themselves, and then we'll go for intros after that. Fabian, why don't you start us off?
Yeah, I am Fabian Liberty. You can call me Scott. You can just Google me, Fabian Liberty. You'll find me on YouTube or Twitter or whatever. I am a libertarian, anarcho-capitalist, anarcho-objectivist, whichever you want to call me. Yeah, happy to be here. Always like these panels with Gibbs. Gibbs does good panels. Everyone should follow Gibbs' panels.
I appreciate it. Yeah, and I wouldn't do intros, but we're going to do probably a couple different intros here with when we dive into this. So go ahead and Non-Fon, tell us who you are, where to find you, all the good jazz. I appreciate the shout out, by the way, Fabian.
Yeah, I'm Non-Fon. I'm a neoliberal libcuck streamer. You can find me at Twitch and Kick at Non-Fon420 and on YouTube at Non-Fon. And I just had a cool debate with one of the people who was recently on Jubilee. So if you go to my YouTube channel, you guys should check that out after this panel, obviously.
Who was it? You want to give us any exciting teasers?
Yeah, that guy who told Mehdi to get the fuck out. It was that dude.
That ought to be good. Definitely check that out. I'll watch it
haven't watched
later.
it because Jubilee sucks, and they will take down your stream if you try and react to it. So fuck Jubilee. Fuck their content.
Should I watch that before I watch it? Should I watch his portion and then go watch yours?
It probably because we talk about what he talked about in the Jubilee video. So
it looks like I'll be checking that out tonight after this. I'm excited.
You can watch it on you get away with it on Twitch because it's fair use. They won't take down your stream. Just don't be streaming on YouTube when you do it.
Oh, well, I probably won't. I'm not gonna leave somebody's content like that. But but yeah, go watch this shit. I'm gonna go do that later in my free time here and when I'm gaming. Get some background noise. Grit, go ahead. Where are you at? What do you do?
Yeah, I'm Grid One Motorsports. I'm at an Unreasonable Man on both Twitch and YouTube. I represent the angry gun-toting, meat-eating fucking people, and we're a small lobby, but we're powerful. And and we're going to talk about water rights tonight. That's what we're going to do.
Also, to Dr. Man, when I do leech those videos, I do that, and I shout them out a whole bunch of the channel at the same time. So go follow the 40K Lord people I follow. They're much smarter than I am. We had one on today, Danny Fortuna. And most of them I messaged beforehand, telling them I'm going to do it. That's the other way you do it. If you're going to leech somebody, try to do it ethically, I guess. Hey, that's crazy. You're just saying
fuck IP.
Yeah, well, I want everybody to make money. That's kind of where I'm at. But we got the fuck
Me
IP
too.
day.
That's why fuck IP.
A different day. Yeah. So, all right, let's go ahead and start off with the water commodification. What are our main things here? What do you think? What are your thoughts on this, Fabian? Why don't you give us an intro on it?
Yeah, I mean, it seems kind of open-ended, more of a discussion, small panel, so I won't go too much into it. What I find more often than not, because you talked about when you sent it to us, you put the word commodification, which I thought was so funny because that's a Marxist term for privatization,
like that,
right? Like so, even the framing of the conversation is already in Marxist terms, as so much of our language and thought is today. Like critical thinking, for example, is a Marxist term. Things like that you shouldn't say. But setting that aside, the reason I bring that up is because so often we couch these conversations in what is we couch these conversations as if this is what privatization means. And really, when we start looking at water rights and things of that nature, and we find horror stories over and over and over again, it is authoritarian governments and socialism that causes these problems. Full privatization of water is absolutely what we should be doing. There should be no state-run water facilities, no county-run water facilities, etc. We should be selling water in a market and allowing competition. And we certainly shouldn't be using eminent domain to steal people's lands so that they can build housing developments and so that they can cheaply ship water into cities where they get their water at a premium at the expense of poor people or farmers and people that live out that have to pay more for water, despite the fact that water was already readily available to them. So this is me on my soapbox, absolutely hating the government and absolutely hating socialism, as everyone calls this a problem with corporations and a problem with capitalism.
All right, let's go to non-fun.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a neolib, so I'm going to have a presumption in favor of the free market and commodification or whatever. And I think in the U.S. you do see pretty decent outcomes, even from privatization of like water utilities, which you could at least, I could see a conceivable case being made that that's a natural monopoly that there might be some benefit for state ownership of. But at least within the U.S., like there was a paper that came out recently that found like even like once water was privatized, not only did service get better, but you found like fewer like Clean Water Act violations. So I don't think I'm gonna lean in favor of certain types of water commodification in the U.S. Now, obviously, I would also prefer some type of redistribution system that does ensure people have the income necessary to buy water, even if they don't have even if they don't participate in the labor market or whatever. But it seems like private ownership of water stuff is fine in the U.S. Maybe if we were a Nordic country, okay, we could have really good public ownership of water utilities, but I don't think that's where we should be focusing our attention when it comes to public ownership.
All right, Grid, go ahead.
Yes, I mean, as a constitutional conservative, I'm all about the small government, and so that particular worldview, obviously, you can't have a commodification of water. I mean, that's like the most globalist neo-Nazi thing I've heard in a long time. And it's just an overreach, right? That undermines any kind of private property, any kind of state sovereignty, all of it, and dare I say, even natural rights. While again, small government, so I believe that there should be for public water works some management, right? I can agree with that and get along with that, but that's not what's happening here in Texas. What's happening in Texas is evil. It's absolutely evil. They're actually they're diverting water through underground to from one place to another, so that they don't have to pay. They don't have to pay for it, and they actually just basically steal this from the citizens of the state, and then sell it to other people. And that's a problem for me, right? Like that's a real issue. And the fact that they're talking now about water futures, and there's a potential for hedge funds to buy up these water units, which I'm not even sure that. And basically, Texas is currently trying to turn water into a tradable asset. While I certainly respect the viewpoints of Fabian Liberty and Nonfon, which align closely with my own, I think they skipped over the main issue, and that is that hedge funds are privately owned. And by giving them the power to buy up all of the water and redivert the groundwater from one place to the other, and pumping water underground to avoid taxation and conservation districts and things like that. That's just straight up evil. There's no other word for that. And it can actually kill people, and it can turn arable farmland into a desert. So, I mean, there's a lot of problems here, I think, that we just haven't even bothered to touch on yet.
Yeah, and so I'm going to go to Kel in 1 second. One, I'm very excited to see we have one of our first sponsor streamers. She's reaching out to new brands. We got White Claw sponsoring Kel. Big shout out to White Claw.
White girl wasted already.
Yeah. No, I also give her a moment. I know she's having some tech issues here. Are you ready to go, Kel?
Yeah.
Okay, so
my Ethernet's unplugged, so I'm going to go
Yes.
my cable after my statement. Sorry.
But yeah, we'll go to when I originally was talking to Kel, I don't think this is the direction she was wanting to take the water commodification thing. I think she had been overhearing, I guess, us talk about price gouging on the water bottles thing. I know, Fabian, you've gave a few, we'll go with dissertations on that here on many a panel. And I think, so that's something we want to address. So I'll give you a chance to address those. But I think what was interesting to me is when I messaged Fabian and I messaged you about this the other night was how much of this is affecting right now here where I live. And I was like, oh, I wrote it down. I was like, this is the thing we do need to talk about, because I generally, as a moderator, I just want to say I'm usually pretty ultra capitalist, but there's some real problems here that I think need to be discussed from different angles. And so, Kel, go ahead and give us your opening. Tell us who you are, what you are, and then all that good jazz, where to find you, and your thoughts on this so far.
Evening. Thanks for your patience. Sorry, I always have technical difficulties, getting progressively better. But yeah, that was I think Gibbs and I were talking about this during a slosh cast one night, and I was literally like, dude, I was so mad when I found out that it's not a monopoly, but it might as well be, that Nestle owns how many springs in the United States or whatever. There's a spring in Texas that's another big water company. I'm blanking off the top of my head, but they don't even have to pay a yearly fee to go collect that spring water. They paid a one-time fee of $150, and then they're selling it to you for $3 a bottle. A typical, I'm a smart water girl. Depending on your state, it's $150 to $3, depending on where you are, right? And so obviously, if it's zero, I think sorry, let me look my numbers. It's literally 0.05 to 10% per bottle, including the sourcing and plastic production and everything else at the source. So that would literally make it a fucking 3,900% increase, which is pretty insane. And I mean, let's look at Flint. There's a ton of, examples of why the commodification of water doesn't work. And yeah, exactly what you said, that it's taking resources from other, the actual local towns.
All right, discuss. What are our thoughts, panel? Here you go.
Yeah, I have a couple of things. Grid, I don't. Maybe I misspoke in my intro or something. I'm right there with you, buddy.
Okay.
Like I think the way these corporations have utilized water at the behest of the government, and as Kel says, it's like a monopoly. It is a monopoly. Monopolies are only granted by the state, right? Free market capitalism doesn't create monopolies. That's not how that works at all. The only way that monopolies are created is when the state gives permission. And the entire concept of a natural monopoly was about water. That was the primary concern when the term that we now use is natural monopoly, right? Other leftists, started just using monopoly to mean like a market share. They kind of changed the definition. But when talking about a monopoly, Adam Smith in oh my God, why can I not think of the book that founded capitalism? Not important, right? He was talking about water rights specifically, about what would happen if one company was granted a government privilege or to own and distribute all of the water in a given area. I think that, we recognize wealth of nations. My chat is pissed. They're like, wealth of nations. Yeah, they get it. Right. But they were, that is, we recognize that humans need food, shelter, water. Right. Like we recognize, kind of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, or, like at the very bottom of the pyramid, or just like what it requires for us to survive. Water is really important. And so, yeah, this is why I have a lot of ire and hatred for socialism. As Kel's mentioned, it was not commodification or privatization that has been such an issue with water in Flint, Michigan. But of course, government run water systems that have failed over and over and over again in Flint, Michigan. And Nestle does have a lot of places where it owns water, where it does no damage, where it improves the area, right? When you compare Nestle and the way that they treat water, the way they produce it, et cetera, versus when it's fully government run, obviously the government does a much, much worse job. But what we are talking about is fascism. We are talking about the merge of the corporation and the state. We are not talking about free market capitalism.
Yeah.
We are talking about the government granting privileges to companies.
What's the government itself?
Especially in Texas, where the government is allowing corporations to use eminent domain to buy land off of people against their will. Then in Texas, they make it a law, and it's this way in many places, where if you destroy a certain amount of land, right, then you have to replace that land. And the best way to replace that land isn't planting trees or having people come in and reproduce wetlands. It's buying with eminent domain again more land around the new water reservoir that you created, so that you can sell rich people waterfront property after you demolish the homes of people that have been living there.
I mean, what's happening in like, all right, so like the new Braunfels Utilities, right? That's this organization. I think it's like a co-op. I think it's regulated by the state, but it may be like community or privately owned. What they're doing is they're tapping an aquifer, and they're sending the water 100 miles north.
Sorry,
so
where?
The local community. I'm sorry.
Yeah, they're sending it to Georgetown.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're sending it 100 miles north, and because they can. And there's a lot of outrage about it because they're not turning it into bottled water, Kel. That's not what they're doing. But they're it's still
diverting
evil,
water
right?
to cities, so that cities can have cheap water.
There's more to this too. Like maybe I'll just dive into it, right. So there's like Kyle, College Station, Brian. They're on one side. They're on the Houston side. Like right, and they're in between, and they're actually the most expensive land in the world, or not in the world, in like America is about to become an area called Hearne, Texas. It's the exact halfway point between all those two cities, Dallas and Houston, like the greater Houston area, right? So it's this might converge. So everything's moving there. That's about to become real big, and so they've cut the water off of these aquifers that are in the eastern northern half. Or the western northern half of the water, and now that water comes down and provides these like central area cities with their water. And so they're cutting all this water off from them in order to feed the growth up north of Austin. It's very like politicized. Who's getting the water? Why aren't these people getting the water? And this is also, in turn, these people are going and buying this land at eminent domain. They're taking from ranchers, and they're pumping this water away from the ranches that are there and like their own areas. So just like in Corpus Christi, so about the desal plant up. Originally, the first desal plant was supposed to be for Corpus, and now all that money's being sent up, all that water's being sent to Georgetown. And Corpus Christi, like the residents, are like, wait, why aren't we getting into this water? We're in the middle of a fucking drought. And they're like, oh, well, we'll just build another plant. And it's like, well, what about the industrial concerns, the environmental concerns? We can make our supplies off fishing right here. Like this is a big part of our local industry. You know, like we have beaches, we have a tourism industry. You're gonna fuck up a lot of shit if something goes wrong here. And you know, there seems to be a lot of controversy here. But I'll turn it over to somebody else here. That was
I mean,
exactly what you were saying about that. I'm like, well, that's the thing is the I'm like, it's whatever I did, I ruined like the Wi-Fi on all 3 of my devices, so it makes me want to crash out. But whoever, like, I think Channel 5 recently did like an interview where there was an entire town, like a Native American like group that was like completely cut off from their water because they were building like a resort like right in a similar area, and there's like several examples of that. Bro, if you look at San Diego, I'm sorry, like if you look at like the TJ like San Diego divide, like it's insane, like the water quality.
Well, California is an excellent example of how this gets out of result or out of hand, because if Colorado turned off the water, California would disappear, because that's a reality.
Well, just to like kind of maybe like make this bring this to like a political, like philosophical side, right? This is kind of why I think Fabian and you and I differ a little bit with like informed like government, right? Like in one aspect, if we were just let the free market go free, which is Texas kind of has done this a little bit.
Yeah.
This is maybe the problem when you have actors that aren't acting totally in like, you know, everybody's best interest. And I cringe saying that. Like that pains me to say, right? But like you had like, because I mean that's against the my might race right kind of philosophy. But when I look over here,
where's an example of this?
Well, like with the aquifers right here, we have like the New Braunfels company. They're taking the water. You have one area that's just being disaffected because one company's taking advantage of the laws of the land.
What does that have to do with the free market, though?
Well,
because New Braunfels is a co-op. New Braunfels Utilities is it's a partnership between private industry and local government. It's not a private
capitalism.
Industry.
That's not free market capitalism at all. What you're describing
is you also have private companies.
I think obviously you could see like a similar outcome to this happening under capitalism. Like you would expect, like if a big city is experiencing a lot of growth.
Well, there's a private company do the same thing as well. That's not New Braunfels, and then they went to the and they apply for eminent domain over the land, and they get it through the paperwork.
Well, Fabian said that is a government collaboration.
Well, actually, that's a hedge fund.
Yeah, like when government grants a monopoly and grants them special privileges and grants them powers that are against capitalism, right? Like eminent domain being a huge one. And then on top of that, let's also be clear, when we talk about like taking water from a libertarian perspective, we would say that when someone has groundwater, there's kind of like 2 areas of philosophy here. Either A, they have what is known as a common property right to that water, right? So if you pull, let's say if I go right outside your private like your fence right outside your property, and then I pull all of the water that was underneath your house, right? There's kind of 2 areas here, both of which would be described as aggression. Either A, you own all of the land that was underneath you, right? And because water moves in and out, you own that water, and by taking away that water, they've stolen from you. Or B, you have a common property or an easement right? So just like the electric company has a right to enter your property to go fix an electric line, right? Even though it is your private property, there's still certain circumstances, right? Like let's say you had a trail that was there for a park or a driveway, right? Let's say to someone else's house, and then you build a house, but the driveway is still there. They have an easement right because they've always used that driveway to get to and from their property. So when you're taking water from people that previously had water, and you're doing it with special government privileges and special government powers, that couldn't be further from free market capitalism.
Let me try to bridge the gap. Then I'm going to turn it over to Non-Fun because I think he's going down the kind of path I want to take this. Is so I agree with all of that actually, right? Because I'm obviously she's working on her tech. Just don't worry about it. I already talked to her. She's trying. So when I'm sitting here going down this path with you, right? I'm looking at it and I go, okay. let's go with like this idea of we're gonna do like no rules. The government, they're not gonna have this ability. I don't like. I think that yes, they're taking advantage of government like being able to have these laws or whatever. But Texas is pretty close to about as free market as you can get under our current system, like within the states, right? And so
Not when it comes to water.
I mean, apparently not, right? But when we stretch it like a little bit step further, I think this is where non-vol was going. Is that it's like not that hard to imagine this under like a anything goes system. What like isn't that where you're going with non-vol?
Yeah, right. Like even in the like in Capistan society, right? Like we would imagine there would be some cases where like people in big cities who are presumably like richer would bid away like water resources from like smaller towns. Now that's probably not like always a bad thing, right? Like it could be the case that like cities like value the water more, and like the economy overall is going to grow more if these big cities grow by using the water than if the small towns use the water. But I think you could see pretty similar results even under the Fabian Liberty.
Well, no, like let's take it, right? Like, so you have an imaginative. Like you have a hypothetical, right? So let's deal with your hypothetical, so we can imagine like people getting fucked over in some capacity. So non-fun, do you rent?
No.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you got cut off.
No, I don't.
Are you own? That's okay. Fair enough. I didn't know.
Hell yeah. I live with my parents. Still. They own their home. But yeah.
Oh, okay. So imagine you're gonna move out. All right, with your parents. Okay. So when you move out of your parents' house, one thing I would suggest, maybe you haven't thought of this, but most people do think of this, is when you're looking at apartments or houses in areas and you're going to go rent a place, one of the things you do is you check out how expensive is the electricity? How expensive is the water bill? Do I have to get a gas? Okay, how expensive is gas? Because you have to budget how much money you have. It's not just rent, you have to pay utilities. Okay, so if you have City A and City B, and City A, the water costs $500 a month because the water is becoming scarce and they don't have good access to water and they haven't shipped in water in a good way. They don't like whatever, right? And City B, the water is $50 a month and the rent is the same and the square footage is the same. Unless there's some significant thing that is going to make you want to live in City A that's worth $450 more a month in utilities, you're going to go live in City B. Right? Like that's the price mechanism. That's the market. So when you talk about people as if there's like, okay, but if we had capitalism, they'd get fucked in some capacity. It's like, I don't understand how a free market is supposed to enact this like weird punishment. What we were talking about really is we're talking again about the fascistic state of water in our current system, right? Where the government allows monopolies on these things and there's no price mechanism and there's no ability to compete. You can't get water to your house. You can't switch hookups from a different company in almost anywhere in America. Almost anywhere in America, if you live somewhere, water is going to be city-run water, or it's going to be some company that has a contract for the city. Like it is going to be government-run in every single capacity. And so I just don't understand how we're having these issues with the current system, and we're saying, oh, but imagine how bad it could be in a free market system. It would only be better.
But right. So I'm going to think for one, like
this is when I go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, just real quick. When I say like people are getting fucked over, I just mean like there's essentially winners and losers. Not that it's not an overall benefit, right? Like I think globalization was an overall benefit, but there were small towns that were kind of fucked over by this. And I think just as you would see winners and losers from some, the government collaboration with water utility companies, you would probably also see winners and losers from a totally free market system, even if overall it would be better.
Well, let's talking about winners and losers. We're all on the same page as what's going on here because
go ahead, Greg.
Because I think that there's
just a bad framing.
I think there's some bad framing going on here. So here's the thing. So New Braunfels Utilities is a private company with a state endorsed, or they're licensed by the state or city or whatever they are, right? And they're the ones that are right now pumping water away from an aquifer. Now, their justification for this originally was, hey, we're a private company. We own the land. We can do whatever we want with the water on our land. It's in an aquifer. It's groundwater. And in Texas, you have rights to your groundwater. Mm-hmm. The problem is that no matter what they thought originally, the reality is these aquifers do not fill back up as fast as they originally thought. So, because they thought with all of the flooding, these aquifers would just refill and they could pump this water. Well, they're wrong. And we're 10 years into this. 5 or 10 years into this debacle, they're figuring out that these aquifers are getting lower and lower. There's less and less water. And the flooding is getting worse because they're not building dams. They're not building reservoirs to hold the water. They're relying on these underwater aquifer. You don't like the word aquifer? You prefer aquifer?
I didn't know you were in my chat. I was literally typing out, but I feel like it'd be a dick move to mention it.
I'm gonna be honest. I've been thinking it the whole time.
Yeah, it's okay. I don't know why I did. I don't
want to be that asshole.
He literally just
I was just
that.
saying it to my chat. I was like, you were in my chat. My bad.
I was like, he's mid thing. It's not taking away from the point. I'm gonna let him finish.
Yeah, no, it's an aquifer. Yeah, I don't know why I had the I in there. I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't know why I did that. But anyway.
I feel bad. I feel bad now.
So it is pretty private. It is pretty privatized. And hedge funds are moving in because once this is something valuable, that's what happens. More people want to own it and they have control over it, right? So the problem is the laws in Texas support this privatization. They support exactly what you're talking about. The city really can't come in and stop them from doing this. Now what they ought to be doing is they ought to be building lakes and reservoirs to help control their flooding and maintain, so we don't have all of these things every 4 years in Texas where half of Houston floods 1 year and Kirk County floods, 2 years later.
But so let's say I have a river from point A to point B that dumps into a lake. Okay. And I want to build, and there's a whole bunch of rich people, let's say, right? Because then something will be done about it. There's a whole bunch of rich people that live on this lake. And then I decide to dam that water. Right now, you can say, well, the Texas laws are
Gibbs. Kel says she's been waiting like 10 minutes.
Go ahead. Keep going.
Right, but so if I build a dam on that, my actions have directly changed the flow of water. I don't own water if the water is flowing somewhere else. Okay, I own the water. I own the land. Okay,
correct.
But the water that is on my land moves off of my land very quickly. And so I disagree with your framing that this is actually some form of privatization or private property.
But it is because it's literally a reservoir of water under their land. It's groundwater. It's under their land. They're pumping it out,
yes.
and all water rights laws, as far as I know, in the West.
You're claiming it is causing flooding, correct?
No. I said
that's not the
they assumed that because of the flooding that would refill.
Let me give a little more background. Yeah, there's a couple things going on here, right? Because all the lakes in Texas are basically man-made except for one outside Houston, right? And they're all used for water retention, right? Mm-hmm. And then the other area we get water from is the aquifer system, right? And so it's been under assumption for a while, I guess, I don't know, when I was growing up, that they would refill, do whatever. Then we hit a drought. Then we figured out that's not how they're actually refilling, and there's underground sources, right? And what's happened is, right, and so they're like, oh, it's not from this stuff.
Any geologists, like freshmen in college, could have told them that.
That's what the geologists came out there, they figured out, well, you have this thing called Texas clay, and water doesn't permeate whatever, how much deeper than whatever, and that's why here you go a certain depth, and there's the water line, and then it's really high, and you basically have fucking rock. And so, long story short, they're figuring out, okay, the aquifers aren't refilling. There's only so much water, right? And they're basically, we have the water rights. The laws here are written basically, and they're a little bit antiquated because if I own property here, I own the water, like under my land. However, that water is also attached. If it's like if you drill the bottom into a lake and you just start pumping shit out, well, everybody is attached to the lake. Now you've taken all their water, but technically it's still your water because it's directly below you, right? Like that's kind of
that's what I'm talking about. Is what I'm saying is that when you're draining water and it is pulling water from someone else's property by virtue of the action of you draining water, then what we were talking about is doing damage to the property of someone else's, right? Like if I let's say I own, like, let's say we live in
a non-renewable resource at the end of the day. Like it's a
Did you say
renewable
water is non?
Well,
What?
well,
Okay,
that's the problem right there. Okay, so then it comes to this is where the Corpus
okay,
Christi comes in.
why are we okay? All right, just fuck my point then.
Well,
We're
no,
just
okay,
gonna
go
talk
ahead,
about something else.
Fabian. No, we'll go ahead, Fabian. We'll come back.
Completely unrelated to what I was saying.
But it is related
I'm
because
just
they're
saying.
tied together.
No, what I'm saying is if I'm in my backyard, I live in Ancapistan, right? And then I just start pumping noxious fumes on my property in the back corner of my property. And then it starts killing all the plants or like poisoning the dog of my neighbor, right? You can't just be like, well, it was on my property. That's your fault for being my neighbor. Like, no, you did something on your property that damaged the property or persons of another person. The same thing is true if you are taking all of the water from an underground reservoir and then other people's property is being harmed in some capacity. That could be their access to water, or that could just be the fact that groundwater is important for the biodiversity and the life in their rancher or something. And all of a sudden they're like, why is my grass not growing? Why are my cows not getting a good diversity of grass? Why are there less bugs or whatever, whatever species that, creates a healthy biome that allows for like, really good grass-fed beef because I have all these different plants because there needs to be all these bugs. There needs to be all this wildlife. Like something is happening to my property that is directly attributable to what you did on your property. We're no longer talking about like, oh, this is private. This is a privatization issue that needs socialism. This is a legal issue where you have damaged my property, right?
Yeah, no, 100%. I agree with that. And that's the thing is, I think that up until like all of these major environmental catastrophes that have happened pretty recently, it was like, well, how are we to say that like this water is that detrimental to the environment? Like it's been like decades of research that we've had to see like the ramifications of it. So maybe like there's more of an argument there, but it's like too little too late for like
those aren't first order consequences. So when you start getting into legal territory, at least of aggression and intent and all that other stuff, you're going to get into a problematic position once you start getting into second.
Well, you're saying that like the only like you're getting into an issue, you're harming my property by having that water on your property because it harms the environment around it. So that's a direct correlation of that. It's like where does the line of culpability lie?
No, you haven't addressed the issue here. And the issue here is
no, you didn't hear what I said.
No, I heard what
you want me to re-explain it in baby terms? Okay,
you don't
so
need to
listen,
re-explain
you
it in baby
said, here, I'll explain it for you.
So hold on. Stop.
If you said, or what?
Just
you're being
so basically what you said is literally that, okay, well, there's water here that's harming my dog.
Yeah,
problem?
Go ahead.
There's water here that's harming my dog on your property and it's leaking into my yard. Where does like the level of culpability lie? That's what I'm saying. Duh.
Yeah. And I explained that there's a difference between first order and second and third order consequences, right?
For the layman, for the people that didn't go to college, could you explain?
Yeah, I'm fine with explaining it. Just don't interrupt me and like call me names because you don't understand what the hell I'm saying.
What name did I call you?
I'll give you.
No, I'm obviously not. I told.
Gas from one corner of my. You good? Okay, so if I'm pumping a poisonous gas right on the edge of my property directly into your property, then your property is damaged. Be it your dog is poisoned, your grass is killed, whatever. That's a first order consequence. And what that means is that I did an action and the direct thing that occurred right after my action was the damage of your property. Now, let's say
all I was saying is that we haven't had enough research up until the past couple decades for like to determine where the culpability lies because you don't see fucking all the genetic like shit until all these decades later of contaminated water, of Flint and all this stuff. Like it's a pretty recent revelation. I understood what you said. I'm like
you did.
Yeah.
Okay, let me just move it on a little bit. I got some kind of. Yeah, I mean, I think you were hitting on something that I think. Go ahead.
I do have one question, Fabian.
All right, then I'm gonna move it forward. Go ahead.
This is not like gotcha. Like I'm just genuinely curious because I know there are cases where you are okay with someone like keeping their natural resources and like letting other people suffer as a result, right? Like I know like you are okay with that in certain cases. Why like
I'm comfortable with that in all cases, not certain cases. I'm perfectly happy with someone.
How is this different than
with water? With water though, you said like you didn't believe. Well, you said you didn't
not.
believe someone would have the right to, like, if they owned water, to harm other people's property by like using it for themselves or whatever, right? Is it? Or
No,
did you
that's
not
not.
imply
That's
that?
so.
You,
No, you're confusing positive and negative rights here. Maybe I'm not sure what you're confusing. But what I said was, let's say you own water and
Condescending.
you own the land.
Sorry.
Well,
I
no,
was talking.
I'm just being.
My bad.
I'm just trying to be specific, so maybe he can chime in and follow along with me, right? So what I'm
Specific by
saying is
using the most unapproachable language in the world.
Can you
That's how
can you pipe down for a second?
or what?
Just calm down. Calm.
It's not or nothing. It's just you're just ruining the conversation.
Ruining. I think I'm keeping it exciting. Like
It's called Goose Rubber.
All right. So, anyways,
finish that.
So, like, if let's say I own 50 acres of land, and the entire aquifer, it's a small aquifer for whatever reason, right? Is encapsulated underneath that 50 acres. But let's say that aquifer is pulling water from another source, right? You can use your water as you see fit. I agree with that. But the moment that the actions of you using your water starts to pull away from someone else's property that is owned elsewhere and is directly damaging their property, that is different than using your property as you see fit. So like if I'm in a neighborhood and I discover, for example, there's rare crystals that make up cat litter, right? And they're basically can be anywhere. It doesn't matter what type of rock or what type of landscape you're in. So let's say I discover that those crystals are in my backyard. I can turn my backyard into a fucking strip mine, right? But the moment that I'm poisoning my neighbor's land, or the moment that I'm pulling water from my neighbor's land, the moment that something I'm doing is directly attributable to damage of their property, that is different than using your property as you see wish.
Well,
overexplaining does not make you smarter. Where is the level of culpability? You still haven't answered.
Yeah, I have multiple times.
Where do you draw the level of culpability? Where do you differentiate that you have harmed
first order consequences that create property damage?
So
I've said that multiple times.
Let me just give this. Let me just give a thought exercise, and you tell me the line here, because I admit I'm a little struggling, and then I want to move the conversation forward. Just to be clarified this, right? All right. So say I own a ranch, okay? Because I do, right? That'll be an easy example. And I have on my ranch, I have a pond, okay? And the pond feeds. Yeah, whatever. It feeds my land, but whatever. It's fine. Now, underneath that pond, there's a well, right? And that supplies it. Now, if there's no well and it's just a pond that I fed in and it's created, we all agree I own that water, correct?
Yes.
That's all my water, right? Kind of, Fabian, is that you would agree?
Yeah, like the water in the well is your water. Yes.
Okay, I just want to know what the line is. So, like, you tell me. We're gonna go through a few of these. You just tell me when it's like becomes harm, because maybe I'm confused too. All right. So then the next is I have a well, and it provides water and it goes downstream, right? However, the main well is on my land. All the water where the well comes from is underneath my land. It comes up and there's a pond, and then it goes downstream, and other people's had their properties fed from the stream, but I own the pond and I own the source and all the water underneath it. There's no question that's on my land. Am I entitled to everything that's in there, and I could dam off that river, the little river that streams from my pond, and keep all the stuff?
So this comes from the real fundamental question.
Is that fine or no?
Actually, so let me explain it, and then I can kind of explain, because there's missing context that's important to be able to tell what you can and can't do with that water. So the real question is, how is private property established? And so let's say in scenario A, it's everything as you described. And none of those people existed. None of those people lived in that area, right? Let's say it was unowned land. Nobody was living or doing anything with the land. Even if it was owned by somebody, no one did anything with the land. Okay. By virtue of that water being connected to your property for, some series of time, and by virtue of you owning a majority of the surface area, the underwater area of the land, right? Then you can do whatever the fuck you want with that land. If someone comes by later, builds a house on that lake, and then you end up taking the water away, it was always your water to take away. Now, in the second scenario, let's say that you bought a house and these other people already lived there and they were already using that water. The moment you take away water from your land and it starts to pull away water from their land, you have violated their easement rights, or you've violated common property, in the sense that they had access to this water before you came in and started doing shit on your property that took their water away.
Okay. Yeah, so I see where my confusion was. Kel actually hit the nail on the head. non-aggression pact is the key here that you're kind of making with historical ownership to the land, I guess, because I would just be like, well, they got conquered, and whoever conquered them deemed it fit to sell these parcels up, and they could do what the fuck they wanted, right? Like, so, like, this kind of
yeah, but you don't believe that because you're so concerned about corporations in the state utilizing
It's
water in ways that are fucking
hold on.
over too.
This brings me to the thing that I've been trying to move it to. Thank you for that segue. So this brings me to the Corpus Christi thing, right? So in their new solution, when the great wisdom of ERCOT has come up with is, hey, we're gonna fucking build desal, right? That's the new solution, and we're gonna put it in this area. And they first came in, they put it one, and the people in that area thought we're gonna get the benefits because guess what? They're also having a drought, and they had different sources of water that have dried up, so they're thinking they're gonna get the benefit. Instead, that water is being pumped 800 miles away. So they're like, we're gonna give you a second desal plant, which could do who knows what to the environment, because I don't think it's going to be the third largest in the world next to a mini desal plant. It's going to be one of the most massive desalination efforts in history of man. And we're going to sit here and put it over in this area. And like, I feel like I'm the most unsympathetic one probably on this panel, the ecological disasters. Like, I'm like, fuck it, what's best for man? But this is like, this kind of comes like runs up against the thing. It's like, when you're trying to solve a solution in the real world, like we don't live in this society currently where it's Ancapistan, and we've already got these real world problems, right? Like, do we legislate? I know I don't like that idea too much. Does the state step in? I really hate big government stepping in, but somebody's got to do something because we live here. These corporations are offering up solutions, but it seems like they're like causing new problems that are equal, if not worse, potentially. Like, now, I could also be wrong, and it could work out the best ever thing ever, and maybe we need to put desal plants everywhere. But like, I'm very hesitant to just be like, there's not going to be any negative consequence, especially when it's at the level where they're fucking giving, even if there's no ecological disaster, you didn't solve it in that area. Why are we fucking this people over when it was promised to them in the first place? Like, how do we
have more money and power than you?
Problem.
They conquered you.
But yeah, exactly.
Right.
I mean, yeah, but now,
right? Like, and it's a problem, right? Like, it's fine to be the conqueror, right? The problem starts to arise when you're the conquered. Look.
I mean, to be fair, I would be directly benefiting from the shit that's happening. So I argue for my fellow.
What I will say is that this is why I called it fascistic in the beginning, and this is why it's such a problem. Is that, look, I am an advocate for private property rights. I am not an advocate for privatization in name only. And very often, privatization in name only can be worse than just socialism, right? Like because it's a different form of socialism is all it is, right? Like, if the state comes in and says, we have this many people living in our community, we're going to take this amount of taxes and we're going to build something to get water to all of these people. Shut up. You're paying it with your property taxes. You're not going to bitch because we need water. Then, that comes with inefficiencies and consequences that I dislike, and I would rather see privatization. But what I will say is that can often be better than, well, what we're going to do is we're going to give corporations these contracts to.
Like, you say the most to say the least. That's all. Continue.
I find that ironic coming from you, but okay.
Let me go to. I want to go to Grid here. He's been quiet for a minute. What are your thoughts? Because I'm looking at this like politically as like a Republican kind of like thing, right? And I'm just like I want to know, like, okay, like, I'll be honest, usually what's best for Gibbs is best for business. But like, I see Texas as very part of my identity. I want my Texans to do good. I don't know if what's happening is what's good, best for Texas. And I was Grid, what are you like, especially with the water qualification? And we can expand this back to the minute in a second. But Grid, I want to know what you think at like policy wise potentially, like, or maybe non-fun. Feel free to chime in as well.
It's a really complex issue because historically, if the water's on your land, you own the water, groundwater, not flowing water. Right. Let's make that distinction. Right. Because Scott's right. If there's a river flowing across your property above or underground, that water goes somewhere else. You can use it, but you can't abuse it, if you understand me. Right. The problem we have here is water rights in Texas and Colorado and the West in general, pretty clear cut. If it's groundwater, if it's under your property, then that's your water. Now, if somebody else can prove that, hey, this, aquifer that you think is a mile wide on your 3 mile ranch is actually 6 miles wide and half of it's on my property, then maybe you can have a discussion like Scott's talking about.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, Texas is fucking huge. And aquifers can certainly be on you know, an aquifer 100% could be under one person's property. And I don't know that this is.
And they
in
should
fact
do with
the
it
case.
whatever they want to do with it.
Right, and that's the thing is I think that this is what's going on
be
with
able to sell it.
Yeah, I think this is what's going on with these with this New Braunfels utilities is I don't know that. Right. I don't know. I mean, I haven't looked into it that deep. I haven't looked into property lines. I really don't. Honestly, I don't. I just, you know, I'm talking purely theoretical here. Right. I think that the biggest problem I have is that the local governments seem to be working with the with these private corporations, not in a regulatory and you know, just as a common sense advisor, if you will, or anything like that, you know, just kind of an oversight, but more in the as a accomplice sort of capacity, right?
Yeah, I mean,
like they're making money too.
There's a middle road here between.
Let him finish,
right? Because
asshole.
Hey, Scott's my buddy. I'll call him asshole if anybody's gonna call him an asshole.
Well,
so
yeah, so I think there is a happy middle ground here. Maybe not happy, but you know, there is a middle ground of improvement here.
How with you?
Right, which is that the state needs to stop awarding contracts and instead just have a water market. Right, like I understand that we're not going to get full privatization of, you know, in probably in my lifetime. Unfortunately, so many of you people are evil socialists. But you know, regardless of that,
well, what does that look like?
There is a very simple.
I guess
it's a very simple solution, which is like
Corpus
Christi just says we will buy water from whoever is willing to, you know, pump in water or ship us water with the tax money.
Well, what if you already guaranteed the water and they're not bringing it to you? Like with Mexico. Mexico's supposed to be giving us X amount of water per year due back to the fucking treaties that we were with.
Interrupting the concept with a what if scenario that's
no, this is a real world scenario.
Not,
like I mean, like I'm asking, like, how do you like legislate this in your under your theory?
Okay, so let's say, first of all, let me finish the first example, which is the government uses your taxes, and instead of awarding contracts that start off at 700 million and end up becoming 1.4 billion, and then the water ends up going somewhere else, etc., they just say, hey, we're willing to pay $200 million for, you know, this set amount of water per year, yada yada yada. Okay, and then if you have an aquifer, or you know, if you own land already that has water, then allow the market to be able to compete. Obviously, it's not the free market because it's a monopsony, because there's one purchaser of the product, which is the state, right? But it is still closer to a market solution.
Can you define a monopsony?
I think the concern.
We'll go to you right after, Cal. We'll go to Godfather.
It just means one buyer instead of one seller. So it's the opposite of a monopoly, right? Like a monopoly would be like one company sells all of the whatever product, right? A monopsony would be that like there's one purchaser and no one else is allowed to purchase.
Which is not very
so the state would be purchasing.
So it seems like the general. It seems
you
like
showed up to a fucking panel on water rights and a discussion of politics. If you don't know any fucking terms about economics or any fucking philosophy, it's not our fault for not being approachable. It's your fault for being too retarded for this panel.
Wow, the R word, crazy. I'm looking out for the layman. I'm asking for a friend, not myself. I know exactly what you're talking about. But being condescending to people who didn't get that education, that's discriminatory.
Let's go to non-front.
I'm only condescending to people that constantly
All right. Play nice. Back on subject. Non-front.
Okay, well, Grid up, like they can correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like the concern they've raised like over and over again, it's essentially they want some more equitable, some more fair distribution of water, right? They feel like it's unfair.
No,
never. There's also
equity is evil.
There's also long-term problems.
Like
that. It's also like viability and long-term like survival. Even like there's a reason why horse thievery is still like on the books, like hanging wise, because Texas is not like a forgiving climate, and it doesn't look like it's getting more forgiving, right? And water is key to that. So it's like it's really just like, listen, I'm a capitalist, but if we're literally gonna fucking die because we've used the water, like there needs to be some solutions, and we need to make some shit done. But go, like, I'm sorry, Nonfly, go ahead.
Right. So I mean, I think like obviously one reason that like we see like in literally every country ever and in almost every like U.S. state ever, we see some type of private-public partnership of water, or we just see like state ownership of water, is because like water just generally is a very important commodity for people to have, and state ownership is one of the ways that you can try to ensure equitable access to that. I think markets obviously struggle with equitable access, and now there are cases where I don't think equitable access matters, but for water it probably does. And I do think like state ownership or some type of public-private partnership there like is a genuine solution to that issue. Now you could also do, I mean, I understand you don't like this either. I think you could also do some type of redistribution where, if small communities like simply just don't have the money to buy water, and all the water is being diverted towards bigger cities or whatever. Well, if we want a more equitable outcome, maybe we could just do some type of tax and transfer program where we transfer money to people in the smaller towns so that they can buy water and there can be a more equitable access to water. And I think that's a fundamental issue that Gibbs and Grids have, and I don't think the free market has a very good mechanism for addressing it.
I just put an aquifer map.
Extremely impressive.
I just put an aquifer map in the back chat, Gibbs, so you can see. So the New Braunfels one is actually New Braunfels is kind of like in the middle of 3 different aquifers. So I'm not really sure where they're specifically drawing from, but it could be from any one of the major ones, or it could be a smaller one.
But
I don't know
here, right? Like you played a bit of a trick here, right? Which is that you presented that the people here want equity, right? I don't know that that's necessarily what people are calling for. Maybe they are. Maybe they really are that socialist. But so you did that, and then you played another trick here, which is that you're talking about how, well, what if this group has less access to water? We need some form of redistribution away from, and there's a major problem here, right? Which is a lot of the people that are most harmed by the movement of water are farmers and ranchers. Okay, if you start saying that, oh, well, there's more people and people are more important, so we need an equitable distribution of water, then what you end up with is a rationale that moves water away from people that need a lot more water because they have farmlands, because they have cattle, because they have, right, the people that are producing your food end up getting the short end of the stick because a whole bunch of people decided to live in a city. Right. And it's like we need city people. I agree that we like cities obviously have like a lot of, productive value. Right. But we also need people that grow food and like that is necessary to our survival, too. And so this concept of like, oh, well, we'll just distribute the water in some way gets into the same central planning problem, that burdens every socialist system. Right. Like I really think it's far better to just do as I suggested, which is if you're not going to have Ann Capasan, which I know we're not getting, is to just open up a water market. And if people are damaging other people's property or people are stealing water via underground from other people's property, then we need to prosecute those people, not give them eminent domain and special powers to fuck over people.
Let me go to Kel. I know you've been waiting here. What are your thoughts so far? Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say that it also directly affects like the neighboring cities and towns and stuff, like Barstow, California. Maybe not like San Diego, if you look at the graphs, I was like looking for something that I could like print to illustrate my point a little bit. But if you look at like if you have paid for like water in California, it's like exorbitant. And then
if you paid for water in California, thank Colorado.
Yeah, no, it's literally like if you look at like Biden's time in office, it literally went from like, everyone in the house chips in, like, I'm obviously speaking from personal anecdotes. I don't have my internet really available. But it went from like literally being $30 a person to like 110, 120 bucks a person.
Why is that? Let's dig into that. Why is water so expensive in California?
Well, because it's I think that we were trying to help the Tijuana crisis during Biden's presidency, which there's like
that's not
okay,
why.
Water prices have been a big problem before then. Right. So let me explain.
Well, there was a very specific point in history where the water went way up in California. It had to do with a court case. And
where? Sorry. I don't know why I have my headphones on. Like my
Oh,
computer.
just a little point of history is that the people at the state of Colorado and had a bunch of people who sued because they were literally draining the Colorado River and selling that water to California. And there was a big lawsuit over it. And they obviously, you can't cut the water off to California because the entire state would go away. And so they reached a resolution, and part of that is that you get to pay an awful lot of money for the water from the Colorado River that's been diverted and extended.
So that's part of it. That's part of it, right? So
it's like barren wastelands. Like
so here's
I can't help it. You don't know history.
Is that
Gil? I'm sorry.
Right. So what?
She did have notes. I'm sure she just my PC's like not
what Grid is
like. I don't have any.
Grid is describing. So Grib is describing one of the problems of supply of water, right? Is that California obviously needs a lot of water, and so where are we going to get the water from? There was that court case, et cetera, et cetera. And obviously California has done a lot of mismanagement of water. They could have been doing desalination plants 20 years ago, right? Instead, they were running programs much like what's occurring in Texas with like eminent domain, and they have government projects that are, putting water in areas that they never finish. There's like unfinished water treatment facilities. There's a lot of problems there. But another thing that is important to discuss about California is that water should be more expensive in California. And the reason water should be more expensive in California is because, as you stated, the area is very arid. Okay. You move to California, you have this wonderful weather, right? You have these, it's like 70 degrees most of the fucking year, right? In a lot of places. And so that is a premium. That's why people want to move there. The second reason that it should be more expensive is that California has changed, especially with large corporations gobbling up small farms, has put in a massive amount of almond production. And if you know anything about the production of almonds in California, you know that almonds require a lot of fucking water. There are a lot of, now granted, what?
No, like great. Okay, yes, it's because of the almonds, dude. Like it's like you're literally like being delusional if you think that.
I thought Nonfon had something to say because he muted himself and then started talking.
Oh, I was talking to my
He was talking to his dad.
He's just making fun of us, Scott. Don't worry about it. It's cool.
We all do.
Yeah, I mean, like you got something to say. I thought you had something to say about it.
No. I wasn't making fun of you. I was making a point about the immense honeybee suffering that occurs because of almond farming in California. Don't worry about it.
Well, most of that has been solved. But previously,
bro, you are literally.
Yeah, there was a lot of problems with bringing bees all across the country to pollinate, and then whatever diseases one bee population had would then carry over. Yeah.
Word.
Right. Yeah. So, so in short,
do you have something to say?
If what you were saying is true, that if it had stayed this way, where it's like, okay, you have to pay a little bit more. No, it is true, like initially. But if the system had stayed that way, where it's like, okay, you're paying a little bit more because you have to get it imported water, like basically, right? Like if you've been to Catalina,
yes, you're importing water.
Right, exactly. But I'm like, it's not like these companies are like going back and putting these money into like, it's basically not monopoly like we've talked about. They're not putting it into like sustainability, accessibility. They're literally like laying off workers, like cutting profits.
Cal, calm down. Let me explain something to you that I'm sure Fabian and Nonfon have already figured out. There was a court case, which means there was a judgment, which means that a court said, this is how this is now going to go. The state of California doesn't have a choice. Okay?
Right. But I'm just saying, it's not like these companies are.
There's no competition. There was no new provider. There's one Colorado River, and California is benefiting from it. And instead of restricting water flow and enabling, a large chunk of Colorado, Utah, and a couple other states to flourish, they kept the water going to California, but California has to pay for that as part of the court case. Now that's how that works. Thank you for explaining that to me.
I didn't know that until today. So I'm like, thank you for explaining that to me. But regardless of the state, like it's not, bro. If it's like state versus state, like fuck Texas, fuck California. If it's us versus us, we're all gonna lose. It's gotta be like us versus the government type shit. That's serious. Because like even if maybe it's not 39, 100%. Well, maybe it's not
hold on.
3,900% increase for you guys in
Hold
the
on,
bottled
let her
water
cook.
that you're receiving.
I'm all for us versus the
even in
government
Texas,
right now.
if you're buying a fucking bottle of smart water at like $1.50 or $2, you're still paying like a fucking 3,000% increase than what they
Why are people
bottled
still
at for 10%
retarded enough
per
to buy
bottle.
bottled water? Like who are these people that are buying?
I mean, I saw a funny
like
map
just
today.
get an expensive good water
You are the
filter.
minority,
Well,
not the rule.
I mean,
too.
just to illustrate your point right there, I saw a good
Like,
map
it's so
today, and
dumb.
it said countries where you can drink the tap water, and it had like U.S. and a whole bunch, and it said countries that Russia and China hate, and it was all the same countries. And I thought that was interesting because I thought I don't know how it applies to this, but yeah, I think the water right thing is real complex here though, because okay, we see in California where we have overstate influence. Right, and then I'm here in Texas, and I'm about as fucking anti-state as they come without being a libertarian for most of the time. And I'm over here going, all right, listen, I'm directly benefiting from where the water's going now, but in 20 years when there's no fucking water left, I'm gonna be real fucked. So like, yeah, maybe I'm benefiting now, and I'll last longer than some of these other people. And maybe I benefit from them dying off, and I get their land. But
Well-
like, in a long, like, this is not a sustainable thing in the long term here, and the solutions seem like they're gonna equally fuck the region over to the point that nobody. This is like it's all like I'm not even a climate change guy, but like we do impact the environment, and this is one of those times where I'm going, all right, guys. We've seen examples on like little remote islands where we don't manage the environment right, and we do some shit and it wipes people out. This is really becoming one of those issues here, and I'm not really hearing any legislative solutions. Like, no offense to Fabian, like although I agree with you in philosophy on a lot of this, that's not solving this problem. And then I'm hearing from Kel, which she's advocating for basically, okay, we want water as a human right. Well, that's not going to work because we see when we have open monopolization, I can't even talk. You know what I'm trying to say. We have it over that, and that's what we have due to this court case in California. That's a prime example of why that's bad. And then I live in Texas, and it's the total opposite. Like there needs to be a real solution here.
So what is my solution lacking? What is my solution lacking?
I've got some.
The fact that it's like I don't disagree with your solution overall if we're gonna like reset the system, but like with the current system.
No. I offered. Hold on. I mean, you must have missed it. I offered an olive branch solution, which is that we should stop building plants with government contracts to corporations and instead open a water market where the state takes a portion of your tax dollars and says, whoever has water and can bring it to us can buy it to us, and then allow the market. Obviously, it's not a free market, but it can still be a competitive market to deliver the cheapest water possible, as opposed to giant government budgets that balloon to extreme degrees, like the Corpus Christi desalination plant that is now almost double what the original price was.
Well, yeah. I mean, let me ponder that. Get back to you. I don't necessarily disagree, but I need to think about it some before I really examine it. But yeah, go ahead. I'm okay. I take back. Nobody's already anything. I'm not sure that. I think I have some objections, but I don't have them fleshed out in my head yet. But I'll go ahead, Grid, and then I'll go to knock on in UCal.
There's some policies that need to be, if not put in place, if they're already in place, they need to be enforced, and if they're not, they need to be in place. One of those is they need to restructure, amend, whatever. I don't know how it's written, and I know I kind of understand Colorado and Texas is really similar, but the rule of capture needs to be changed to incorporate reasonable use doctrine to prevent abusive extraction of water, right? So the rule of capture, obviously is any water that you capture on your land, you can use it however you want, but that needs the reasonable use language should be put in there. I think the GCD authority needs to be strengthened, I guess, and prohibit state override. Right now, one of the problems you have in Texas specifically is the state is overriding the local authority in some cases. Obviously, much like in Colorado, one of the things that did come out of the California case is they banned out-of-county water exports without very specific guidelines and laws. So, and most of those have to be approved by local voters, not somebody in Houston or wherever. So I would think that would be normal, and then recognize groundwater as a protected asset in Texas law, so that it can't just be pumped away, as Scott's saying, and then I don't know how you do it, but it just seems weird to have water as a hedge fund future, right? Like we shouldn't be able to trade futures in water.
You want to be
that
black
seems
billed?
weird.
You want to be really black billed? That's mostly what Michael Burry invests in.
I understand, but we should. It just seems really strange
in
that we do that.
Water-rich farmland and water land rights.
Yeah, I mean, I know.
That's the scariest thing, because that's the guy that saw the 2009 financial collapse before anybody else.
Let me just move the non-fund. What do you got policy wise? Then I'm gonna go to Kel. What do you think policy wise might be a good solution? Because I'm really interested to hear some different thoughts. And what do you got for me non-fund? Do you have any policy prescriptions you might try out?
To Econoboy too much, because I feel like
sure. I mean, he's a Texan too, so he's like dealing with this on the ground. Now I gotta be honest. Me and him are probably on the farthest ends of the spectrum, but you can de facto rep him on this, so that's fine. I did ask him earlier.
He would just get rid of all the farmers and then allow corporations to come in and buy it in large amounts.
Well, first of all, easy solution, actually, get rid of the farmers. You're gonna have those anyway. But second of all, I think I don't know. I feel like there is probably a model public ownership that does work for like utilities. I think there's at least there's at least mixed evidence that like state-owned utility companies can do as well, if not better, than private companies. So I think there's probably state ownership model that works. I think.
What does that look like to you? Like, do you have like an idea what that looks like?
It would look like either the state of Texas or maybe certain counties, like just own either nationalizing, buying out, or creating their own like state-owned water company, and they would probably have you probably have some like profit maximizing goal along with maybe like some social incentive as well. Like I guess if you're doing public ownership, you probably do want the state-owned enterprise to ensure some level of equitable access to water.
Interesting. Yeah. Cal, what are your policy prescriptions? What do you have for me here?
Yeah, like equitable access. Yeah, it's just about like sustainability. It's literally one of the only things that you die within like 48 hours or whatever. Stand by what I said about fucking a whole lot of lip service for a whole lot of nothing, like about what you're saying. You just reiterate your same point. And also, it's our Wi-Fi's out. It's not me. That's all.
Okay, fair enough. I want to go examine that, because I think that actually is a good segue into like another portion of this. Is generally I would go against the water as a human right argument, right? And I'm not very sympathetic to that. However, I think whenever like actual issues of like regional or species survival come up into the discussion, I think that is something. Or like if you're going to have to change your culture so radically that you're no longer going to have like a ranching or farming industry in Texas because there's no fucking water, I think that is, equally bad. I think bad enough that maybe we need to like consider some of these things like in some kind of context. I mean, would you all disagree with this? I'm sure Fabian disagrees with that.
Oh, is that a segue to me? Yeah, of course I disagree with that. I think the private market is far better at conserving nature than is government. I think government, the moment that you put the government in charge of necessary elements of survival to humanity, is the moment that you cede power to the government. I mean, everyone talks about the Second Amendment, but what happens when the government has the ability, has full control over all water? Like, I think that's a terrible, terrible risk.
Yeah, that's fucking terrifying.
Better than Nestle paying fucking $197 once a year and fucking charging you like
better than Nestle. Nestle, yes, better than Nestle. Nestle. You can look at case studies, right? You can look at how does the Great Lakes look under Nestle's usage versus how does Flint, Michigan look? Right? It's interesting. It's interesting when the government has full control, people get poisoned. When corporations have full control, even in that regard, the Great Lakes rise, the nature heals.
Hold on. Okay, go ahead.
Justify 3,900% price increase. That's all.
Well, just
I don't know where you got your math from.
Well, okay,
but I don't buy it at all.
Well, hold on. Let me just propose.
If it's a 3,900% increase, then why doesn't someone just sell bottled water for 50 cents?
Let me just get ordered.
Retarded.
Let me ask you a question, Cal. Let me ask you a question. Okay, let's take your example. Nestle's bad, right? I'm going to give you a real world example. Hold on, just hear me out, Fabian, real quick, because I got somewhere real quick with this. I want to see what her thoughts are. Nestle's bad because you actually might have moved me back on your side some with this one. Nestle's bad, according to Cal, and she's got some evidence, and you can disagree with that. Let me ask you this, Cal. Do you like the idea that the Taliban controls all the fucking water, and they're now cutting off the water to all these other countries, and because specifically they don't like certain ethnic minorities?
Better question: do you like
Israel
controlling all the water to Palestine?
Right on it. I don't think she's going to go gather our shit from the springs ourselves. Like, oh God, I'm sorry. Was your name Kel? Sorry. You just.
Yeah, I saw. Yeah, I mean, do you like the idea of like
Did you just forget your own name? What happened?
Yeah, which is better? Like, Nestle doesn't have the power.
No, it's not one or the other. It should be like a fucking. We are able to like go down to the fucking spring and get it. But I'm like, here we are with like the liberal take, like, oh yeah, like build the system from the ground up. I'm like, I'm not saying that's 100% solution, but I don't think like either is the idea.
I'll give you.
Bro, I'm obviously not. I told you.
Oh, but what happens when they're morally incentivized to do something bad, like cause like a genocide by cutting off water to an ethnic group, like the Taliban is openly professing to do? Like they morally feel justified to do that. They're a moral actor, right? Like I don't know how you say a government is going to be a better moral actor when you have governments that are, like have different sets of morals. Like whose morals, right? Like,
I mean, I obviously don't think
generally government. I mean, like United States government. That's like
okay, fair enough. Go ahead, Nathan.
Look, I mean, obviously, I don't think you see these issues in like more democratic and transparent, countries, right? Like that's why like state-owned enterprises don't work very well in Venezuela, but state-owned enterprises do work okay in Norway. And I think you could also like a state-owned enterprise.
Yeah, democracies have never turned authoritarian.
You just have to weigh whatever risk you think there is of the U.S. turning.
Well, that would cost manpower. That would cost military operations.
I can't stop.
Resources as opposed to just already having the power.
It would be a like fixed cost to nationalizing the water industry, but that I guess that like
there would obviously.
I don't think that'd be. I don't think that like if the U.S. is turning authoritarian.
I'm sorry. Why would that be?
Well, no, but you would be aiding in them turning authoritarian by giving them more power over natural resources. Like you would be part of the problem, making the government more authoritarian.
Well, again, I think like you just have to weigh like how likely do we think this is to happen
versus hold on 1 minute here.
Go ahead, Greg. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know, man. I'm hearing Trump's a fucking fascist Nazi like every other day.
No, I don't think that's what he's saying.
We're like, what? This country would be great forever and always.
You can have the state-owned enterprises can work well when a country is democratic, when their government is transparent, and when a lot of these state-owned enterprises are both managed independently and sometimes even have a profit maximizing goal. And also, a state-owned enterprise doesn't even necessarily have to be a monopoly. Now, with
There's
water,
an even better way of managing things independently. Privatize.
Moderator.
I got it. No fucking room to talk to anybody about anything, especially fucking interrupting. Relax.
I will moderate, Kel. I got it. This is not my first panel. I promise. I've done this once. It's fine. Hold on. Just go ahead. Non-fun finish out. Now I do want to go to grid. And go ahead, non-fun finish out.
Okay. I mean, obviously, we can manage them independently. It doesn't necessarily have to be a monopoly. And now, of course, in water, it likely would be a monopoly simply because they tend to, that tends to be a natural monopoly anyway. But you can still manage it independently and transparently, I think.
No, you're calling about making a monopoly.
Well, hold on. I have to ask.
Claim that water just becomes a natural monopoly.
Well, let's hold on. Let me go to grid here, and then I'll let non-fun respond.
I'm very curious, non-fun. You say nationalizing it would have a fixed one-time fixed cost, right? How is that even possible?
So if the U.S. became like an authoritarian regime, there'd be like a fixed cost to like them deploying resources to like go into these water plants and like nationalize them, right? Like you only have to take over the water plants like one time. There are obviously variable costs after that, but there's a fixed cost towards like nationalizing these industries. Like,
okay, and who bears those costs?
it'd be the government of this authoritarian regime.
The taxpayers, unfortunately.
Where do they get their money?
Probably taxpayer, right? Like,
all right, yeah. So it's not one time, and it's not one fixed, and it's but it is authoritarian. So okay, all right. I just want to make sure I understood. I wanted to make sure I understood.
Hold on, I just want to bridge the gap here because I think we're being a little disingenuous to Alfon's analogy here. I think what he's saying is, I will just hear me out. I think what he's saying is, right. Let's say like you have a government that like, and this is I think the difference at the point, right? Like one side's like we're over here arguing, yeah, the state owns this monopoly and they got it through power, giving it to them. It's like Palpatine. You know, they turned all the emergency powers over him. He controls it. He got it. Non-Fon's not arguing that's not true. I think Non-Fon's only saying he's like, well, if they're authoritarian and they really take over real fast in a coup, or they take over via like all one-party power, there's only one initial cost of sending the troops out and taking over it. It's not that hard for them to take this step on their own.
I agree with
you. Yeah, I think that maybe would be a little disingenuous.
What I'm saying
with approaching is
I'm not being disingenuous.
I'm not.
I'm saying. Well, no, I was the one that initially brought this up.
Well, you and Chris both were kind of fighting him on that, like with the taxpayer analogy.
What I'm saying is
take the money for the taxpayers however they want.
What I'm saying is this: is that the state and the merge of corporations and pseudo private institutions, the whole apparatus, as Mitch's Mobile calls it, the cathedral, right, is made up of almost uncountable pieces. And so this would just be one piece towards authoritarianism. Now, if we keep all things equal, I agree that if we had a private market of water where there was a bunch of companies competing in a water market to sell to the state, right, that would be a very minimal cost increase for the state if they became, aggressive towards its citizens and wanted to cut water off, to go send in troops or something, or, buy out some corporate CEO and get control of that water very quickly. What I'm saying is that it's one
that always
piece,
works.
and it's death by 1,000 cuts. Every time you're like, well, let's just give another right, another authority, and another mechanism of control to the government, that you have to recognize that is in an amalgamation of all of these other pieces. So I agree with Non-Fon that if all other things being equal, that wouldn't actually be that big of a deal. But the problem is that we have this conversation about how the government ought nationalize things, and how the government ought have more regulations, and how the government ought have more control, and how corporations are too greedy on a daily fucking basis. And daily we are ceding ground to socialists to give more power to the state. And this is just one more mechanism of control.
Who?
I'm sorry, what?
Who's ceding ground to socialists? Give me 2 examples. Since you said every day 3 times, give me 3 examples of how we are ceding it to socialists, please.
Trump increasing the national debt, and with the big beautiful bill.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure like the last 4 or 5 presidents.
I'll give you.
No, I'm obviously not. I told you like multiple times that I'm not fucking like gonna respond to like. I can't understand like just a whole like wall of like text. You can like say something and respond or not, but I'm like, you're like, obviously I'm not gonna engage with your argument like that. Like,
I'm gonna finish.
Oh, you're here, Captain Save-A-Ho. Go ahead.
No, it's not. I mean, listen. I know Fabian is. Hold on.
Okay,
Hold on, Kel. Kel, absolutely. Fabian absolutely doesn't need me to save him, but I do take umbrage to the point there. I'm just
trying not to be too much of an asshole and scream over
I'm trying to take over. I'm trying to like take control here, because like you're asking these 3 examples, and then you give 4 or 5 your example yourself, and then you go back to. So I'm like, fine, I'll take over.
I'm not asking for fucking 4 examples of the same thing. I'm asking for 4 different examples. Obviously.
Okay, I will give you 4. I'll give you one right now.
I wasn't asking you. I was Fabian, I don't want to hear from you. I don't care.
Well, that's too bad. It's my goddamn panel. So listen, it's you're gonna hear.
Irrelevant.
Captain cool. Well, let's watch this. So Captain Save-A-Ho's talking now, and what he's saying is, it's one, Doge is a socialist program, because you're building a new agency to go in there, or we don't have to go into all the nuts and bolts why it's not a new agency or whatever. But it's expanding government power. I've seen the big beautiful bill. I've seen other examples, of Trump going in here with just with the like, I don't know, some of the treaty making, some of the foreign policy stuff he's done. I mean, there's a litany of list of things you could go to that I don't think is really hard whenever Trump has expanded government power, like in multiple aspects. And like, this is saying as a kind of a conservative guy that, big government always wants to be bigger. I don't know how that's not socialist in some regard. What do you have to say to that, Kel? I'll give you a chance to talk.
Oh, I don't know how that's not socialist in some regard. Like, don't feel the need to engage with it because I'm like, I wasn't asking you about that. I was asking Vivian. I'm like, but I'm like, I'm not gonna get the Tejo's like responses to the question
You don't care. It's not hard. Fucking tariffs are a giant fucking thing.
You understand the basics of it. I'm like, I was asking Fabian, but I'm like, now that you've over-explained it for him, it's
you fucking hold on. You think I don't understand socialism? That you're the big brain here, really?
I'm like, this guy's like in one ear and out the other. I'm like, I was down to engage with it. It's like it came from Fabian, but I'm like, it's completely irrelevant. I understand that you understand it, Gibbs. I'm like,
are you normally like this, or is this just drugs? Like, which is it?
I think it's not drugs. Listen.
I'm just curious at this point.
I'm like, aren't you a debate?
You're a fascinating subject of retard.
Wow, the R word again. Very progressive.
Yeah, I don't care.
Such a libertarian.
I'm not progressive.
Let me go to Law and Fun. I see you laughing. Do you object to my and Fabian's qualifications of socialism description of the government? Sure,
I think a better definition of socialism is just government like control of production. I think like state-owned enterprises do fit that definition.
Yeah, that's a fucking. I don't think. A cope.
True.
Say that again, Don Fun. What was the cope? I'm sorry, I missed the cope. He's saying. What was it?
I think like socialism implies like government or collective control of production, and I don't think like increasing the national debt necessarily means that. I do think state-owned enterprises are socialist, but I don't think. I don't think.
Yeah, but the problem is that socialism was coined by Marx. Like, yes, they use it slightly before that in the French Revolution and a little before that, but socialism is a form of praxis towards communism. It's not any type of policy goal. You're using a definition of like the state owning the means of production from like Marxist Leninism, right? It's a convenient way for you to hide what is and isn't socialism, so you can claim socialist policies aren't socialist.
Can you explain to the idiots in the crowd, please? Like, what if we don't all get your big boy like college speech, please?
It's the movement of history through time. All right, you're gonna have to I don't know that anybody can succinctly. Yeah, because it's fucking Engels being better than Marx at describing fucking incomprehensible ideology.
I'm trying to look out for the idiots like me in the audience who want to engage with what you're saying critically. I feel like you just do a lot of lip service with like fucking random college terms that I'm like, okay, this means jack shit to the average person. Like, assume we all don't know what you're talking about it. Like,
Kels, I think I've already explained it succinctly and sufficiently for the average person. I just think you're far below intellectually the average person.
For sure, dude. I'm like, bro, I've heard this from multiple people. I'm like, your vocabulary is like completely unapproachable. Okay. I get what you're saying, but I'm looking at for layman.
Okay, go ahead, Nonfon. Go ahead. I see what it's fine at.
I don't even know. First of all, I don't really think it's even like a Marxist-Leninist definition of socialism. Like under the definition I provided, like you could argue that Norway is like about 50% socialist. But
hold on, let Nonfon go. Go ahead.
Right. So like under the definition I just used, like you could argue Norway is about 50% socialist, but you know, Marxist Leninists would not say Marxist is socialist because Norway is not a dictatorship but a proletariat working towards the ultimate end goal of communism, right? I think they would include like more things in it.
You could say for whatever fucking reason that a country has a quantifiable percentage of socialism, but if you just like socialism, like for example, fucking Marx was pro-nationalism as much as he was anti-nationalism. He was pro-nationalism in Poland. He was pro-nationalism in Ireland because the process of socialism, the process of awakening class consciousness and of gaining the power back is what socialism is. It is not, it's a transitory state. And so when you have policies that are designed to get rid of free market capitalism and to get rid of and to center power, presumably to fix the contradictions of capitalism from that perspective, then those are socialist policies. Especially when you're fucking advocating for the state taking over water, right? Which is like, the whole conversation's kind of silly, you know?
I think that is silly. I think the state taking over water is like socialist. I think state-owned enterprises are socialist. I don't think, like Gibbs said, Doge is socialism. You said the big beautiful bill is socialism. I don't think those can reasonably fit under.
So just to hear me out, I think you'll maybe be able to agree with this part of what I'm trying to say when I say this. I know Fabian is pretty much of all government socialist aspects. When I'm saying Doge and the big bill, beautiful bill, I don't mean they're like by definition, they're like, oh, they're pushing socialist. Like when we think traditional socialist policies and like traditional, this politician's a socialist, yada yada. He's doing this for socialists, expressly socialist views. What I'm saying, they're socialist. I'm viewing it as expansion of government social services inherently is socialist, right? The more you add to any government, like for example, and that's even before socialism as a word existed. Like the king providing services at the taxpayers' expenses, people he's taking money from. That's like a social, like that's socialism. That would be my kind of word I'm thinking in its purest form, like its purest definition. Just like it's literally any kind of thing when you're doing this for the social aspect you're paying. Now, as far as is it like a socialist party policy? No, I wouldn't say that the big beautiful bill or Doge is. However, the reason why it's also socialist in addition to that, in my eyes, is say like the Dems come in or a Republican that I don't necessarily agree with, and they expand Doge and give it a bunch of powers and it starts doing a lot of things, and it's not doing what it's. These are all like aspects of that. And so when Fabian brought up the point, and I was really like I was really kind of maybe looking for some kind of government regulation. Now I'm really terrified about the concept of the government owning the water at all, like that, like having the power over it. That is goddamn.
Yep.
Terrifying to even consider. Like if you from the ramifications long term,
Gibbs' his social credit score's gone up. Better fucking make his water more expensive.
Bro, yeah, like I mean, when's that happening, bro? Like already,
like cities already do this, and like we don't see that happening. Norway, most European countries do this. You don't see that happening. Like I don't think we should be that.
Yeah, Europe has never turned fascist or communist before.
Again, like if the country turns fascist or communist, they likely can just take over the water anyway. But all right.
Just give the government more and more power, because once they turn authoritarian, they'll just take whatever they want anyway.
I think,
why does it matter if we give the government more authority and power?
If we're concerned about the equitable distribution of water, that's something a state-owned enterprise can probably.
You're the only one that keeps saying you're concerned with the equitable distribution of water.
Why?
You're the only one parroting commie gibbly goods.
Can I ask you a question, Anfon? Like, so So you bring up Europe. Like, I guess I'm not gonna be bad faith and bring up like I don't know Mideast and the Bath Party or something. But like, I guess I just did, so I did there. So now I feel like a dick. But let me just try and get here. Let's just look at Europe. Like when we look at Europe, like they're like the Nazi Party. What's so scary about what they did is they literally were given the keys to power, right? Like that's kind of the terrifying thought. And it's not that they had to do the initial like takeover, like you're saying. Like if we have a military junta come over in, I'm like less afraid of the military junta coming in and doing that because they're going to get resistance. Like yes, it's only a one-time cost, and once they control it, there's going to be like a resistance at every level. Hopefully, here in the U.S. as opposed to like we gave the wolf.
What was wrong with the Strength Through Joy program? It was just factory beautification.
Isn't that inherently more terrifying that you gave the fox the keys to the hen house and now it owns it and runs it, as opposed to like I don't want to be the cow going into the slaughter factory. I'd much rather like have my guard up and force them to take it from me, even if it is the one-time toss. Like, do you see like the inherent like scary factor here, or like is it just fear mongering?
I don't believe that should be a big concern in the U.S. or most other democratic countries, especially when the state-owned enterprise doesn't even necessarily have to be a monopoly, and it can be an independent agency. I don't think that is a serious concern. I think that's.
Grid, what do you think? You've been quiet for a while here. Grid, what are your thoughts here?
I think it all. I think when you have non-fawn on a panel, it's always going to devolve into state-run, nationalized, socialist nonsense. So I was just listening. I've heard all the arguments before. There's nothing new.
Non-fawn's more capitalist than many of his fellow patriots on the left. Like
that's true.
Would you argue that
I still listen to him?
Would you argue that you're always going to put forth state like controlled like policies here, like this kind of thing? You think there's a purely capitalist solution, non-fawn?
I don't know if there's a purely capitalist solution. Like I think I don't know. Like
what's a minimal like government? Like if you could let's just build a bridge here, right? Because I feel like you are more capitalist. Some of your like compatriots.
Is the company going to get the contract for that bridge, or is it?
If you're going to do this, right, we're going to live in our world we live in. Like, what are you going to propose to be like? What could be like a bridge you could build with like a neocon, perhaps? Like, what would be a bridge? Because neocons and neolibs. Like, how could you propose this to somebody like on the right or like moderate? Like, what would be like a policy? Minimal government interference that gives you a capitalist solution.
I think I would just say like have a mostly privatized water market or like an entirely privatized like water market, and then just do some level of redistribution with taxes that we can agree are sort of the least bad taxes, right? Like I think if you taxed either land or taxed resource rents or did a consumption tax, I think those are taxes we should all agree are the lesser evils to taxation at the very least. And
can we pick your
can
part? Because
redistribute.
the first half is what I was saying, right? Which is have a private water market where counties and states pay for water. Okay. And then you said we need to do some form of equitable redistribution of water within that. So how does that work? What does that what does that look like? What do you mean by that?
So kind of like we were talking about earlier. So I think if you like fully privatized the water market, obviously the concern we might have there, which Gibbs and Grid were talking about earlier, is we might see some level of inequitable access to water. We might see some small towns get fucked over or whatever. And I think you could have a tax and transfer system where you could tax certain people and transfer income to other people and enable them to essentially buy water that they otherwise couldn't have bought.
But why would they be unable to buy water? Why would they be fucked over? If you have a water market and the town is purchasing the water, you're saying the whole town can't scrounge up the money, or the whole county?
That's interesting, kind of. Actually, I do want to think about that. Let me engage with that if you don't mind, Fabian. Just let me step in real quick because I want to just flesh that out a little bit. So, just to be clear, what your argument is, you're saying, say, like I'm town Peggy, Texas, and I'm not getting any water, but the taxes would be gifted to this town because they're taking water from my region so that I can buy water from the water market to offset the fact that they've taken the water from my region. Is that kind of what you're proposing?
Gibbs, have you ever driven the I-5 from LA to San Francisco?
No.
Fortunately.
There's a bunch of massive signs that says the government is denying farmers water.
I saw that shit on my screen for the first time on the grid.
Well, that's not what Nonpon's proposing now. He's kind of like, I'm trying to like.
Yeah, the government is literally denying farmers, the people who produce food, water.
Yeah, but that's a different
it's also
situation.
Illegal for them to collect rainwater too.
But that's a different situation than what like we have here, right? Like I'm trying to like think of an offset, right?
Sure.
Like obviously we disagree. That's with what California's got going on.
Yeah, I get it, but I'm saying that when we say that we want government involved in these things beyond simple regulation of, hey, it needs to be X pure, it needs to be, it needs to be safe, it needs to be healthy, that kind of thing. Beyond that,
well, why would you be okay with tariffs and not be okay with something like that? Like what's at the most fundamental level, right? So you don't like tariffs?
I think they're useful for a short term, but I'm not a particular fan of them.
Okay, so I
think Trump's correct to implement tariffs right now. However, I think if they go too far, then there's a very real chance they could be harmful.
Well, so I mean that's kind of where I'm at right now. I guess what I'm asking is why would this be like on its most pure form at the micro level? Like why is this not any different than a tariff? All they're doing is tariffing an area that's taking water from one area to make sure that the area that they're taking from is getting paid back for the resource they no longer have at a fair rate, despite like these other people.
No, it's not what's happening. That's not what they have. The water.
Right, I know
the water is being sent into the cities, and instead of growing food, they're sending it to
that's what's happening now. I said right. This is like a proposition for like how to fix that, like potentially.
Right.
Do you have a problem with what'd you call that non-fun, a balance, a trade, and
I just said some type of tax and transfer system.
Yeah, tax and transfer. Would you have like on its face like some kind of offsetting mechanism like that, Grid?
I don't think the government should be involved in it at all. I actually think.
Well, what is your solution?
Hold on.
Go ahead.
You guys are misunderstanding my analogy, I think, right? Because yes, I want a fully Kels, stop.
Or what?
Or you'll just derail the conversation with more retard takes. Like, just stop.
I will give you a chance to speak, Kel, here in a moment. And you can say all the things you want here. Just let him talk.
Yeah.
And then
so the analogy that I gave, obviously I want full privatization of everything, right? And I said ANCAP isn't going to be realized probably in my lifetime. It is the natural, logical conclusion of human progress because socialism is dysfunctional. But we'll get there eventually. And I'm just trying to speed it up. But nevertheless, my olive branch was counties, cities, municipalities, whatever, can buy water. We don't need some fucking new form of equitable distribution. All these places already have budgets, and places that have a lacking budget already get state funding to increase their budget if they have a lacking budget. Like literally what I suggested and what non-fund
Hey, what's up, Sarah? Good to see you out in the chat tonight.
Like,
guys, I apologize. I've
really
not been able to talk to you very
for no
much
reason,
tonight
right?
because
Like
it's been
if a
insane
county
in
is
here.
lacking funds
I've been actually
for
kind
water,
of really bored.
obviously the state of Texas would divert some of their funds to fund water in that county if they were lacking funds in some place. Now,
and
I
just
think
for
there are
kicks,
problems with
I gotta do this
because
one
I think
more
what it does
time.
is it unfairly
There it
punishes
is.
people.
I'll give you
No, I'm obviously not. I told you like multiple times that I'm not fucking like gonna respond to like. I can't
A
understand.
whole lot of things that have issues with this, but this is the best thing that I can offer that I would support that gets us away from the current problem, which is this eminent domain and corporate contracts and these plants that are funded by the government that are blowing up and becoming like way more expensive than they need to be because companies know once they get a contract that they have you by the balls and that they can be like, oh, this costs more money. And then the government and different interest groups and people get involved in testing and things. And the budget keeps going up and up and up and up. And it would be far more efficient if we had a market involved in this. Like, we don't need to discuss the merits of a distribution system and any of that. That's already a thing in our current system. When a county is lacking funds, they petition the state for resources, as well as states do the same thing from federal agencies.
Yeah, but there's plenty of examples where that doesn't always pan out exactly how it should be. I'm like, this is like, it's like a different example, but obviously like walk with me a little bit. Okay, there's this high school. It's like the high school that I went to. And the county told, it's obviously like a micro example, but the county told them 30 years ago or whenever, they're like, don't build a school out there. It's a terrible place to build a school because there's only one road out there and one road on the way back. And they're like, well, it's a charter school. It's small, blah, blah, blah. 10 years later, the school's booming. They end up building a casino at the very, very end of that like same road. So the traffic in the morning is just like unbearable. It's like LA traffic all of a sudden. And they contact the county. They're like, hey, we need help. We need to build another road like here. And the county's like, tough luck, Buttercup. We told you fucking 30 years ago that you shouldn't build a school there. And it's like, okay, sometimes like we don't have like or like the people in charge don't have the foresight. And then the people down the line are just fucked because of it.
Yeah, this is why we should privatize the roads, but that's not really like an answer to like my olive branch. Like, I agree there are inefficiencies with using socialism in building schools and building roads and in municipalities, right? I am only arguing that a more private solution is more efficient and will allow for a market to open up. And just as a little wink, wink, nudge, nudge, once we have a private water market, then it'll be a lot easier to transition us to a private system because there will already be a built market of a bunch of different companies that are able to compete and sell water. But, you know, that's a down the road thing.
Let me challenge that with, what do you think just people, walk with me here. Fabian, what do you think 3 counter arguments to your proposition would be?
Which proposition? And why do I need to give you counter arguments?
Your olive branch.
To my,
from
which perspective?
My thought process as well, right? Or just
from
one.
What perspective?
The olive branch perspective. What do you think would be a counter argument?
I mean, like from a capitalist perspective, or from a socialist perspective, or from a net socialist perspective?
From a layman's perspective. From a retard's perspective. Is that what you want?
I'm assuming. Why would I try and no? No, I'm not going to do that.
Accessibility.
Let me.
I'm not going to give you specifically arguments. Like,
let me just. I mean, we got. Let me. I don't want to engage in the three counter arguments thing either because.
Coming in again because Fabian doesn't know how to talk about people. I'm like,
listen. Once again, I don't think that's what's happening here, Cal. To be totally, listen. Fabian, I've debated Fabian many times. I'm sure he can argue in the counter argument thing. That's not really the goal I want this conversation.
I was just asking for an ideological position.
So I get.
Different times, but I'm like, you wouldn't let him engage with that. I'm like, there's an obvious counter argument to that.
So what is it then? Just tell me what the counter argument is.
Then present it.
I told you 3 times. I'm like, that's why I was asking you to present it. I'm like, I'm not gonna fucking engage with Captain Sabo. It's crazy.
Well, let me. Let me just.
From a capitalist perspective, what do you think 3 counter arguments to your proposition would be? Which proposition?
I mean, let me. Let me just. I mean, we got. We got. Okay, yeah. I don't want to engage in the three counter arguments thing either because.
Well, present the supposed counter argument that you have from the layman's perspective.
Oh my god, you guys, I fucking talked.
I'll give you.
Bro, I'm obviously not. I told you like multiple times that I'm not fucking like gonna respond to like. I can't.
Do you have an argument?
Problem?
Just make the argument real quick. Just make the argument so we can move on the conversation here. Go ahead. But you got what is your argument, Kel? Just lay it out real fast one more time.
Nah, you missed your chance, Gibbs.
All right, cool. All right, go ahead, Grant. What are your
Lucky
thoughts
me.
on this? Do you agree with this proposal? I see some problems with it, I think, but I'm not sure.
No, I made my proposal very, very clear early on, right? Like there's, I think there's like 4 or 5 things that need to be done policy wise as far as the government is concerned. None of them that would be an overreach or in any way onerous to anyone. And then
let me ask this then.
You can reiterate them. I agreed with most of yours.
I want to move it on one more thing. This is another piece. So I brought up Mexico not following their 1994 water treaty. Do we think that we should do something about this? There should be like some kind of military action. Should there be some kind of sanction? Should we kind of like do something? I feel like this is maybe something that should have been negotiated further in a trade deal potentially. I know Non-Fon's probably gonna laugh about that. Maybe we should prepare from harder. It doesn't seem anything's being done to get this water treaty fixed. Lived up to. What do you think about that, Grant? What do you think we should do here with something in regards to that? Let's get a real world policy here.
I mean, I gave my policy prescriptions, but
on the water treaty specifically, you think we should force Mexico
water treatment facility? Or are you talking about the one in Corpus Christi?
No, there's a 1994. There's a 1994 deal with Mexico where they're supposed to supply us with water and they aren't. Right. I think it's a little bit separate. It's something Trump.
That would be separate. Listen, part of the problem here, Gibbs, that we keep, and I've talked about it a couple of times, we keep kind of talking around it, is we already have historical water rights. We have we've had a long history in this country, and especially in that part of the country, a system of laws and regulations governing who can and who cannot do what with water. And in this case, modernity has kind of undermined that with the ability to pump water 100 miles away. And that's where it needs to be reined in. I mean, honestly, the water laws have worked for just fine for 100 years, and they're farmers literally like set their entire life. I mean, or not live their lives by it, but they kind of all understand what the water rights are. I think we're overcomplicating this with, in some aspects. But again, modernity with the ability to pump water very far away, and these cities growing out in the middle of desert where, there really shouldn't be a city there, or as large a city. I think that these are things that, to be honest, I think Texas should solve internally. I don't think that it's, I certainly don't think that we need an authoritarian regime change. I think that there's some very basic, I think I was like 5 policy things. I can't remember them off the top of my head. I can only, say these things so many times before I just forget them. And I'm being facetious now, Kel, that's a joke. But I don't know, man. I don't really care about Mexico pumping water up into Texas. First of all, I don't want to owe Mexico anything. I just as soon just put the wall up and just forget they exist, to be honest with you. But other than that, I don't know that I have much more to say, Gibbs. I think I'm pretty clear.
I think you might. I think we're about there as well. You want to go ahead and just make a closing or give out your outro as well?
Me? Oh yeah, absolutely, guys. I'm an unreasonable man on Twitch and YouTube. I have started streaming the Twitch again. We'll see how long that lasts. I'll probably get banned within the week, so you better catch me quick before I'm gone. At any rate, I represent the angry gun-toting, meat-eating fucking people, and I think I've done a good job of that today. Although I wasn't very angry. Kel was far angrier than me. Kel, no more White Claws. Okay. And so try and I think this is really clear cut case of water rights that just simply need to be clarified and modernized slightly. I think it's keep local government or the local government involved, the national government out of it. Again, just to reiterate, redefine, the use or the water, I can't think what it's called now, but the water provision to use. What is an equitable use, or not equitable, but non-fon's got me saying fucking equitable now. Damn it.
You're brainwashing, bro.
I know. It just keeps saying the same thing over and over and over again. Finally,
you want equitable water rights.
Right, that's right. Yeah, he's totally fucking Jediing me over here. And but I think I made the points earlier, and I'm so tired of hearing people repeat the same point.
I feel I'm with you on that one. Let's go to non-font here. I'll let you go ahead and say respond to that and give a closing now.
Yeah, real quick on like the Mexico water thing. From my reading, it just didn't seem like it was that big of a deal because it doesn't seem like Mexico really has enough water to give us anyway. And then it seems like the big negative effect of it also was like a sugar plantation like closing in Texas or whatever. And the only reason we have sugar in the U.S. anyway is because it's protected by government tariffs and government quotas, right? So I just don't think it just did not seem like an incredibly big deal to me. But I think overall, abundance liberalism is the solution to everything, okay? So obviously free markets are good, okay? Obviously privatization can be good, but sometimes what you need is some state capacity. You need this. You can have the state run state-owned enterprises efficiently. We see it in other countries. You can do it transparently. You can do it efficiently, and you can guarantee more equitable outcomes. If you want to watch me defend abundance liberalism, you can catch me live at NonFun420 on Twitch and Kick, and NonFun on YouTube. Again, my YouTube channel has that debate with the Jubilee dude who told Mehdi Hassan to get the fuck out. So go to my YouTube channel, check out that debate, NONFO on YouTube. Hell yeah.
All right, we'll definitely check it out. Cal, go ahead and then we'll finish refaming. Go ahead.
GG, retweet. Go to our correspondence back at headquarters.
Nice. Thank you so much for shouting out Sadie and them basically for their raid. Big fan. And I guess that's your closing. Fabian, go ahead.
Is that your closing?
Problem?
Is you closing?
No,
Is you done?
No, fair enough.
Closing?
No, yeah, no. So, yeah, I would say.
Hold on, let him close now. You used yours however you used it right there. Now let him go.
Yeah, I would say that obviously when the discussion of commodification of water comes up, I would say commodification, bad word, Marxist term. But I think we should privatize all water. I feel like I made my case fairly clear. In the absence of being able to do the most efficient form of distribution that doesn't violate human rights, unlike liberalism or socialism or these other policies that are a violation of rights and against the American spirit and will of the founding fathers and American ideal. I did offer a cursory kind of olive branch. I still think that is the correct way to do it. Gibbs had some good ideas, that I would obviously add to it, right? Looking again at water rights in terms of like whether or not pulling water from your property pulls water from other properties and things of that nature. I would advocate for that, an open market as a kind of an olive branch position here. Mostly, I do think it is important to recognize that the problems that are occurring is, Gibbs had mentioned this, modernity and moving into, deserts and things of that nature. But I think it's an important lesson of the concept of rights in America, which is that your rights don't actually fucking exist when you depend upon the government to enforce your rights. And every time you give the government more power, you get further and further away from those rights. If you would like to hear read a more detailed position on the concept of easement rights and common property, I'll leave a chat here in just a second. A link in the chat of common, public, and private property and the rationalization for the total privatization of property by Hans Hermann Hoppe. But hopefully I made my case here. You can find me Fabian Liberty on YouTube, Twitch, all the things. I'm sorry, not Twitch. I haven't been on Twitch in a while because you'd have to be stupid to be streaming on Twitch as a conservative. It's a good way to get banned and never be allowed on Twitch again. I ain't fucking doing it.
It's true.
Good luck to those that are.
I've been doing it years and haven't had a problem. You just gotta, know where the line
You're
is.
you're not being based enough.
Listen. I don't know, man. I can get pretty goddamn based. It's just how, it's how you choose to say
I'm teasing
things.
you.
It's how to choose to say it. No, you're good. Yeah, we're gonna rate out now. But thank you all for being here. This has been good. I do think I might host another panel on this in the future about things. There's a lot.
I was the one
to
talking
cover
about
here.
modernity, by the way, Scott.
Yeah, but
what's that?
I was the one talking about modernity. Gibbs was
like, I don't fucking.
I mix Gibbs and.
I know you do. You do it all the time too. You do it all the time. I do not look like Gibbs. I look clean shaven.
I'm not saying you look alike. I'm saying the names are similar.
I mean, Gibbs and Grid. I think it's a compliment. You're getting known as a god incarnate. That's what you should think of it.
Yeah.
You're welcome. But yeah, let me in there. Thanks so much. Yeah, I definitely gonna watch Non-Fon's thing later, I'm sure. And then I might check out everybody's channels and whatnot. Thanks for coming, guys. I'm gonna wrap there. And we're gonna raid Skyana. I think here in a little while we're probably gonna do some kind of gaming with them, and it's gonna be fun time. So I'm gonna end now for now, and then
I'm fine. I haven't seen you on the debate thing lately. You should.
Yeah, check out his debate show. I won last week, by the way.
Yeah, you did.
No big deal. Domination.
You did. I got a great clip from that too. It's one of my favorites.
Did you?
Oh yeah. Have you not seen it?
Send it to me. And we're out, by the way.
Jump over on the. I'll play it right now.
All right, I'm gonna hop out of here.
I'll go look at it.
All right, cool.
See you guys. I'll see you
Let me
around.
know when you're there.
You.
I'll give you 1 second, kid. I got you.
Oh man,
pull up. I was wild right there, huh?
Yeah. You should warn Kel when she's in an adult debate.
Yeah. So I kind of told her that part of it I think was the tech issue and not being able to read the text. Usually I can text her and be like, hey, nah. Or, hey, do this a little bit. She's like, I mean, not even shut the hell up, but hey, this is more like a more nuanced discussion, kind of thing. I mean, she's getting better. I mean, this one was bad, but I'm gonna blame tech issues and not communication because I definitely enjoy the nuance. Hey, let's have a combo. Okay, what do you think? Okay, Non-Fon. Yeah, we can joke he's totally social, but I mean, I don't actually know if I hate the proposition he made there. I mean, because that's basically just a regulation. I don't like it at all because it's more taxes and government. But I don't really know what I'm really looking at this and I'm not really seeing a good fucking solution here. And I'm genuinely concerned. And I always say I always do what's best for me, but I'm looking at this shit and I'm going, well, it might be best for me now. It might be best for my kids, in there. But in 100 years, my grandkids are gonna have to deal with this goddamn problem. Somebody gonna have to deal with this problem. This is a real issue, and it's there's got to be some kind of solution. We don't live in Ancapistan, and I don't like big government. So what are we gonna do here?
Well, but again, I think that's why I went to small government, right? Like county. The county should be in charge. Nothing bigger than county, right? Should be making these deals. So it's pretty tough. Every time I try to make a point, I guess my problem here is that anytime you have Non-Fon, it's gonna devolve into real, what is real socialism?
Well, I mean, if you're gonna Fabian, it's gonna be libertarian.
Yeah. Well, but he was pretty. He and I were on kind of the same page, but
sure,
but I don't know. It's there's 5 things that can be done, right? Understand what is it? It's not arable. Reasonable use. What is reasonable use? Add that language in there, and that prevents abuse, right? Abusive extraction of water, right? That's what. And then if you strengthen the county authorities and prohibit the state override, right? Because that's what's really. I mean, that's part of what's happening is the state itself, the capital, the people in the capital of Texas are actually kind of pushing some of this stuff through. And and we're seeing that we're not seeing it. I don't think you guys in Texas are seeing that massively yet, but you will, just like California did. And and then you got to ban out of county exports, right? If it's from an aquifer in your county, then you can't send it to the next county, even if it's the same aquifer. I don't care what Fabian says. I don't care if it's the same water underground. If I pull it up over here, I shouldn't be able to send it 200 miles, even if that aquifer is underground that whole 200 miles. I sent you that whole map to show you how big those aquifers are, and that actually,
Yeah, I've seen the map.
Like,
I know.
like
Yeah,
everybody
wish
has
we'd gotten
access to
more
those,
into-
right? Yeah.
I wish we'd got more into that. Like we'd have to go into, because I also Nine Tails was sitting here messaging me. And I guess they're a hydrology person, and they were like, well, he's also not talking about the watershed from the thing, and and then Fabian, she basically said the same thing that you did about not really understanding how the aquifers work. It didn't seem.
The biggest problem with the law right now in Texas is there were a lot of assumptions that the aquifers in Texas work like they work in Arizona and New Mexico, but they don't, because Texas is different. And because of that, you can't treat them like you do Arizona and New Mexico. So.
Yeah, I agree. Like I said, this is like a really nuanced thing. And then the sugar plantation thing that I brought up, that's maybe because I didn't include more information, and I'll take that. Was my bad when I posted this. I knew it was kind of nuanced, but there's more to it than that. And it's like, this is why I brought up the Corpus Christi thing, because the original micro desal was supposed to provide water for just that region, and now they're having to build a secondary, the third largest in the world, in addition to that. And this is going to provide not just for this region now, it's going to provide for these 3 other regions. And I'm like, listen, I don't know what the environmental consequences of taking out fucking 30 million gallons of water or some crazy amount a day is, but I can't imagine it doesn't have a net zero economic effect. And they're fucking.
I'm going to send you the link, man, so I can shut down Discord. I hate, how I hate Discord, man. Come on, why are you doing this to me, brother? Why are you doing this to me?
Oh, I figured out what I was bitching about the app that you used. It wasn't that I can't mute myself. It's that I can't deafen or mute other people.
Yeah, but you can drop them down and bring them back.
Yeah, but I can't. But so say you're streaming in there and someone's saying something, and I need to mute them for whatever reason.
Right. Yeah. That's why if you're moderating, right? I always want to moderate on my channel because because I can
on your channel in here. Well, in here, watch you know how Kel was talking.
Yeah.
Say you wanted her to
I know you can
mute. You could serve her. You can mute them.
Yeah, I know. Discord allows you to do that, and that's fine. But I just because you're the host, right? So it's the same thing with me, right? So I can go in and mute people, and if they take the mute off, then I can just drop them down out of sight.
That's not what I'm saying. I was saying, so say you're on my show right now.
Yeah.
Right.
I know you can mute me. Yeah, I know you can.
No, you can mute. Say Kel was talking, right?
Yeah.
You can reach over and you can mute her on your channel and only her.
Mm-hmm.
And so but I can't do that on yours. So say the other night when we have that problem, I have to do a special link to make sure he's not talking on my stream, right? Not a problem. It's my point, but it's just it's an app thing. The app doesn't provide that. Is all. Anyway, back to what we're talking about. Yeah. I don't know.
I threw you a link, so.
Yeah, let me take a look at it here.
Yeah, I got to read a super chat, man. Just hang on.
Go for it.
$5 came in from Wicked Wally. Half the fun of hiring a woman was firing her. I can't wait to speak with Kel about my idea for universal women's unemployment. We call it UWU. You're still twat not one over there, Hot Rod. So let me get rid of this Discord.
Yeah, let's that. All right.
Wicked Wally, thanks for the $5, man. I really appreciate that. So we've got a lot of people have been commenting since I was over there, not paying attention to the chat. There he is.
All right, hold on.
I don't know what you did.
There you go, got it.
Let me show you something. You want to see something cool?
Sure, hit me with it.
Watch this. I got you.
I'll give you.
Bro, I'm obviously not. I told you multiple times that I'm not fucking gonna.
I'm especially infuriating. So I will be honest.
It's so good.
Yeah.
That clip is just so good.
I'm glad that you're welcome. But listen, you'll get many good moments from Gibbs. I like have a special talent at like infuriating people. It's
so
I know exactly what to do. Sometimes you just got to give them enough of what they want, and then they don't want it at all. And they find out, and it's so satisfying.
I got a super chat coming in.
Agrolepolis donated $20 super chat. We shouldn't forget how Kel oftentimes shows up on stream, in an Uber, with a friend and Taco Bell, throwing her phone, and now super ill-informed and intoxicated. She is bad faith, man.
I think you're right about that, actually. So that read it on TTS. You couldn't hear it because you're not on YouTube. Agrillipus said, I'll just reread it. We shouldn't forget how Kel oftentimes shows up on stream in an Uber with a friend and Taco Bell, throwing her phone and nuts, and now super ill-informed and intoxicated. She is bad faith, man. No, I don't know if she's completely bad faith, but she is funny. She is funny.
Yeah, I mean, I got to be honest. I don't know that she was, like, I think just not having the PC and the notes, because I know she like prepped a bunch, so I'm sure she's like super frustrated. And then at the same time, honestly, if I had prepped a whole bunch of shit and I was like, oh, I'll have that handy, and then all of a sudden you don't, I'll be frustrated. Then to be called an idiot when you're like, I did all this research and I have notes on it and I can't pull it up. Like, I'm not good enough to remember that shit.
I get it.
But yeah, I don't know.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm kind of in that same boat. Like I prepped a little bit, right? Like I went back over and I looked at exactly what was going on because I had to look up Texas water wars. Like I really did. Like I didn't know, I didn't fucking know what the Texas water wars were. I didn't know what the state, the state of the battle was. I didn't know any of that shit, man. Why would I know that? That's like, I don't know. So I just didn't, I just did some research. I found out about what's going on down there in New Braunfels and a few other places in Texas. And, it started making sense, why people were all pissed off. Gibbs, hold on. I got another TTS and then I'll read it afterwards.
Agrolepolis donated $20 super chat. It's not funny how she disrespects you constantly and never preps for streams. She shows up when she wants, how she wants, and has no info to even talk.
I mean, I don't know if I agree with that. Prep. I think she does prep, but I don't know how good her prep is.
Well, like I said, I know that she was pretty prepped for this topic. I had like conversations with her like at least twice about it, and she had like notes and whatnot that like I think were pretty substantial. Like this is a pretty nuanced, like in-depth issue. Like if we're being honest, and I had notes up the whole time, like on that. And I generally don't keep notes up, right? And even for this panel, how often do I send that many articles in a back chat to somebody or post them? Like I posted them all in the Texas thing today. Like so, like to be fair to her, like I'm not bashing her. Yeah, she was a little contrarian when she didn't need to be, but I would be very frustrated personally. And she did show up like on time. Like she had, like went straight home from work. Like I know she wasn't just hammered. Like I'd like to get that out of the way like as well. She definitely was just like it was. She literally, like, you know what I'm saying. I think maybe like give her a little more good favor than this one. I asked her to be there. It was originally her debate that she wanted to do. So it's not like I don't think it was this disrespectful. I think it was like a combination of issues.
Yeah. Mullet Baby 01 says that was the first female non-fun has seen this week. Give some credit for that. Sure. I agree with that.
On a dating show on one of these recently during the DJ hours, by the way, guys. He's got the Riz.
He's got the Riz.
Funny gets you there a lot of times, bro. Why do you think I get laid? You think it's because of my good looks?
So the other thing that we got going on, I mean, look, I like Kel, right? Like I think she's funny. I think she's cool. I think she has potential. Agrillipus donates again.
This is why you choose better for debate. You can argue
donated $20 super chat. It sounds like you both are guessing how much she preps.
I'm not showing it.
On time, in cars and Ubers, with friends and Taco Bell.
Thank you.
That's true. We're guessing how much she preps. I don't know how much. I don't know that she was. I don't think she was particularly prepped Gibbs is saying she is. I didn't think I thought she didn't really actually understand, especially pulling California in. California was a mistake on her part. On time, she was a little late, you know. In cars and Ubers, yeah, that's always wild. But that's only when she doesn't actually. Has she done a debate in a Uber? I don't think she has. I think she's only like come on the show on Ubers. And with friends in Taco Bell, yeah, the blonde girl that she rides around with at lunchtime or whatever. Anyway, Agrillipus, thank you very much. I really appreciate the massive amount of super chatting. Massive. That is killer. Thank you so much. It's really funny. Clovertack, you're right. Sometimes she's annoying as all fuck. Sometimes she is not. The inconsistency is frustrating. You never know which Kel you're going to get. I agree with that. I like Kel. I think she's funny. I think she has, if she can kind of even out a little bit, she'll be pretty good. But other than that, I think Clovertack, you're on to something there. Don't know which one we're going to get today.
Yeah, you know, also, like, maybe it's just me. Like, I've been getting a lot of feedback from people, especially, I really enjoyed that show, right? And then people like really enjoyed the first one, and it's kind of like there's a happy medium between like the serious combo and then the like kind of like the yelling and whatever. I think the problem is like I had that first conversation today, and that was supposed to be the more mature, like we're gonna go into depth shit, and that was maybe the most spicy shit I've seen in a fucking while, right? Like that was like we had like a gay Italian man calling somebody a bitch.
Chat.
Like we were like, oh,
don't
like okay,
make excuses. She can't even explain herself. Smiley face emoji.
I'm going to read this one too. $20 came in from Agrillipus again. Massive, dude, massive. That's awesome. Don't make excuses. She can't even explain herself. This is true. I'm not making an excuse. I'm making observations. Gibbs is kind of making a couple of excuses, but he feels some responsibility because she is kind of his protege. I get it. Don't give Gibbs too much shit on this one. I'll give him more shit about it later. Don't you worry.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think I would have moderated maybe a little better or more aggressively if that first panel hadn't been such a knockout, like head fighter one. You know, sometimes you get a couple hits and you're like, I'm not the same.
Yeah, I didn't see the first one. What was the first one on?
It was of a real nerdy lore shit, so nothing you've cared about. But
I got you. $5 from K2. Keep on trucking. She's a gender. She's never gonna mellow out. Telling you from experience. Yes, I mean you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
I wouldn't know anything about that.
Kel is actually improving.
I think she has improved a lot. Yeah.
I do. I think that she has I think that she's okay. I mean, why? And I say that, guys, understand. Agrillipus again.
Agrillepolis donated $50.
$50.
Super chat. Gibbs, you need to train your Padawan better. Grid, you're a good man, but let's recognize reality. Here, smiley face emoji.
$50 from Agrillipus. Thank you very much, sir. Gibbs, you need to train your Padawan better.
See, y'all missing the whole point. It's the
Grid, you're a good man, but let's recognize reality. I'm trying to recognize the reality. I think I'm pretty close to it. I think I'm pretty close.
Nah, see that you're missing out the bigger point. It's if we can get these economic lefties, the economic conservative open lefties while they're young, if we can convert them and then we can get them on all social shit after. That's the way.
Vegan.
Yeah, I'm going to work on that too. I'm going to send her a pack of steaks for Christmas or something.
I mean, Gibbs.
Listen, if we could convert a vegan to the conservative cause, guys, we could convert anybody. Just trust it. It's going to happen.
I'm a condescending prick. I kind of am.
Listen, I mean, isn't that the point of what we're doing, Grid? Is to like.
I am. Look, I admit my bias.
Yeah.
Why is anyone shocked that I'm biased? I literally say I represent the. Oh, you mean Agrillipus? I like Agrillipus. He can be biased. $20 from Agrillipus.
No, I get what you're saying.
Agrillipus donated $20.
The heart of it is the conversion.
Gibbs strain from what I'm saying. Smiley face emoji. Smiley face emoji. Smiley face emoji. All good.
Agrillipus is just giving you shit. The Raging Patriot 1776 sends in $2. She's too fucking emotional and in her fifis. That is true. That is true. That is why that's such a great clip, though. Yes, I'm a... Hey! Kinetic Kel! She does prep for important streams. Almost printed the stats I needed. Left work early to be here and was only told today that it's not going to be one-on-one.
I defended you about
what is GG? What is
good
that?
game.
Good game. Okay.
Agrolepolis donated $20 super chat. I'm just fucking around. How y'all know that?
We do know that, but I actually I take some of this seriously. Look, I will own that Kel has been she's had some moments, right?
I mean, she's improved dramatically from the first ones. That's what I'm saying. Like, I definitely think not having your notes, I would have been infuriated personally. Like I already know. Like, if I prepped all my shit and then lost it, I'd be real mad, and I definitely probably would take it out on the panel. But I had before, so like I'm not bashing for that. Like, it did ruin the flow a little bit, but not every panel's a winner.
Mel's got so much cope. Fabian is a moron. No, Fabian, he's pretty fucking sharp. So, did I skip your super chat? I did not mean to. I thought I read all of them. Let's go. No, I read that one. Oh, I did miss one. $2 from K2. Keep on trucking. Kel, he says I can fix her. LOL. Funny. Kel, I sent you the link. If you get your internet straightened out, come on up. You are the one coping because I admit my bias. I will tell you exactly how biased I am, by the way. So if anyone is, fear of socialism. Do you not? I mean, most people should have a fear of socialism. It's killed a lot of people in the world. Like a lot. So, anyway. So, yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, so back to, like, as a joke, I know Grillifish was like, yeah, train the Padawan better. But, like, I really think, Fabian talks
she's come a long way, for sure. I mean, I'm not going to.
Well, sure. But I was going to say what Fabian always talks about is, like, he does this to, like, get his ideology out, right? I do this to convert people, too. Like, right? Like, I mean, if we're not trying to convert these people, then what the fuck are we doing online?
Sure.
Other than just, like, playing with piddly dicks.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and Smoking Spaceman, I see what you're saying here. I agree with everything you're saying. I think he's 100% right. Look, the water subject is tough no matter what you do, because is there a right answer? No. Is there a wrong answer? Maybe. I don't know. $2 came in from Raging Patriot 1776. Methanel Mel, man up and stop the simping, man. Oh, yeah. I got you. So, the dapper hat. I got the other hat. Stand by. I'll get it. Yeah, I got it. So. All right, so I'll throw on the other hat. I got the other hat. I keep it just for such occasions. The polo going on. It's all right. I always pronounce it Aquafire. I don't know why. I always have.
Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt you because you were like, "Oh,
no, I was fine.
I was gonna wait till you're done and be like, I think it's Aquifer, but
yeah, no,
someone said something, I was like, damn it, while I'm in the bathroom.
No, you're fine, man. That's fine. I know, and I even know that I'm doing it, right? So it's just something that I just mentally insert that I in there for some reason. I don't know why. I understand a lot about water. So there you go.
One second.
Why are we talking about wastewater treatment when we're talking about aquifers? Mel, why are we talking about that? Why would Kel have an excuse? Such an idiot. Where'd you go? There he is. Oh, you're all right.
Sorry about that. I had a call. Work call.
It's all good, man. It's all good. You like dropped off. I thought maybe you were having problems.
No, I like this is like, so I usually start working about like 8 p.m. to like 4 a.m. to 3 a.m. usually. That's what I like about 4 a.m. 3 a.m. 4 a.m. 5 a.m. I get like,
yeah, I was working at the beginning. I was a little distracted at the beginning because I was still working a little bit. I've got a deal going on where I got a couple of deals going on that need hand holding a little bit.
Yeah, this is my usual work time because my business partner, he handles like the day-to-day stuff. And then not day-to-day, like the daytime shit. And then I handle like the evening, like overseas shit most of the time. And I'll tell you what, we hired somebody at the beginning of the year. And holy fuck. Like, we trained this guy for 6-8 months before, like me and him, like in the depth training. And, whenever you talk about like, oh, it's better to keep people and train them and get them better than to like lose people. This is not that case. Like, this guy had to go. And so now we're back at square one looking for somebody, and we're going to have to train them from scratch because this is kind of complicated. It's been a real not fun like 8 months, but we're profitable, so whatever. I can't bitch too much,
Yeah. Smoking Spaceman, I'm happy to talk about wastewater treatment when we're talking about water when we should. But when we're talking about what's going on with the aquifers and the water getting pumped across country, specifically to support other areas of the country, which is the actual topic of discussion, which is weird because we got into a lot of things that weren't actually part of the topic. That was very funny. So, Gibbs, that was funny.
Oh yeah, I mean, it got real heated there for a little bit. They a lot of the screaming back and forth. What Fabian does that cracks me up is he'll sometimes like go real hard, and then other times he goes professor mode, and that like infuriates people to know it. They're like, listen here, professor. You're not, and that makes them more mad. Like when he's over here, just like calm down. Like, I mean, how do you make somebody mad? Tell them to calm, more mad, tell them to, that is very satisfying to watch some people sometimes. They're both back and forth. I like the nuance panels, like sometimes, and I like the spice. It's just sometimes where there's like a flow. Like, it's better to go with the flow. I did this like all
I'm just actually going to start saying aquifer all the time now.
I would
because it pisses people off and it just fucks them up.
It's a meme now. I do like strategery instead of like strategy. People are like, that guy has some strategery. Be like, oh, what is that?
Yeah, get you off your game.
Yeah, and then people think you're dumb, right? Because you're speaking like a country bumpkin. They just don't know it's memes.
I don't know where you even got that from either. It's just like. I know that I do it because I was actually having a discussion the other day about some water stuff with a buddy of mine in Colorado, and he's like, "Hey, what's with that?" I'm like, "I just always done it." So I have two friends of mine in Colorado that deal almost exclusively with water rights. Hey, Grillipus, thank you so much, my man. 10 memberships. 10 gifted memberships. What a legend. Grillipus is a legend. Yeah, I don't so that's one of the only reasons I actually knew a whole lot about specific parts of the discussion is because of the because I know people that work in that industry. They buy water rights, sell water rights, go to court over water rights. So that was, that's the only reason I actually even bothered.
It's exciting stuff. Exciting stuff. I gotta say, guys, how did y'all let me win another one of these shows? Don't ever let it happen again, guys. I better bring those A games on these weekends. I'm here. Mm-hmm. Especially if y'all kick me off and bring me back, because I'm gonna be mad.
Well, I made that announcement tonight. I guess you didn't hear that, but I talked about how we're going to the kickoff that I am going to put in a kickoff, a kick move, and to kick someone off of the show for the night is going to be $275. So that was I did make that.
Yeah, the con with that, and I wish I should have brought this up with Charlie when I was talking to her right before this, but I didn't have time. Is like then say like somebody just is making your whole chat really mad, right?
Yeah.
Like, and everybody's coming after you. And actually, like a good example, this is when you
they can patch it up.
Well, so in primes when everybody's wants to fight Fabian, or wants to fight like you, or wants to fight me, and like then it's like 1v6.
Why does it become a one? Not like legit. I have been on there. If you weren't there this past week, but it literally becomes like it's you, Fabian, and Lactoid kind of neutral, and then it's me versus everybody else.
Oh, I mean that's because I can't tell you. I fought everybody a bunch of times, and Fabian. It's like it's whenever you have like a take that like it's just they want to die, like they're not willing to like concede anything on. Then they're just like they all want to pick it apart. And I like to call it the Billy Mays. They get so mad about the first thing you say, they don't even let you get to the second thing that you have. That's like this is only the setup, but wait, there's more. And you're gonna hate that way, way more, right? And so it does become like that. But the good news of that is then you're dictating the combo. So like you get all the stardom those days. So whatever. What were we just talking about before that? I had a point to this, but fuck, it's gone. Well, ADHD. Sorry about that. Yeah, I had something here. It was.
That's all right.
It'll come back to me in 3 hours.
It will. It'll. Because I'm gonna. The show will end, and you'll be like, oh yeah, let's do it.
Oh, it happens to me all the time. I wake up 4 a.m. or on the weekend. I'll be like, oh, this one was talking about Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, looks like Glenn's doing Bible study over there. The point is fleeting. Yeah, Grillipus. I was advised to set my kickoff fee high enough.
Oh, that's what it was.
That you have to really hate somebody or just dislike them to get rid of them. And at the same time, if somebody gets kicked off, they shouldn't complain about it because it's just the way.
Right, yeah, they're just high enough. They don't care. That's the way they do. But the one problem that both Cutebot and Interview Charlie have expressed to me in the past is that what'll happen is you'll
wait, hold on. Mel's experience with hydrology is from aquaponics. That's weird. I had a hydroponics garden for a while. Hydroponics, where you have the fish and the fish and the vegetables and all that. It's like a closed ecosystem.
Oh, that's cool.
It was cool.
Like one of those seal those. But yeah, so what they bring up though is if you take out the person that's carrying the fight, then all of a sudden it could like just kill the whole show because you're just like, well, now there's nobody to fight. I think your format kind of the format you have with the gauntlet kind of eliminates that to some degree though.
Mm-hmm.
But all right, well, thank you so much for letting me join you for the after here. I enjoyed it. This has been fun.
Yeah, man. Yeah, absolutely.
I'll see if we can come through Friday. Maybe.
Before I forget, so what it's looking like now, just so you're up to date, so everybody's up to date. I'm 90% sure that you're going to have you're going to have Friday. If you come in Friday for Debate Con, you're going to have. I'm probably going to do a get together lunch somewhere. It's going to be, treat yourself. I'm not treating, but we'll have, we'll get a separate room or something somewhere and have kind of a meet and greet. And then that evening, we're going to do the debate show live. And the in the studio, and I the studio that I currently have available now. I am looking into some other ones that are larger, but the studio I currently have available, there's not really room for an audience, but there's room for about 10 people to be in the air. Like two or three people up on stage, and then 10 people in the house watching live. And then, but there's not really room for like a 40-person studio audience or not. And that's kind of what I'm looking for. So that would be Friday night, and that can go as late as it needs to go. Saturday night after Debate Con, Andrew has beat me to the punch. He's doing a Crucible get together just like he did in North Carolina. It's going to be legit, except it's going to be in Nashville. It looks like it's going to be downtown. They're going to make it so you can just Uber over, and have a great time at a very. There's like 3 locations that are being considered. I'll let you guys know more as I know more. And then Sunday night, if you're still in the area, there's going to be a smaller get together, and then I think I'm going to do the debate show later in the evening, assuming we finish early enough. And then Monday we'll do the debate show live if there's anyone left, and everybody hasn't gone home. So plan on that, Gibbs. That's what's going on right now.
Yeah, I mean, so Friday to Monday is kind of what you're saying.
Yeah, Friday to Monday. It's gonna be a lot of stuff. Monday, I think I'd like to do a range day. I'd like to do a range day on Monday if we could get some people that are, willing to go to the range, hang out.
I'll be honest with you. I'll go to a range. I don't know how much money I want to spend on fucking ammo. Ammo's goddamn expensive right now.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
Well, fair enough. I mean, I might be willing to do some shooting, but
Cat's going to be there.
I mean, listen. You plan the events. I'll set aside whatever, right. And I'll be there.
And I'm letting you know that because you've talked about some you've talked to and about some people that I.
Yeah, I'm gonna text them right now. So yeah, I guess you. So the one. Okay, I feel like I should talk to you about that offline. Actually. Yeah. I will communicate some of that to them, and then I'll let you determine who you want on for what day, whatever. I don't, like I said, it's all you. But I'm here for the ride. I can be there the whole time. I just need to know the dates, and now I do it. It's that weekend of the 15th, right?
Yeah.
And then let me ask one other question for you.
Yeah, man.
Well, I have you. So, where's the con? Do we know the location? And do we know what time they open on Friday? I'm assuming it's Friday, Saturday, Sunday, right?
I'm sorry?
I'm assuming it's Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the actual con itself?
No, it's just Saturday and Sunday.
Okay, cool. So
it starts at about 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning, goes to like 5. We're trying to understand now, because last time it was a little disorganized. First day it ended. I thought it ended early at about 4:30. They could have gone to 5 or 5:30 and still had plenty of time for dinner and everything. And then, of course, people were just kind of waiting around trying to figure out what to do for a while before we went to dinner. And the Sunday, I think it'll go to 5 o'clock as well. But we're trying to figure that out from James. And I'm going to reach out to James and see if I can get on the ticket and debate somebody at DebateCon itself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'm willing to do whatever y'all want, or if y'all need people for plugins and shit.
Yeah, man.
Or I could just sit there and network. I'm okay with any of these things.
Yeah, I understand, man.
I'm a tool. Use me. I'm gonna.
I told Kel about it and told her that and she said that she's probably going to come. So.
Yeah. Do you know the venue by chance?
Yeah, it's a Holiday Inn.
Can you get me
Airport.
that address thing? Like, it's gonna be like at the
Yeah, I'll send it to you. Yeah.
bet. Yeah. So
Holiday Inn Airport. It's the
Cool,
airport
like-
Holiday Inn.
like it's gonna just have like the big room and kind of thing in there.
Yeah. Same thing. I had him all set up to do it at the university, but he said it was too expensive. Kissy Cat, you can bring ammo. I will bring lots of guns. Lots of guns.
I like to hear that. That sounds see, you're just selling me on the range thing more and more. I like guns, they're fun.
I may have to start doing my own little gathering every so often.
I don't know why you wouldn't if you're in the area, and you have the ability to do. When I do, they have PAX here. I do a PAX after party thing, and then when I was in Houston, I would do partner up with a local bar, and we would do like incentives for people to come. It was good networking, and then I don't know if you know you wouldn't know Young Value, but this guy, he does all the organizing for a bunch of like rappers turned like streamers, and they're like streaming groups because they all are invested in streaming groups now. And he like hosts stuff with like a lot of venues, like club related and non-club related, like actual business stuff at studios, kind of like what you're talking about. And he always tries to host some kind of like mixer. So like I would do it if I was you.
Yeah, this is what I'm thinking. So after DebateCon, probably after the first, so DebateCon's in November. We have Christmas, January break, right? Basically a month where nobody gets to do anything because you're just doing stuff. I'm thinking probably in March.
Okay.
I'm thinking. I think we're going to do something here in Tennessee, and it'll be. It'll probably be another it'll be not necessarily a debate con, but it'll be a get together. I'm going to try and get, again, live music, all of that, range day, all of it.
Yeah, I mean, live music is cool, especially when you live in Nashville. I'm sure that's not too hard to get.
Yeah. Live music is like almost a must in Nashville. I mean, the hotels have live music, right? Like
they do. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, most of them do. Yeah. Agrillipus, yeah, absolutely. We're going to be doing this on November the 15th and 16th is DebateCon. I'm going to fire up a separate event early on Friday and run it till Sunday. It is in conjunction with and not to compete with DebateCon because I will be at DebateCon both days. So if you want to meet me and hang out with me, that's where I will be. Guys, I'm going to open up the panel. If anybody wants to jump up,
I have to get out of here.
Yeah, I know that you've got to roll. I got you.
Thank you for having me. Yeah, just send me the. I think you might already send it to me. I just asked for the hotel thing so I could get it to a couple people. And
I'll send you that. And I would. I don't know. I'm not really sure the.
Yeah, and I'll call you.
How many people are staying at the airport hotel? But there's a lot of hotels in that area.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't have to be there. I'm not. Yeah, super worried. I mean, like, I'm pretty cheap when it comes to traveling. I'll stay on just the floor at the homeless shelter. No, not really. I won't do that. But like,
well, I mean, the Opryland hotels just down the street.
Where's the flop house, Grid? That's what I want to know.
I don't know flop houses.
Where the
I am very strong. I'm very strong. My wife loves Opryland Hotel.
Which strip club is 24/7? I'll just stay there after work. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm just kidding. Just send it to me, and then I'll get something recorded like close by or whatever. And,
I've got 30 carbine.
I will probably call you during the day or afternoon, one of these days, tomorrow or Friday, and maybe get a couple other things privately. But we'll go from there. But all right, I'm gonna let you go. Thanks for having me. Have a good rest of your show. Hey, Gorillapus, keep giving us shit with your money. We're all big fans. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you, Chad. Y'all been great. Thank you. Good.
We'll talk tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Good. All right. See ya. Yeah, there we go. That's true. Safari Club Convention was at Music City Center. That's a decent venue. That is absolutely true. K2 never comes up. Well, he has it on mine. He has on other people's. Barrett 416 is fun. Barrett is right not far from me. Where Barrett is. I'm annoyed with Barrett because when Ronnie Barrett was looking for funding and he was going through the military trials, I mean, I could have invested like $500 with him, and it would have been worth millions later. I was like, I was in college. I didn't have a lot of money, you know. It was it's just it's just trouble. What Barrett Manufacturing. I did not go to Safari Club this year, but it was a legit event. I heard. I have friends that go. Okay. I'm gonna put the link in the mod chat. This is a chill stream, so I don't want anybody that's not chill coming up. If you want to come up and talking garbage, then you're probably not going to get up. But otherwise, it's cool. Yeah, so cleaner. I have a 300 short mag. I have an FN TSR and 300 short mag, 300 Wisdom. And I've shot that. My furthest shot with that was 1,600 yards. So. Oh, that's awesome, Kissy Cat. So. Hey, what's up, Agrillipus? How are you tonight?
What's up, man? Hey, how's it going, man?
It's good, man. It's been a good night.
Yeah, I'm on my phone, so I hope this works all right.
You're cool, man. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, man. It sounds really exciting in November, man.
Yeah, November is going to be really good. I'm going to do. I got to do something in March or April, though. It might be April. April might be a better month. Cleaner. If I recall correctly, I shot that with a Burris MTAC 14X. I think it was 14X, and that was a 1,600-yard shot. So, yeah, that's in Colorado though. We could shoot 1,600 yards, just like, yeah, it's just normal, right?
Dude, I shot a bear at about 150 yards. I'm like, that's impressive as fuck.
Yeah, well, I mean, I shoot my AR. So I shoot my AR in 223. I shoot a 75 grain boat tail hollow point match bullet using an 8 or 10x scope. And I've hit standing offhand at 500 yards. So
yeah, I used a 30.
And that's a torso. So that's what they call a BC zone target. So it's slightly smaller than an average sized man, head and chest. So a BC zone target. And I hit that first round hit standing offhand. So
impressive, man.
It's a good shot. I hit this weekend. I hit at 8-inch plate standing offhand at 180 yards.
God damn, dude, that's perfect, man.
With the 80, yeah, with the AR. But I practiced that, and I told him, I'm like, so everybody's like, man, that's a really hard shot. And there were people like going to war with those things, and they just could not hit them. And I went up there and went ding, and I hit, and the guy didn't call a hit, so I'm like, that was a hit. And then I hit the second one. And I had to move. I knew I was going to have to move position, so I went back and shot the first one again. And he's like, "Oh, that was you'd already hit that one." I'm like, "Yeah, I know. I called the hit." So,
yeah, with my rifle, I'm about a 1/4 inch at about 500 yards. I'm pretty close. But I tagged mine out at about my last hunting. I went. I killed bear, and it was 50 yards. It was straight through the heart. Perfect shot. Yeah. But I mean, we're not talking this distance. That's impressive as fuck, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's a game, right? It's golf with guns. So
yeah, it is, man.
Game. So,
yeah, you just got to sight them in, and you just got to keep playing with it. And
yeah. And that was actually a new rifle this week. I just put it together and just got it to where it was more or less. I mean, it needs the gas adjusted now and some other things, but it's pretty close. Pretty close.
What
I use
what are you shooting?
So that gun is a so it's a Gibbs side charging upper receiver out of Arizona. They're all billet, custom, awesome, cool shit. That one has a Cross machine, which is a Tennessee company. They're made here in Tennessee. Handguard on it with that, which is Acromount. It's Arcamount, or Arcamount, yeah, and basically like a camera tripod sort of thing. And then the barrel on that one is a Ballistic Advantage 18-inch fluted stainless steel barrel. I normally use black hole weaponry, but I just happen to have a Ballistic Advantage on hand. So
that's freaking sweet, man.
Yeah, I mean, I have a very specific formula for building these guns, and I've always, so when I first started, I didn't realize how easy long range is if you just have the right stuff.
Yeah.
And so I was like, wait, what? Someone struck both his channels? $5 comes in from Chuck in Tennessee. Somebody got it out for Flo. Someone struck both his channels. I bet it was that dude that they were talking about yesterday. I just saw his channel. Wait, hang on. I just saw his channel. He's live now, isn't he? Chuck, is he live now? I could have sworn he was live now.
You got to be careful about that, man.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty shocked, to be honest with you, that I don't get hit more often. But the problem is that or not, it's not a problem. Holy shit, he's not up.
I think it's because you play it cool, man. I mean, you're not just like all over it and
I make enemies, but it's just really hard for there's no way anybody could look at what I do as being harassment or anything like that.
Yeah, man. You play it cool. You usually are just more chill.
I try to be, yeah. Dude, he's not up right now.
Oh shit.
Damn, son.
Or they shut him down instantly.
That's cold-blooded, man. I wonder if it was that dude they were talking about yesterday while I was cleaning my garage. About I'm not going to get into it. But,
yeah, I don't know all about any of this stuff. I just do know that there are people that are traveling through chats and trying to get people. I do know that.
Let me see if I can get see if I can get Flo to come up here and see what he thinks.
I can back down if you need me to, bud.
No, you're cool. You're cool. You can hang out.
I can hang out.
I thought I just sent him a message. So, but so anyway, on these, when I'm building these rifles, I have like a when I first started, like a 250-yard shot was daunting. Now, and again, remember, now we're not shooting at at 200. We're looking at. Or I'm looking at some, like a 200-yard shot for me is like a 8-inch plate.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Or a skinny Sammy or, something like that. Like that 200-yard shot for me is like pretty small. And the,
so I usually start off at about 200 yards and then I'll just back it down from there and see where I need.
Yeah. I do a game where I have like 8 by 6 inch plates, and I set that out at 200, and then I have a 6 by 6 inch plate that I set at 100, and I'll go from 100, 200, 100, 200, 100, 200, 100, 200, and just keep ringing.
That's kind of what I do. Yeah.
And So
you'll find the median between, and then even at like 50 yards you're good, and all the way up to 200 yards it's that sweet spot. Yeah. Yeah, but I got buddies that go moose hunting and elk hunting and all that, man. That's my next thing. I'm gonna do that next. But they're talking about shooting from 500-600 yards plus, and it's like, damn, dude, brutal.
Mm-hmm.
Because the most I'm used to shooting is my 30-06, which does the trick usually, but when you're talking about long range like that it's not exactly accurate. But if you can smack it with the 30-06, I mean, that's a wham.
I mean, so the thing is like, it's all about ballistics. It's all about, absolutely. Exactly. Cleaner. Let me, somebody get Cleaner a link.
If you smack them with the 30-06, it's going to wham them. But
so like exactly I shoot I shoot a 300 short mag, right? Winchester short mag, 300 Wisdom, whatever you want to call it. And so I'm shooting a 208 grain bullet at 3,007 feet per second.
Yeah.
So that's a bullet that's literally 4 times the size of a 223 5.56 bullet.
Oh, yeah.
It's literally 4 times the size, and it's going just as fast.
Yeah, I don't use, usually if I'm using my 5.56, I'm like hog hunting or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I won't use my 30-06 is straightforward for hunting beyond 200 to 500 yards.
Yeah.
I don't have anything kind of bigger than that yet, but that's done the trick so far, man. I mean, I do all my hunting.
It's Cleaner. What's up,
how
man?
you guys doing?
Just talking shit. What are you doing?
Chilling, listening. Man, I when I was still in the military, I had an old M9, and it was the older style with the special safety where it didn't click off the firing pin. But oh man, I could shoot at about 60 yards. I could shoot a 1-inch group with that sucker open sight.
Oh, dude, those things.
So an M9 Beretta.
Yeah,
I have an M9. I have one in my collection, and it's I got it from an Air Force guy, and it's a really good. They're really good, really accurate pistols. My only problem is the grip. I don't have small hands. I don't have small hands, but I don't have big hands either. And the Beretta is meant for big mitted people, and they just are. And so I shoot 1911s or 2011s mostly.
Yeah.
I shoot a lot of like, I hate Glocks, man. I just hate them.
I don't really like Glocks either, man. I
just hate it. I've got like 4 or 5. It's weird because I always say like, I just don't have a Glock, and then I will like find 4 or 5 of them because
you know what I love, dude. I have a couple of Rossies that are
of what?
Rossies.
Rossi?
Yeah, dude.
You're a revolver guy. Ooh,
dude, they are fucking badass.
That's a character.
They never get old, too.
Being a revolver man is a character flaw.
I think when it comes to revolvers, Colt will always be my favorite.
That I carry those.
That 44 Magnum Python.
I don't carry that. It's just
the 44 was the Anaconda. The 357 was the Python.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Oh,
sorry. No, I'm sorry. I get OCD about that shit.
No, those Colt Vipers. The Colt Vipers are the fucking bomb, dude. Those things are badass.
All I have on the blue box is 44.
Yeah,
it doesn't say Snake's name on it. But dude, I love shooting it. I do.
I got a Tommy gun.
I've got a Ruger.
Shit.
Yeah,
I've got a Ruger M1A1.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
I have a Ruger 44 Vaquero that I've never shot. I don't think anyone's ever shot.
What? Why not?
A Vaquero.
Why not?
It's a revolver. I'm not. No, actually, it's a Blackhawk. I lied. I had a Vaquero.
Dude, I got a Blackhawk.
It's a Blackhawk.
I got a Blackhawk with the fucking with the scope on it. I can fucking snipe the bitch from about 100 yards.
it's really a great, the Blackhawk. It's a really a great feeling gun. I'm not a revolver guy, but
Mine's a
I've got like three. I have a 357 Dan Wesson with the interchangeable barrel system. It's my second one. I love that gun, but I never shoot it. Somewhere around here, I have a 38 Arms Corps drop gun, and I've got two 22 revolvers. One is a Ruger 3-screw original, not sent in for the updates or anything like that. Is as it came in the 70s. And then I have another. And then I have the. I can't remember the name of the brand, but the copy of that from Italy. So, and that's it. That's all the revolvers I got.
Yeah, I've got
everything else automatics.
My favorite is the 38 XRP from Ruger. And it's an inline, and that's my fucking gun, dude. That's my gun, dude. If I was in competition, that thing right there, man, dude.
Yeah.
But I got a ton of 22s. I mean, that's all great.
I love 22, man.
But the Rock Island 38 Special. That's my favorite of the revolvers, dude. It's a 6-shot 38 special.
Damn,
dude.
I've never been I have them. I just don't do anything with them.
So. They're just fun. That's all, man.
Yeah,
just fun.
But I'm I have one of basically every gun you can shoot 3-gun with. Because
do you have a 22 Thunderbolt? I forget the name of the manufacturer, but it's called the 22 Thunderbolt. You ever heard of it? It shoots 2 22 Magnums at one time.
Oh,
you got 4 shots. So
it's a Derringer.
No,
I don't have any Derringers.
It's not a Derringer. It's
dual trigger or single trigger.
It's got a dual trigger on it, but you pull them and it pulls them both at once.
Yeah.
Have y'all ever heard of a drilling?
Yes.
Yeah.
My parents actually used to trade them quite a bit 20-something years ago, 30-something years ago.
Yeah, so that's
they cornered the market barrels on them.
It's 2 12-gauge barrels and 1 rifle barrel of it can be various calibers.
Break over, pop them in, break it back, pop.
Yeah. Just for fun, man. How about this? Have you ever heard of the American Arms, the 22 Magnums, the little 22 mags?
Yeah. Those are the little tiny.
Yeah, there's a little
Derringer. I don't get into
22 mags. You said Derringer.
Is that the thing that looks like a cigarette lighter?
Yeah, it looks like a belt buckle. They make one that's a belt
long
buckle.
Barrels. You got short barrels. You got. I mean, dude, those little things are fucking fun, man. Like they sound like little cap guns, dude. Except you're shooting mags.
I like 22 Magnum. I have a Magnum Research 22, which is it's a 1022, but in 22 mag. And it's got a carbon fiber wrapped barrel and all that cool shit. It's awesome. I've shot prairie dogs out to 300 yards with that thing.
Yeah, I put wood handles on mine, so.
Well, I mean, it's a rifle, so.
No, mine are little freaking. They're like.
Oh yeah, you're talking about the little guys. Yeah.
Oh, dude, they're like literally like you said, the size of a lighter.
Yeah, they're.
I got the Henry 22, the lever action with the hex barrel.
Oh,
I love it, dude. So much fun, man. Oh yeah. Like
my kid loves that thing.
We grew up watching the Lone Ranger, and then you get to go out somewhere with the lever action and just pop, 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 just like the Lone Ranger. It's so much fun.
Yeah,
my daughter loves that thing. Yeah.
Oh, I do too.
Yeah, I just picked up a Mossberg 940 Pro Comp, which is actually, it's not a competition gun. It's actually their tactical shotgun, it's built on their competition shotgun, but it's the tactical version of that. And so it's got an 18-inch barrel.
is that the black one with the full length, and you can take out the plug and you can stick in like 7 rounds?
Yeah, it's got an 18-inch barrel, so it's the magazine. It comes to the end of the 18-inch barrel, so it probably holds 5 or 6 rounds.
No, yeah. Pull the plug out, and you can shove 6, and I believe 1 in the chamber. I've had one of those since I turned 18, bro. That was the first gun I bought.
My competition Beretta.
First gun I bought.
My Beretta 1301 comp holds 12 rounds.
Damn.
In the tube.
Yeah, mine only holds 7.
Yeah. Well, you got to get the tube extension, you know?
Yeah.
Got to have plastic surgery or metal surgery.
I haven't had that done yet.
Just make sure you keep the cigars with you so you can put them back in there. The plugs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't care. I don't hunt with mine, so there's nothing.
Have you guys ever heard of a Churchill 20 gauge?
Yep. I haven't got to see one in person yet, though.
Oh, it's a semi-auto 20 gauge. That mother, oh my god!
I have a Remington 1100 in 20 gauge. I didn't even know I had it. I was just like
semi or just
it's semi-auto. Yeah,
dude, those things are so fun, man.
I don't like 20 gauge, man. I think 20 gauge is too snappy. I like 12 gauge. 12 gauge is where it's at.
12 gauge is fun. I mean, I'm just saying the semi-auto and the 20 gauge. You could just pop. It's just there's no kick to it.
I'll tell you, there's
no kick. There's no kick.
I was at my parents' ranch, and they had a raccoon caught in a trap that we had to put down. And my dad let me use his Judge, and I've got to tell you, I'm actually partial to 410 now. That's pretty fun to shoot. That Judge is
for home defense.
I have a 410 lever action shotgun.
I've got a Taurus Judge home defense. It shoots 45 long Colt and then 410.
And then the 410,
so I just alternate them in my chamber. So, dude, you're fucked.
Mm-hmm. That's fun to shoot, though. You know, I mean, it's something. It's something about holding a hand cannon, like in your. You know, I mean, really, you know what I mean? It's just.
It is.
I don't know. It's satisfying. It's satisfying. I
have this old, and I mean old. I need to look up the exact manufacturing date, but it's a. I have a lever action 410 shotgun.
That's got to be fun.
My dad has one that I'm waiting.
I haven't shot it because I'm scared. I don't know how old it is. I'm scared to shoot it.
They still sell those at fucking dude. I went to Alabama and they had one, the same one my dad has had for 40 years. They sell them at Walmart in fucking Alabama.
Wow. Dusty, who have you pissed off, my man?
So this little cunt named Cage.
I was listening to that yesterday.
To what? Cage?
I was listening to that show with all of those people on there and all that. I was cleaning my garage so I could work on my airplane today.
Yeah, well, he's got and I gave Sasquatch the link too if you
yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, no, so I've got a short where I mock him and he doesn't like it. And he reported had it taken down for privacy violation. I appealed it, had it put back up. He filed another privacy complaint on it again yesterday, and I responded and said I've already won this thing. So he's just running around being a little cunt. And here's my thing is, I will never take that short down off of anything. I've got it on Twitter, I've got it on Kick, I've got it on YouTube, a couple channels, I've got it on X. It will never come down. He can torture me to death, and it will stay up. Yes, it will stay up.
I mean, so obviously he's obviously a douchebag. My personal slant yesterday listening to that was like, you guys are reading a lot into it. You know, that, you know, it's hard to predict how anybody's going to react in situations and blah, blah, blah. I had I was like, you know, I don't know. I'm unconvinced, right? But if he's going to slag you like that, fuck that guy.
Yeah, fuck him for real.
You know,
and yeah, it just motivates me to spread around more, make more shorts about him.
Yeah, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Don't stop.
And that's what you're good at is shit talking. So
that
I mean,
might that
kind
might
of
be
played
his
right
way.
into your wheelhouse there, didn't he?
He just walked right into it. And when I confronted him on it, he tried to negotiate and blah blah blah. And I tell him? Well, at first I said, if you give me an apology for striking my channel, and in a video format that I can, and then I will replace my shorts with your video apology if I feel like it's sincere enough. But over time, then it became, well, now you got to give me some money as well on top of that. And yeah, now I just think I'm just going to scumbag.
Hey, I got something for you.
I'll give you.
Bro, I'm obviously not. I told you like multiple times that I'm
Fun night. That was such a fun night for me.
The one issue I have with you asking money to remove the short is that feels a little too close to extortion.
Yeah, no, that's not a little too close.
It's not extortion. He wants me to.
Definition of,
He wants me to do him a favor. I'm doing something that's totally
extortion.
within my rights. It's negotiating, right?
That's not extortion. That's the same thing as buying someone's content and accessing proprietary rights to it. Basically, that's almost the exact same thing.
That's how you have to frame that. You have to frame it.
Can you imagine if everybody who was in any of my content had like a right to have it removed? That'd be a nightmare.
Yeah, that'd be ridiculous. I think some people take this shit that we do too personally. You know, like
really, he is a little bitch.
Wrong, man. They definitely do. They take it.
Well, I mean, like,
personal.
Dude, we got into it pretty heated Monday on the thing we were debating, Dusty. But I don't give a fuck. Like, that shit's fun for me, bro. That shit's fucking fun.
But see, you're a grown ass man. Cage is sprouting vaginas.
Sprouting.
Just now. They just happened.
Apparently, he's gonna have a vagina in his forehead, folks. I don't know.
Fuck anywhere you want.
Squatch. Just growing them. Oh shit.
That's gonna be the next Sasquatch meme.
And you, Cleaner, you did a hell of work for how bad your prompt was, and
I was literally talking to somebody about that tonight. Vibe was on there, and he's like, it just sucked. He's like, it was terrible. And I'm like, I knew it was going to be terrible. That's why I didn't even watch it. Like, I didn't want to be associated with that at all.
Oh, you got an echo, Dusty.
Damn you.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you got it. There you go. Yeah, the only thing that I could do for that was just kind of assume where you guys were gonna try and take the argument based off of the prompt, and where I would take it if I was in your shoes. And that's why I took it down that route, the Yahtzee route, because I figured if I was in your shoes, that's where I'd try to take it if I was arguing against it. So I just went full in with it. I was like, fuck it, let's go full blood. Why not?
Yeah. It was a bad prompt. It was a bad, like, the point that he was making was in fact a vibe thing, right? I feel like this is similar to this, is the claim.
Well, there's a little bit more to it than that, because the prompt was based around a terminology that he himself did not agree with. He suggested the prompt, but didn't agree with it, right?
Well, it was Teriak's prompt, right?
Yeah. Terry suggested a prompt that he didn't know the definition to, and then tried to play it off as if, full on. He seems to believe something about the CIA created, like, it's madness, bro. It's
he has a unique take on it. Now, my understanding was just basically going off of what like the Yahtzees had said and taking the like the background of it, not the exact points they made or anything, but just what's the word I'm looking for? The P word. Fuck, I can't remember.
Well, while you're looking for that, let me read this. $5 comes in from Chuck in Tennessee. Guess I'll have to give Grid my money now since no flow for flow.
He knows how to get to my fucking PayPal.
And your Cash App, and your Zelle, and everything. I got you, bro.
I can't remember the word. The philosophy of it. I tried to just approach the baseline philosophy of it with the points, and that was pretty much it. Because that's the only argument I could see that anybody could really make to say that America was heading in that direction or in that direction. And so I went with that.
Yeah, I mean his claim was hyper exaggerated.
A bit, yeah,
which isn't a great way to good.
I got to be honest, man. And I was on a panel the other day with Teriak, and I'm like, I said, you probably heard me say, that I've talked some shit about you. I hope you don't take it too personally. He's like, nah, it's cool. And I'm like, what? And I'm like, well, just so clear, I said that, that you seem to have, kind of lost a step in your debating, and you just basically just, straw man and everyone and yell over them. I mean, that's just kind of your style. And lately, and I don't know, is everything okay? And he's like, I've been tired, I got a lot of stuff going on, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, all right, cool. But it really does. Is it just me, or does it seem like Teriak actually was a pretty strong debater for the skill level he was at? And then it's like, he's just kind of.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Crashed out, but he's like.
I think Teriak is a pretty smart dude. He just he might be a little bit pissed off.
And I was watching this thing that Andrew did, and Andrew's like, Teriak, why are you debating? Do memes. You're a meme guy. Be a meme guy, right? Like if you whatever you're good at, right? Like don't try and force something that you're really kind of not. Like, I'm not a meme guy. I can't make memes. I can't do what Flo does. So I don't even try. If I need a meme made, I know the guy. Right?
So you're saying, I thought only Democrats weren't funny.
I didn't say I wasn't funny. I'm just not a meme guy. I can't do memes.
Well, no, women can be Republicans, too.
Yeah, see? That's right.
Hold on a second. What do you mean?
Do I need to go through the reductionism of this one?
No, you don't. No,
you're gonna have to define Republican now.
Link Smith and non-fun's gonna come up with this crowd. Oh boy.
Oh wow.
Okay.
I like non-fun. I mean, from some perspective of somebody who's never done anything ever with his hands, I mean, sure.
What do you mean? How do you think he types?
But that's his only weakness is he has a lack of experience. A little experience, and that man will become really dangerous.
Well, most people are only missing like one or two like most people in the debate world, they're only missing like one or two elements that they need to start strengthening on, and they'd be decent debaters at least. Some of them would be marvelous debaters. I've coached a handful of people behind the scenes that are now doing quite well because they're able to see what it is that they're doing wrong and maximize their potential on those little things that they do wrong. Some people just get a little emotional. Some people do what, sir?
How much does that cost?
Nothing. I don't
people
charge
just,
anything.
Minor other
Speaking of emotional, $2 comes in from Kissy Cat. Hush cleaner. I'm hilarious. She says,
if you come in with that southern draw, I'll say you're hilarious all you want.
Yes, man.
Nobody's going to argue against that. That's for sure.
She's also probably more dangerous than any of us on this panel. I suspect.
Non-fun can come up all he wants. Look,
I don't know that for sure, but I suspect.
Yeah, that's crazy. Because if I talked like the rest of my family, I would sound like her. Except
my stepfather. I literally, my wife never could understand a word he said. That's how thick his southern accent was.
Damn.
My wife was like, what is he saying? I'm like, I'll tell you later.
Get her home later that afternoon, sat down, and be like, all right, so here's the situation. Have to break it down for her. I've been there.
Just break it down for you.
It's, you don't want to embarrass anybody.
Yeah, like Barenhauer, but going to go down the street. We're going to get over there. They kind of, what with the whooping crane every time I get out of a federal offense.
You do a pretty good boom out.
Whoa.
Oh, they call those cars Dagos, Sasquatch. because they go wop 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 wop.
That's funny.
No, that's funny, but that's not accurate. Come on.
Oh, it's a joke from back in the day.
That sounds like
I'm from the South. If I start doing racist humor, we're gonna have to go off of YouTube.
Yeah,
I mean,
hey, I'm
you can't even say the word
Twitch.
boy with that name and that
I'm
accent. If you say
restreaming the
boy,
Twitch
it's
fucker, so you can't go too conservative, or Twitch will freak out.
Goddamn conservative folks.
There ain't no conservative people over here in my areas of operations.
A straight up NIMBY, huh?
It's weird if you think about it, how many Karens are Democrats, but they get called like they're conservatives. I'm like, wait a minute. A conservative doesn't give a shit what you do in your yard as long as you don't come into theirs.
You know what that is? That is literal the social media propaganda branding.
That's the best gaslighting ever, baby.
Yeah, they've tried to harness the conservatism and be a Karen still. It's you don't mix the two.
It's not a thing.
Yeah.
See, the thing about
where you at, buddy?
conservative Karens, you don't hear nothing out of them because you don't find out about them until you cross their threshold and end up leaking.
You don't find out about them until you've been served the papers and the sheriff shows up to move your shit.
Right? Exactly. Or you've got holes in you from where she shot you 5 times.
Or they're on a fucking TikTok on a dash cam knocking on your door like, excuse me, your grass is too tall. What the fuck?
Man, my first wife.
Man, that's when she hands you the keys to the mower and says, "Well, go mow it then, damn it."
My first wife was not a conservative woman. She tried to be. My second wife, very conservative woman, but raised kind of in the streets. Like, I mean, I was raised kind of in the streets myself. But man, I'll tell you what. There is no better backup than a traditional streetwise woman. I mean, no fucking joke, man. I put a 9 mil in her hands. I know damn good and well if I'm getting in a fist fight, ain't nobody interrupting it. Not fucking. You know what I mean? Like, that's just it.
Do not can't. No, my wife is not. No, she does not get to hold a gun. No, sir.
Neither does mine anymore, and it's my fault.
It's involved here. It's just like we've had this conversation. She spent most of her life with cataracts, so she was mostly blind most of her life and didn't realize it, and just has no there's no muzzle awareness.
Right.
Oh, it just doesn't exist.
There's nothing like having someone point your own gun at you that just makes you.
Yes.
Oh, I've been there.
You know, I had this thought of like we can have a divorce.
I've been there. It was my 5.7 too.
One of these things.
Katie almost got me with my 5.7. I'm like, that's my favorite pistol.
Well, you should be shot with your favorite gun, not your least favorite.
I don't know. I'd prefer she hit me with something bigger than that little tiny ass fast bullet.
Where is not? I mean, if not is gonna make it, he better hurry up.
5.7 is like fucking a wham, dude. What are you talking about?
A wham. It's a high velocity, but it's a little caliber.
Yeah, it's a little needler round.
It'd go through me and through, 3 houses behind me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a wham.
Did you ever get to shoot a 50 AE Desert Eagle?
I owned one.
Man, that shit's like shooting fucking Hadoukens from Street Fighter out the front of it.
Things fucking hurt.
Fireball's fucking huge.
Yeah. They're so heavy that like my 357 hit harder than my Desert Eagle did. Because
wait,
really?
You mean hit harder, or do you mean recoiled harder?
Recoiled harder.
Oh,
because it was. I mean, it was a thin framed revolver, right? And it wasn't that heavy. But the Desert Eagle, that's like holding a tricycle out.
I was out shooting with a buddy of mine one time, and he pulls this freaking revolver out of his bag, and it's got a bipod on it, and I'm like, what the fuck? And it's like a 454 Castle or some like 500. I don't know what the fuck this was.
454.
That's what it was.
Yes.
Whatever it was, it needed a fucking bipod.
Dude,
and it literally, you sat up there like this with this thing on a bipod because you couldn't hold it. Like
those things, dude. So the 454 Casole, if you take the shell casing from that, will fit inside of a 5.56 easily.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you, that thing.
This is not advice, ladies and gentlemen. Don't do that.
Yeah, we
No, the empty shell.
we were having a great time with that thing because it had this massive muzzle brake on it that I kid you not was like knocking other people's stuff off of their shooting table because it was like boom, and you see the fireball come out the front. It's awesome. I loved that thing. I would never own it, but I loved it. It was cool.
The intriguing thing about that
it was a lot like some of the women you see out there. You love them, but you're not taking that shit home.
Those things will
man.
ruin an engine block, bro. Like you put one clean
I think
through
it was a 500 something or the other. It was
those things
something.
That's one of the things I like about the IWI Mark 19 Desert Eagle. You can swap the 44 and the 50 AE on the spot, so you can have an engine block stopper like on the fucking spot. Yeah. And that's one of the things that the Israelis use it for, is because they can stop a fucking car. Like, they shoot the engine of that car's dead within the next quarter mile. It's done if it doesn't stop immediately.
I don't know about the veracity of this, but I had someone tell me once that certain APCs and certain tanks, if you can get one of those into the fin and turn it down, you can crack the engine block on a tank, but you've got to walk up and do it. I don't know if it's true.
I'm not walking up to a tank. I'm going to be honest with you.
That out.
That's on the list of shit. That's on the list of shit that ain't ever going to happen.
Yeah, never happening bucket list there.
Yeah.
What up, non-fun?
What about a killdozer?
Killdozer?
Whistling Diesel's building a killdozer in the next county.
When I get my
I have
shop
a
set up,
local to me, Powder Dusty.
when I get my shop set up, I'm gonna set up a killdozer.
I want to
Just
kill
for
those.
fun.
I can see
Just
that.
for fun.
I can see
All
that.
of you have penis envy. Y'all don't know what you're talking about. You need to go get one of those skid steers with like the 2 fire brake sprayers, right? And then mount 50s on them. Put you a little cage around it with some deflective panels, dude. You could do it 1/3 of the cost, 1/3 of the weight, and actually.
Have you seen the Bobcat with the Forestry Service kit on it?
I sent a picture.
It's fucking armored. It comes armored.
Yeah, that's the same thing. That's the same thing. Just talking about
set up trees and stuff, and if without that armor on there, that shit'll kill you. But
no, that's the same thing Squatch is talking about. The little skid steer that he's talking about, the Caterpillar one, it's the same thing. It comes with the armor plating on it and the arms. It's like 2 hydraulic arms on either side of it. Those things are cool.
Forestry Service.
Yeah.
Mount some 50 cals on each side.
Right, a couple of Mod Deuces, that thing's a zombie apocalypse ender.
It wouldn't be hard to do. Like, that actually wouldn't be hard to do. All you'd have to do is rig a solenoid to tap the trigger for you and run 2 wires going back to a control panel where you got a little thumb button. That's it. That's all really. And most of the time on the skid steers, the thumb buttons don't have a use anyway.
I 100% believe this. That Kissy Cat flipped her skid steer. 100%.
It's not hard to do.
I bet she did it this way. She was going forward and it went that way. That's what happens to most people. That's what happens to most people. The backs are way heavier than they know, and the bottom end of it goes out from under them.
The only time I ever rolled one was I was pushing something up a hill and backed up a little bit and was going to pull back forward, and it just
rolled right over on you. Have you seen those videos where the guys like roll up to the trailer and stop, and it pops up on the bucket, and then it like turns and goes on the trailer? I mean, that's fucking awesome.
Yeah,
that's like a lot of control.
If you get good at them, you can do a lot of really cool things with them if you get good at driving them.
Yeah.
Yeah, my wife won't let me have a skid steer. I think I scared her when I had the bulldozer, and then she doesn't let me have a skid steer.
I don't blame her. When we get toys like that, and they're toys, we do shit.
Think how much faster you could clean out the hangar, though.
I know, right? I could clean out anything. Kissy Cat says she has counterweights, but not enough.
Do you know where skid steers came from? What their purpose was originally? Cleaning
ground cleaning.
They're baby bulldozers.
Yeah,
ground cleaning.
They were specific. No, they were specifically designed to fit between the pillars in a pig barn, so they could scrape all the poop out.
Yeah, ground cleaning.
That's good.
Cleaning the grounds. Yeah.
He was more specific with it.
Well, because it wasn't just pig barns, though. It was
guns and
skinny barns.
zombie apocalypse and
Do you want to go to the original?
A lot of cool stuff, man. What do you?
Well, I had a. I was curious because I think you're one of like only two people I know who might defend this, and I haven't had many conversations about it. I'm curious what you think of Trump's one big beautiful bill.
Which side do you want taken?
Who are you asking?
Well, I was asking Grid, but
Look, I'll be honest. I don't have a problem with it. I think there are some things about it that I don't like, but literally every piece of legislation for the past 20 years has been that way. Matter of fact, I was trying to think the other day because somebody else asked me. They're like, "Well, how can you back this bill from Trump and you back all or you talk bad about all this other stuff?" I'm like, yeah, it's the same thing to me because literally, and I think in the past 20 years there hasn't been a single bill that I've actually agreed with everything on it.
You don't have to agree with everything in it, but what do you think are the really good things in it? I think there are quite.
Well, I think the HPA going through is going to wreck the NFA, and I can't wait for that to happen. I would have passed all of it just on that one item. That one light item literally meant more to me than all the rest of that horse shit.
I don't even quite know what this
I understand that you don't know.
What is the NFA?
National Firearms Act.
Yeah. I think the FSA would have been the one that I would have voted on it for. But that's because I see like the subtle change that's going to have in society, and I like that change.
Yeah. See what was while everybody was looking at the typical pork barrel spending and horseshit taxes and all of that is just the government doing business as usual. I was looking at the fact that they passed the HPA in its original form. That's the Hearing Protection Act. And when that happened, what they did is they did make one small change, which wasn't in the original form, but that's okay. And that is that they did away with the $200 tax requirement for suppressors. Now, the only reason that they're allowed to regulate suppressors at all is to prove that they collect that $200 stamp. And so now since they've gotten rid of that effectively voids the entire suppressor section of the NFA. And that's going to call into question the rest of it, because why does it exist otherwise? And at some point somebody's going to realize that it should not exist.
In time, but not yet.
The first thing in the fall will be, and the legislation's already drafted, the court case is already drafted to go after the NFA, and honestly, that one thing was enough for me to vote.
Now, unfortunately,
it seems a little.
To apply for a suppressor, you still have to go through all this.
So what do you think I'd be mad about? That we're going to spend money or we're going to cut some taxes? We do that every single time. Literally, there's. Name one bill that hasn't been the case.
Biggest. This is like the big. So first of all, this
it's
bill
always the biggest. It's literally always the biggest.
Not quite always, right? But so this is like a pretty big deficit increase. But secondly,
name one time that it's not the biggest deficit increase that we've seen so far.
I don't believe the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was the biggest deficit increase. I could be wrong about that. But Obama's bill definitely wasn't. Clinton obviously he raised revenue with his budget bills, right? So clearly Clinton didn't do that. But so we're raising a deficit at a time where I think we should be reducing it, especially because the economy.
We will reduce deficit because of the way the financial system will end up working.
Deficit.
No, it'll reduce the deficit.
Well,
what is your source for that? Do you have any?
It'll definitely reduce the deficit.
Could it reduce the deficit?
Consumerism.
Consumerism? What does that mean?
Yeah,
Are people gonna
consumerism.
Like people paying money-
Consumerism.
people
So,
spending
like,
money on
the
shit,
more
that's
money
what
you have in your pocket, the more you'll spend. The taxes
Right.
for companies and the rich didn't go down, so they're still paying the same
Yes,
amount,
so-
but they're going to have more income, which means there'll be more for them to be taxed for. So they'll actually make money out of this, not lose money.
Number one, so there were taxes on businesses and stuff that went down as well. But number
Yeah,
two,
insignificantly.
in principle, I agree with you. There is a point at which you tax so much that it would actually raise more revenue to reduce the tax
Great.
because of how much
You agree
economic
with us.
activity you constrain via taxes. But there is no way that this bill is going to reduce the deficit. No credible estimate says that. Like the Tax Foundation, the CBO, every single independent agency, none of them say it's going to reduce the deficit.
But that's
there's
not what you
no
just.
way that we
but
are on
again-
the wrong side of the Laffer curve. You have no evidence of that. That's insane.
I mean, you already conceded that, yeah, it could. So I don't.
And no,
I don't
hold
even,
on. No, wait, hold
You
on.
just agree
What I
with
can
it.
see
Like,
is
I don't even know why I would
but-
even give a
no,
shit
no.
about all the things that you just brought up if you're conceding that it's possible.
Hold on. What I concede is that, or not concede it because I agreed with it obviously before I came in here, is that in principle it is possible to tax so much that you are on the wrong side of the Laffer curve where you would raise revenue if you reduce taxes. We are nowhere near that.
Yes,
I don't. I think you're incorrect,
Raise
and
revenue
mainly
to-
because
What the fuck?
mainly because first of all, a lot of the money that's being spent that everyone's criticizing is one time or two time expenses to prevent recurring costs down the road. Also,
These are tax cut extensions for 10 years. What do you mean? Actually, some of them are temporary.
That's
but they're
like,
probably
yeah,
gonna be
that's-
permanent.
That's one section.
And that's usually how it works too.
That's the biggest thing that increases it is the deficit in the bill. It's the big tax cuts. It's the extension of taxes.
Well,
on jobs
I mean,
tax cuts, and,
if we're just talking about the taxes, then also, I mean, you'll have to add into addressing the fact that all the people that had a FSA are going to have to pay that money back to the tax system. So that isn't. I mean, we're not going to be in a deficit.
Wait, hold on. Do you think? Okay, when you say we're not going to be deficit, are you saying you just think the bill won't increase the deficit, or do you think we're literally going to go to a budget surplus?
Our deficit is not going to increase more so than it already has in the past. You understand what I'm saying?
What does more so than it already has in the past mean? Do you think,
I think that was pretty straightforward. So in the past, if the deficit increased, if in the past the deficit increased 10% a year every fucking year, I think this year it would be 9.99% or less.
Okay, do you think that if this bill wasn't passed, the deficit would increase?
Yes.
Do you think?
I got to read a super chat here, non-fun. I'm sorry. I like your energy, but it's late. $2 from only Mr. Bill. Non-fun said tariffs would increase inflation tons.
Don't believe I ever said that. You can go back and look, and I never even made the argument that tariffs are inflationary because I don't think tariffs, strictly speaking, are inflationary. I do think they raise prices of some goods, and I believe there is already evidence that we have seen certain sectors raise prices because of the tariffs. But
wouldn't the increase in revenue currently that's from tariffs, wouldn't that actually
number
help
one?
them?
No, it gets you nowhere close to what the Big Beautiful Bill does in tax cuts. And number two, there are just generally much more ways to raise
tax
revenue.
cuts are. You guys always complain about tax cuts, but tax cuts are exactly how you you encourage spending and you encourage more revenue. So while you don't agree with that, I understand that you don't agree with it, but it is the way that happens. That's what Cleaner 409 is trying to express.
When is the last time that happened? At
Well,
best,
and-
you can make an argument under Reagan.
And under under the tariff structure.
Wait, no, I want to
No.
When is the last time we cut taxes that raised revenue relative to the counterfactual? Please tell me.
That was fun.
When is the last time we cut taxes and it
So,
raised revenue relative to the counterfactual?
When you institute tariffs in some areas, other countries, other countries are going to want to trade with you that do not have the same tariffs. So you'll have increases of trade that are going to happen, which are going to affect the other countries that you're tariffing against. They will get less trade. You'll get more trade. That means you're going to have more money coming into your country. So
did you say that we'll get more trade by having tariffs?
Yeah, you'll get more trade. You will.
Might get. No.
How did you do those mental gymnastics?
I
was reading something else. I didn't catch that.
You will end up getting more trade. Not immediately. It will happen though.
I know,
We're
but
already
I wanna understand how
seeing
you
that it's
got there.
happening though.
No, we're not seeing that it's happening. How did you get there though?
Well, so things that America supplies that the people that we've instituted tariffs against also supply, other countries will not be able to get if they want to trade with us. So they will have to get it from us.
Yeah.
So you're saying our trade.
You're saying that if we produce widgets and China produces widgets and we institute tariffs, that they won't be able to buy China's widgets?
No,
they'll be able to
because we make.
But the thing is, if we institute a tariff against China and let them know if they trade with China, we'll institute a tariff against them as well. Then they understand.
You're saying,
they can't.
okay, so
you see what I'm saying?
I mean, we might as well just take them over if we're using that sort of like leverage tactics.
Well, that's what Trump did, though.
Yeah,
but
Trump is market
Trump
manipulating like a motherfucker, just like Elon Musk would tweet out and throw the crypto market. That's what Trump's doing with these tariffs.
So we shouldn't.
Dusty, I'm not saying he's not, dude. I see he is, but what I'm saying is what he's doing is actually producing more trade for us.
Absolutely disagree with it. I don't think that's supported by anything.
We shouldn't.
Yeah, we're seeing it right now. Right? We just got a multi-billion-dollar trade deal with Japan.
But
I mean, they can't get materials from China anymore. They have to get them from us.
Yeah, but
so we're seeing it.
We kept 15% tariffs on Japan, though, so we're still probably going to have less trade with Japan overall.
And here's the thing: the tariffs, tariffs come out of the end consumer's pocket. So, giving increased tax deductions to the same people you're charging more to buy a power drill, it's a wash.
But that's not exactly what happened here, right?
Inflation too. Yes.
That's not exactly what happened here. Because of the tariffs, Japan is building Japanese companies are moving their operations here more and more. We just got Cleaner's correct. There's I think it's $15.5 billion.
Right. When manufacturing comes here, that's indicative of a return to a lower standard of living. Right now, as it is, people in America have a standard of living that is above snapping together cell phone parts. Once we bring manufacturing back,
that's why we want to build it better home.
We already have better American shit that you can buy if you want to. That's already on the table. What we're saying with the tariffs, what you do is the
tariffs bring it back home. The tariffs make it to where they don't get.
We don't want it back home. We don't want it back home. That's my point. The free market has determined we don't want those jobs. We do want to buy that shit.
Why not?
Hold on. I can.
Why don't you want it back home?
I can explain the tariffs.
I think a lot of people do.
Well, I think the free market is just saying we want to buy good quality shit at the lowest price.
No. Yeah, okay, well, the free market wants what it wants. The free market chose to buy cheap shit from China. It didn't.
Well, the free market.
No, I don't disagree with you, Dusty.
I mean, look. We can argue about this another time when it's not 11 o'clock at night.
Why? You can't just stick it in like that and then pull it out, Grid.
Yes, I can.
You're an ass.
Yes, I am. Hold on. I do want to say a couple of small things here, right? And I don't disagree here with some of what's being said, and I agree with other things being said. But it's interesting that we keep talking about what America wants to do, doesn't want to do, but the reality does seem to be that Americans don't mind building cars. Right, like we don't mind doing that. And when a Japanese company puts a big factory here, and they're going to make a bunch of money, Calsonic puts a radiator factory in.
Why do you think that is? That Americans, like you just made a claim that it's not.
Because it's capitalism. We like
making money off of it.
Well, I think because we have. Hold on, guys. Because not everybody goes to college. Not everybody can be a YouTuber. There are people that literally work with their hands every day.
And these low paying. Non-skilled labor.
They're not low paying.
I don't know. I don't live in Detroit. But what I'm saying is, there's a ton.
We see this in Tennessee a lot. I hear these arguments, but I live in a state where we have like 4 different factories here. We have I think 2. We have a Nissan factory, Infiniti factory. I think.
So let me ask you this: when you go into a gas station, do they have help wanted signs up everywhere?
Yeah, they do.
They do, because Americans don't want low-paying jobs. Now, I don't know how much you think that people will get snapping together cell phone parts.
That's factory.
But what I'm saying is, when
Then
left
gas
to the
station
free
attendant.
market, which I think most people here, except for Nomfon, surprisingly, it's the only one who agrees with me. When free markets are allowed to do the things, when people are actually allowed to make the consumer decisions they want, they don't choose to buy American.
That's just because it's more expensive. That's all.
The market's been.
That's a good reason. That's a fantastic fucking reason.
I'm not saying it's not, Dusty. All I'm saying is, if here in America we were able to make the same product and it was cheaper than the foreign vehicle, then we would be hold on though. This is we can when Trump has instituted the tariffs that make foreign things cost more.
No, because Americans look. Hold on. Let me lay this out.
We've done it before.
Americans have a standard of living, right? A wage, minimum wage, whatever it is. We will not work for less than X. Chinese people will work for less than X. If we increase the labor input into a product, that has to increase the cost of it.
It will.
So it gets passed through the consumer.
The
so your standard of living
from the base
decreases
cost,
because both of them inflate at the same time.
Not for us, because we're creating jobs by doing it, man.
No. Okay,
you don't understand economics at all, Agropolis. I've listened to you for like 5 minutes, and I'm convinced you have no clue what you're talking about.
Wait, two things. Please. Number one, it's dumb to even assume that the type of tariffs that Trump is doing is actually even going to help most of these jobs anyway. Because guess what? Car companies and manufacturing companies in general rely on a fuck ton of imported parts. Literally slightly over half of all.
Okay, so all right. I really like the energy, but explain.
So that's number one.
Why would Japan move a factory? Why would Japan move a factory?
Not non-fun. Hold on.
Why would Japan? Why would the Japanese?
Okay,
move another factory here.
Tariffs can incentivize domestic production. Obviously, that is something that tariffs can do.
Okay, then why did you say it didn't?
But number one, because you have to think in aggregate. So obviously, some manufacturers will be helped. Some,
you're thinking you're presupposing things that are not necessarily.
I'm not presupposing any of this. I have a ton of evidence. How many studies do you want me to cite?
Evidence is historical.
The whole point of the tariffs.
I have historical evidence from Trump's first time. I have historical evidence from Obama's time.
Why?
I have historical evidence from 151 countries that I pretty much did a big study on.
They're not supposed
These are jobs we chose not to have here because we didn't want them left to a free market.
That's Flo. I'm gonna
that's not true. That's not true.
A lot of people are really unhappy with the way that we sent the jobs overseas. Not because we could make it cheaper, but because we can't export our vehicles to their country because of the tariffs they have.
But why did we ship them overseas?
And because we were making them better.
Well, I don't know if it was better.
No, we're not. We're not.
I don't know if we're going to say better. Let's just
a Toyota versus a Ford. Are you fucking kidding me?
So the thing is that
Fords are way cooler looking.
Yeah, or GMC, bro. Ford sucks.
All of them are worse. Every American-made truck is worse than Toyota. Every one of them.
I disagree. I think
okay, Grid. What truck make do you think is better than Toyota?
My personal truck is a Chevrolet.
So is mine.
GMC.
And Chevrolets look cooler.
Same thing.
It sounds cooler to have a Chevy. They're worse vehicles. They don't last as long.
I've done less maintenance on my Chevrolet.
I disagree.
I have a 2014 Chevrolet pickup.
Then why do they not hold their value nearly as well as Toyotas?
I have a 1972 Chevy pickup.
I can't understand. I can't explain to you mythology because there's a lot of
you think
mythology
it's because
around.
You think it's because vehicle consumers are just confused and they believe in.
No, I 100% believe that people believe the legend of them being so reliable and everything, and some are right. But the reality is you go into a service shop tomorrow, an automotive service shop, just a general one, and ask them how many Toyota brake jobs they do versus Chevrolet.
Okay, well, we both know I'm not going to do that, but I will tell you that I own both a Chevrolet and a Toyota
Tundra owner about their fuel mileage, and then talk to a guy that owns a Chevrolet about his.
I own both a Toyota and a Chevrolet right now, and I can tell you the Silverado has had more things I've had to fix on it. Of course, it's still way better than the Ford F-150 I had a few vehicles back.
The Ford's dropped the ball a little bit.
Oh, wait, hold on, please. None of this is actually like fucking relevant at all.
Toyota
Oh,
and a GMC, and the Toyota is about to blow up with the same amount of miles, and my GMC is still running strong.
See, so why did you choose? Why didn't you choose to buy an American truck?
I acquired it through unfortunate circumstances, sir.
This is idealism in action, folks. This is
the whole top row. The whole top row.
Look,
well, maybe not cleaner. Maybe not cleaner.
Look
at reality.
In my service shop,
with you, man.
In my service shop,
I'm not bullshitting you. I'm just talking.
And I'm telling you, everyone has like this love for Toyotas. In my service shop, Toyotas were my bread and butter. We made so much money off of them because they literally break down all the time. They have this like.
Why are all you guys basing your opinion on tariffs on like your anecdotal experience about?
because I don't care about debating tariffs at 11 o'clock at night. Non-fine. We were talking guns before you showed up.
He doesn't want to have an in-depth debate right now, Non-Fine. Hey, if you'd like to schedule a 1v1 on this, I'd be more than happy to have one with you.
Yeah, hold on.
Let's set that up. We'll set that up. I'll be glad to host that, or we'll put that on.
Most Americans base their decisions off of experiences they've had, things that they've done, things that they've experienced. You base yours off of a book, something you read in a book, something you got off the internet. And you are absolutely certain that your academic and interest in a topic is more accurate than this man's lifetime of experience working in those trades.
I just know what I build.
This man too.
I just know what I build, right? Like my brother has a Tundra, and he's embarrassed every time we start talking about gas mileage. He's like, I just don't even want to talk about it. And now that could just be. I may take better care of my vehicle. All that kind of stuff, but I'm just telling hit non-fine dipped out.
My late father-in-law's got a Tundra, and my GMC gets better.
This is really the conversation he needs to listen to, because I don't think he's probably ever ridden in anything that's not a Prius.
Right. No, he has no experience.
Hold on. So I don't know about this. Is Toyota giving up on producing trucks? They've said that like 4 or 5 times before.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they've said that before. I've never believed them.
It's a marketing tactic to get people to buy the last truck they're going to make.
Yeah. I mean, let's just be honest. Toyota's had some massive failures that they just can't.
Yes,
they can't hide. Like there's a place in Arizona, right at New Mexico, where they have rows of Toyota pickup trucks that they had to buy back because of fuel tanks. Shit.
It looks like just a quick search. Silverados and Tundras get the same city mileage, and Tundras get 2 miles per gallon better on the highway.
Yeah, I know what they say, but I'm telling you, I've never seen one get the mileage they say.
All right, well, Grid's anecdotal evidence trumps everything else.
Well, I'm just saying. I just don't. I mean,
tap out, Grid.
I'm not tapping out. You tap.
Your experience and my experience conflict. So in that case. We can go to the numbers.
Yeah. I don't know, man.
Now we need non-fun.
Why did non-fun leave?
Because he got hurt about the fact that we were kind of talking about historical experiences, anecdotal things and whatnot, and he wasn't.
He wants to debate tariffs for literally that's all he wants to do, and I'm like, dude, I don't care.
You don't.
He was blown away that the only thing
just
I
tap out, Grid. Just tap out.
Was
the
actual
lose with some honor and grace, Grid. Tap out. Admit that he's right about tariffs.
Listen, Dusty.
We're going to tariff our way to prosperity. Is that what's going to happen?
The actual difference, Dusty.
No, I don't believe that we're going to tariff our way to prosperity. That's
but
Agropolis
it's going to require more than tariffs to fix it. Yeah, definitely.
I never said that.
But the actual statistics between different vehicle manufacturers, Dusty, like JD Power, when they do these estimates on which one's the top 5 in reliability, the differences between like the worst and the best, like number 5 and number 1 on the top 5 list, is 12 vehicles or 12 problems out of 100 vehicles. All right, so the total number of problems is 158 problems on 100 vehicles is number 1. Number 5 is 169 problems on 100 vehicles. That's the difference. So there's really not that much difference in the top 5. Toyota and Chevy are both up in the top 5.
But the whole point of that was.
Now I will say that before you go ahead, Dusty. But now I will say that my truck, I have the 6.2 in my truck and not the 5.3. I'm sure the 5.3 sucks and uses way more gas than my 6.2. But because it just loads long.
Thing. Also, those 6.2s got the L87 recall going on right now too.
Yeah.
So.
Well,
I will say that it's not a fair
what
comparison.
I got in my truck right now, but it runs great. I haven't had any problems with it. Haven't noticed.
I get great fuel mileage out of it, and everybody I know that has one.
I get like 23 miles a gallon out of that.
Yeah.
The 6.2s have more intake airflow, and that keeps it a little leaner. So you don't have to worry about a lot of carbon clogs and overheating of the engine quite as much as you would in some of the smaller engines.
Your mom has to worry about carbon clogs.
You knew he was going to say some stupid shit like that. Come on, you can't.
I was just saying that, to be fair, I wasn't trying to like.
Right. No, I will say that the standard 5.3 Chevy pickup truck is just. It's okay, but that's it's all right. But it needs that 6.2 really.
My 6.2 pulls everything I want, man. It pulls my camper, it pulls all my.
So does your mom.
Man, it's like whack-a-mole around here. We keep knocking them down. They keep lining them up.
That's what your mom said, Dusty.
The thing is,
it doesn't
his
work
mom
there.
Can't say anything.
I don't know.
Her mouth is full. How can her mom say? How can his mom say anything? See, that's it.
Look, you guys keep practicing at this shit. You'll get as good as me and Sasquatch and shit talking one of these days. Maybe, but
yeah,
you really got to carpe the diem when you see it go by you,
yeah, that's fair.
And if you manufacture the DM, it just doesn't work as well.
Yeah,
I counsel patience.
I actually always figured Dusty for a non-carpet man myself, but.
Non-carpet, like
you don't like carpet.
On what are we talking about?
On your boyfriends.
Be specific.
Well,
you don't like the tickle in your nostrils.
It's okay.
All right, there you go. So you were able to capitalize on Grid's weird phrasing. I'm still not sure what the fuck you're talking about.
No, that was
the carpet.
Teamwork alley-oop.
Yeah, it kind of was.
You saw a teammate falling and you grabbed the ball as he fumbled it.
Balls.
Grab the ball.
Always talking about balls, Flo. What is it with you and the balls?
I only talk about balls around Rob Noor.
Rob Noor.
Rob Noor and I love talking about balls together.
Yeah.
Is that where he gets it from? You?
Yeah. I hope he's not getting
he got something from me.
I knew it was going to go there.
Now Non-Pom would have really rage quit at this point. If he had lasted this long, he'd have really rage quit.
Yeah.
So do you reckon it's TDS with him, or is he just that into politics?
He's into economics.
So he's like a first-year econ guy, and he's just got this real hard-on for the tariffs, and he just cannot. Because he just.
I also have a hard-on for them, and I'm all the way through that.
Most people aren't willing to engage with him at the level of bullshit that he's at. Like he'll say, "Well, I've got this study, and I've got this study," and I'm like. Well, I told him. I think at one time I was like, "I don't care what study you have. I mean, a study's like, who cares?
Yeah,
that's last year, man. Whatever."
That's my real primary complaint with talking to the guy is he wants to appeal to a higher something or other for higher authority as being these studies that he finds online, and assuming that they've all been accumulated properly, collated properly, and interpreted properly, and let somebody else do all of that stuff but accept the results of the study.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I've seen it go wrong too many times.
I mean,
Well, yeah.
you know, it's in his college textbook, so it must be right.
Well, and I'll tell you something that I've noticed arguing with some of these kids that are in college, when they come into the debate sphere and start arguing things, they end up getting a hold of a lot of Pfaffian studies, which is a study that just gives you the perfect representation of only the data you want to see. That's
well,
it.
it's there. The studies in college are meant to illustrate a point, not
Right.
like teach you the right way to do something. It's just it's illustrative. But
Right, but
one
don't
of the
understand
things
that.
One of the interesting things that I think I told him this once. I think it really I think the reason he keeps wanting to pull me in on this is because I told him one time, I'm like, if any of your economists were right, they'd be rich and they wouldn't be economists.
Mm-hmm.
One
or two that the economists actually are rich. I can't. One of the guys I was working with was mentioning his name, and he's apparently predicted quite a bit of really monumental points in the past 10 years of our flux, our economic flux that we've had. Made a lot of fucking money off of it.
Yeah,
I'll have to get that guy's name.
I think he's just getting really frustrated. We're more interested in talking about trucks and cars.
Well, it's late at night, you know.
I'm ready to go to fight. Normally I've already kicked you guys out, but I was like, this is pretty good. And you know, obviously, you know, Flo's got to be cantankerous and take the opposite side of everybody else just to be the.
Except for non-fom.
Yeah, well, you just sensed a fellow victim.
Victim.
I think
I'm not waiting for Daddy Trump Savior to come tariff me into prosperity. He's gonna bring back jobs.
I think what happened was Flo saw a kid entering puberty and was like, I got to be a dad to this guy. He needs one.
He really needs to get that voice cracking under control. That's going to undermine him every time.
That and this right here, this is going to be a problem. That is a stress reaction because you think everyone else in the room is stupid. I used to do this. I had to learn not to because everyone else in the room was stupid.
Yeah, Flo just lights the cigarette every time he thinks everybody in the room is stupid.
I have different body language cues.
Computer. Yeah.
Yeah, Sasquatch knows my body language. Sasquatch observes details. He could probably tell when any of us are angry. Are you going to be back
tomorrow, Flo, or are you done for like the next 6 months again? What's up with you, man?
Again?
I don't know, man. I don't keep up with you. I'm making.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a strike on any channel, so I presume I'll be back tomorrow on regular.
I thought they nuked your stream tonight.
They did nuke it, but they didn't. I didn't receive a strike for it.
So you might be able to just go live again.
I can't.
Okay.
I gotta wait 24 hours, isn't it?
24 hours.
Is that it? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's 24 hours after you get the strike resolved. Yeah. Which sucks ass, but
sucks, man.
Which doesn't make any fucking sense because if they found that it was an error, which they did, then why am I still waiting?
Because that's their algorithm,
Flo,
and they don't want to fucking change it.
You've had, do you know how to get a hold of your personal rep?
No, I have no idea.
I was gonna say if you escalate it to a rep, man.
Yeah, you've got to. You need to get, because like when I had.
How do I find that out?
You have to escalate it, and then you may need to talk to Clover Tack. Will know because he's done it. He helped me with it. When I got that deal going on. Hey, Chuck in Tennessee gifted 5 memberships. Dang, son. That's awesome.
If you tell them you need to escalate it to a supervisor, you will get to a human after about 3 attempts.
Yeah. And in my case, this is back before they went full AI. Basically, I filed the dispute, but I also noted that I wanted human review. And I got an email, and then I got an email. The next thing I know, somebody like a real person corresponding with me back and forth, and I was done in 2 days. Flo, your wife got a membership gifted to her by Chuck.
Is His internet or mine?
It's yours. Hell, I don't know. Maybe it's mine.
Anyway, I'm going to get out of here. Is there anybody on the raid now that Flo's been, been no longer available?
Well, thank you for having me, sir.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
We can touch tip later.
It's been fun, Grid. I look forward to Friday.
Yeah, I do too. Oh, by the way, did you hear earlier that what I said about the
about the kill shot? Yep.
Yeah, the kill shot. Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
That's a good call.
What's the call?
So if you want to kick somebody off of the stream out of it, it's 275.
How did you come to that? That's not a round number. How'd you get there?
I know.
It's enough to.
It's enough. It's enough to make you really think about if you want to do it. And if somebody gets kicked off, they won't cry. They shouldn't cry about it because they're like, "Hey, man, how can you not kick me off with that much money involved?" I don't want people kicking people off the panel just randomly. Like you've really got to not want somebody to be on the panel to throw out that much.
And the silencing for like longer than a couple minutes.
Yeah. The
silencing for 20 minutes is big when you got like small.
Yeah. So now you can do the you can mute somebody, but only for 5 minutes and only once per round. So that way, we can't we can't have the 20 minutes. Anything else like that. So
of all the times that I've seen Grace and Ben get on a channel and start a ruckus or whatnot, I mean, they were actually really polite, really straightforward about trying to debate. Grace actually made some good points a couple of times in the debates that she did.
Yeah, I
was impressed that they handled it maturely this time.
Yeah, I think Glenn. Glenn and the Thorpes had some problems. That kind of and I also, the one time she was on here, her and I kind of got into it, and then after that, I just put her down as I kind of put them down as degenerates. But I've talked to them, back and forth a few times, and I invited them on the show, and they said they'd do it, and now Ben went too far. Right, which you knew was going to happen, but Rob Knorr's live. We'll raid Rob Knorr.
I need to go back, and maybe I'll do that tonight since I'm not streaming, and clip out your facial expressions during that shit because there's a lot of material there that I could do all sorts of stuff with.
Mm-hmm. During which shit? Which part?
During Grace and Ben's debate.
Oh yeah, facial expressions because that was like. That was rough, man.
What the fuck?
That was rough. I ain't gonna lie. That was like Ben was like all over the place, man. Like,
I think that conflict was LARPed up.
Oh,
a little bit.
Yeah, I'm sure it was, right? Like that's who they are. I don't see Nor live right now. I see the Crucible live. I can raid the Crucible. I don't see Rob Nor live. Oh, there he is. Got it.
He should be. I think he was doing a D&D thing with.
He's doing a D&D thing.
When you're doing a redirect, sometimes the live streams don't pop up in the suggested box. You have to go to their actual live stream and copy paste a title over, and it'll pop up like that.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Voice of experience.
Cam the King says he's not a homosexual when nobody asked him, which makes me think he's a homosexual.
Don't send me anywhere.
You're gonna go, and you're gonna like it, little boy.
I mean,
and the more you cry, the better it is for us.
Lucas has to do that, man. He just can't help.
A lap dance is so much better when the stripper is crying.
Hey! Surprise butt sex is the best thing you never knew you needed.
Any yawn is a blowjob if you're fast enough.
I hadn't heard that one yet. That's good. I like it.
That's pretty fucked up. It's funny, but it's fucked up.
I can bust a nut faster than you can fart. I'll be in there.
That's not something to brag about. That's a weird flex, bro.
You think it's not, but I get mine every time.
That's yeah.
Oh, shit.
Lady Flo, I am so sorry.
She knows.
I am. Words just aren't enough.
That's what this dick is for. When words fail you, this dick.
Penis.
Oh shit.
Yep. That's exactly where he's gonna go.
I'm glad that you're all gonna leave this stream feeling a little bit violated. I actually am glad about that. I actually really do enjoy that.
You really did enjoy that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long ass stream. I think I started at like 6 o'clock, which is a long, that's a long time for me. Anyway, you guys have a great rest of your night. As always, be cool. Wear the glasses if you need them, like Flow State, and go over to Rob's lawn and tramp around like vandals you are.
Savages.